Well,
Lego
well.
Ninjago.
Oh my god. If only we were watching the Lego Ninjago movie.
Did anybody here actually see that movie? Because I did.
I haven't. How does it
I
rank?
have not.
It's not as I don't remember anything about it, and I
Oof.
like, yeah, like whereas I really like the
Oof.
Lego movie, and I like the Lego Batman movie. I haven't seen it in a while, but I remember really enjoying it. But yeah, I didn't like that one or the. Did any of you guys watch the Lego Movie 2?
No, actually.
I think I have, but I don't remember it.
Man, that was a disappointing day.
Oh.
And now I don't think they want to make any more Lego movies.
Oh. Was Chris Pratt at it?
Yeah, of course.
Okay,
Chris
well.
Pratt plays Emmett, the Lego man.
He is the Lego man, that's true.
And now he's playing Garfield next year.
Nice.
I was reading like a tweet about how like is this confirmed or is it a meme that Bill Murray came across the offer for playing Garfield and he misunderstood Joel Cohen to be one of the Cohen brothers and that's why he agreed it was an accident.
I think that's true.
Right. Yeah, that is true.
That's just so fucking funny. Because it never made sense. Why is Bill Murray Garfield? But you know,
movie.
we're just in that kind of multiverse, I guess. Because some of the I thought was interesting. No Jude Law in this film. Why not?
He knew. Get out. I got out lucky. No one remembers I was in the first one, so.
Well, he also got to be a part of the $1 billion one. He wasn't in the. So now he can be like, yeah, what were you missing? Me. That's what it is.
I was the key to everything.
That was the draw. Yeah. Poor guy. But because he's gonna be in Skeleton Crew, right?
Yes.
Maybe he's just too busy doing things with Star Wars to do things with Marvel.
Because that's a better choice as a career path, being in Star Wars rather than Marvel.
That is funny. It's like, I think I would rather be
him as an actor.
Oh, go ahead.
Sorry. I was going to say, I gave up on him as an actor during AI. I hated that movie.
Oh.
That was, for a long time, my most hated movie of all time. I'm like, this just wasted my life.
Someone asked me what I thought of that the other day, and I was like, I don't really remember it anymore.
I only remember the teddy. That was the only interesting thing in the entire movie.
Doesn't he eat vegetables at some point and choke? It's very relatable.
I don't know, he used to, like, hide things inside himself, like a prison pocket. It was weird.
Oh, no.
Looking back on it, there was this whole scene where he hid something inside himself and just sewed himself back up.
Wait, you guys don't do that?
Not
like for everything, but
it'd have to be pretty serious.
Alrighty then. Alrighty, I've just outed myself. I think that was a self-report. Yeah.
Should we? Well, I mean, because we're almost pretty much good to go, and I mean, sometimes we should start these things as soon as possible because you never know how long we may turn out to talk about a thing. Though it's worth mentioning, this is like what feels to be the first hour and a half movie in a long time from Marvel. It wasn't 2 hours their golden ratio, or whatever, and now they're moving it back.
And then it started getting to like 2.5 hours there for a while. That
just another hour and a half to go, and we've managed to get the correct amount of time. You know, if they could just push it back a little bit more.
Yeah, but they got it in this one by slashing all of the content.
So, oh yeah, you can tell this film's edited to hell and back.
Yeah, maybe design it for this next time.
I wrote down somewhere that it's edited like an SNL sketch.
A little bit, yeah.
And most of it is written like an SNL sketch.
Oh, I was
it's
saying
not even as funny as an SNL sketch. Oof.
Oh no.
Oh.
I was saying just earlier today that like there's that part where Captain Marvel arrives to see Dar-Ben, our villain, and like, it's you, Annihilator, and then Captain Marvel's like, you must stop, bad guy, and it feels so like set up at this point of just being like, why is anyone here? They all know they shouldn't be here. Fucking actors, cameras, special effects people are just like, we all know what's happening. It's
what does that mean to have so many people working on something that nobody believes in?
You get this.
Oh my god, I don't
Hey,
understand.
they have showrunners now. Yeah.
Yeah, that'll fix the problem. It will help probably, but you know.
Yeah, it might help. that's the best we can say.
Yeah, we all know what happens when you have showrunners. Everything works out well.
Mm-hmm.
I think the villain woman is the only one who did not get the memo because she was like taking it too seriously for me in moments. And the other guy, like next to her, was like acting as if he was in a sitcom or something. His facial expressions, it was so funny.
I don't even remember that guy. He was in like 1 or 2 scenes. He just disappeared at some point, right?
Yeah,
It's like
and he
a
was just
second in
making
command.
faces the whole time.
Like brother, guy, whoever he was.
No idea, but yes. Yeah, I don't know. Does everyone? There was times where we would do like everyone give you a blurb on what you thought of the movie, but it's like surely none of us disagree with each other on this one.
I mean, it sucks. It's really.
Does anyone
really
disagree
bad.
with each other on Earth on this one? This is such a
movie, Bob.
Yeah,
It's an interesting film, right? Where it's been an interesting because the Flash had the same thing that came out. And it's like nobody liked it. You know, it's like nobody liked that, like the Fallout meme, and it feels like the same thing has happened here. It's just out, and it's like, yeah, so nobody likes this, right? Yeah, nobody. I didn't even watch it. This is what will be said by most people.
Should we start with telling people what they needed to see before seeing this, just to make sure they understand the narrative?
Yeah, so what you need to see is really nothing. Really, you really don't.
The big thing that I noticed, I don't know if anyone else did, for anyone who here has been unfortunate enough to see all of the homework you're supposed to have seen before this, is that I feel like I missed about 1 film's worth of timeline between this and all of the stuff you're supposed to see before it. We missed
Secret Invasion. It made no sense following on from Secret
No,
Invasion.
it doesn't.
It ended up with a massive war on Earth between the humans
and the
Skrulls. And then on this, they're already on their own planet somewhere. And it's like, yeah, well, that's fine now. We're working with them. We're all allies.
Well, they take refuge on Earth. They can't do that.
Yeah.
One of the biggest problems with the big
people in Marvel don't talk to each other.
No.
With the big promise and pitch of the MCU is it's an interconnected universe where the plot will develop over multiple films, kind of like television, but on a cinematic scale. The promise is that, but it's the worst of both worlds. The stories don't actually connect to each other, and in the ways that they do, they contradict and damage each other. It's like a new movie will introduce new massive ramifications on the world building that will destroy everything or assassinate characters, and then that gets carried forward like a snowball effect. It's the worst of both worlds.
If Captain Marvel's story from when she was hit by that crazy engine or whatever, all the way up till now, if there was a time in her life they should have made a movie about, it would probably be her homeworld going through a civil war that almost destroyed like the entire star system that engulfs it. It's like, holy shit. That's really interesting. It's like, no, we skipped all that. You don't need to see that.
No, that's not a story that would be worth watching. No.
Okay. No. Instead, we'll watch the 2 films that are on either end of it, which were much more boring, as crazy as that sounds. And, with a budget like this, it's like, you could have made that movie, but oh well.
I don't even understand.
It's a better idea.
Do you guys know about the title thing in China?
Wait, what
title thing? Like
China?
The movie title? Like it wasn't called The Marvels or something?
No, it's called the Captain Marvel 2.
The Captain Marvel 2.
Captain Marvel 2, and in my country too, it's advertised as Captain Marvel 2. I never disclose it, but it.
Well, you've narrowed it down.
Okay, all right.
Yeah, it's not that far off, but it's weird. I thought it was a meme at first because I saw it a few months ago. It was advertised as a poster, and I thought they were like poking fun at the marketing. But then I thought about it, and I think that's I don't understand why it was not marketed as Captain Marvel 2. I mean, I guess it makes more sense as the Marvels, but from the marketing standpoint, it would sell better. Like at least it rings a bell.
I think that the only reason that Captain Marvel really made as much as it was, or as much as it did, was because it was between Infinity War and Endgame. It was riding the fucking insanely, arguably the highest high that the MCU ever got, which was right after
that's
after
true,
Infinity War.
But is there more marketing power to the Marvels than Captain Marvel?
Probably. I think at this point there actually would be.
Why?
I don't know. Is there?
Nobody knows who Miss Marvel is.
I don't think
the
that.
least
Well, I
popular
think that's
one.
better
Least
than
popular
people
show.
knowing who Captain Marvel is.
I think that the big takeaway that people had from Captain Marvel was that it was boring, when the film is actually awful, but it kind of got away with just the perception of, it was boring and lame. So I don't know. I feel like it suffers way more from apathy rather than a general dislike for the character. Most people just don't care about that character.
I think that's the general kind of normie perspective, because before I started doing this, I was exactly the same. I'd watch a movie. I wouldn't really think about why it was awful or why I didn't like it. I'd just write off as boring and leave. So I think that's standard if you don't do this kind of thing.
Yeah.
But the Marvels
hey, man.
thing,
Oh, you go.
I asked around people, and most people didn't. Until I told them that it was about Captain Marvel, they didn't get it, like what it was. And my sister, we sat down, I watched it with my sister, and she was like, "So what happened in the first one?" And I'm like, "This is the first one. What are you talking about?" "No, the first one with the Angelina Jolie." And I'm like, "Oh my god."
Oh no, that's Tomb Raider. That's way different. That's Tomb Raider.
Tomb Raider's in the MCU. Come on.
Totally different.
Yeah.
That's funny as fuck. Like it's so tangled in nonsense. I don't even know that my family have even heard that this movie is out, let alone that it's a part of the MCU, let alone something they might want to see.
Yeah, but I mean, but the marketing told us that this is really important. We got to be there for what comes next. X sits there for a bit longer. Oh, yeah, X-Men. Oh my god.
If they're overstepping now, imagine how interesting their marketing is going to get in the next few years, because they've already resorted to, look, Iron Man, Cap, Thanos, and X-Men. All right, and it's like none of that has anything to do with this film. It's like, yeah, I know, but you like those things, so fuck you.
Yeah.
Avengers theme, boom.
Yeah, the Avengers theme. There's Tony, there's Steve, there's Carol, part of the Avengers, right there.
It's like she photoshopped herself with her arm around Tony.
Yeah.
I was here too.
Oh, Lord.
The other issue with stuff like X-Men marketing is it relies on sort of leaks of post-credit scenes that only people that are paying attention to this stuff would ever even hear about or watch. And so it's a really terrible marketing strategy if you want to get it to a really broad, like, my dad kind of thing. He would never have known there was a Marvel's hidden scene that got leaked on Twitter. You know, it's just
like marketing it to people who are probably already going to watch it anyway.
Probably.
Yeah.
Then we get to find it really funny.
Committed. Yeah. And I mean, when it comes to speaking of the people who did see it, of which there are not very many, shaping up to be the lowest box off in Marvel history.
Yeah, so it had it's projected to earn 47 to 55 million domestic opening weekend, which is the lowest for an MCU movie. I believe it's lower than Incredible Hulk, and Incredible Hulk came out 15 years ago, so adjusted for inflation, you know?
I mean, and at the time, it was just a standalone superhero movie. It wasn't like MCU and all these characters who we're going to see. It's like, no, it's Hulk movie.
It didn't cost over $200 million to make. Like,
No.
Sure.
Well, and they're going to have the record, I imagine, that may very well be unbeaten, dropped from the first to the second film, you know, in terms of box office.
Well, yeah, because, you know, Captain Marvel made 1.1 billion. With this one now, I mean, shit, are we looking at... It'd be lucky to make 300 million.
Yeah, it might not beat the TLJ drop from TFA.
Yeah, I was actually about to bring that up, because the TLJ drop, we're talking like 700 million.
Yeah, but percentage-wise, it would be much bigger. That would be more than 50%.
Yeah.
Yeah, so, it'd be pretty gnarly either way. But no one's going to be talking about this. No, this isn't Top Gun or Oppenheimer, where it just keeps going and going and going.
It's gonna have really long legs, right? It's like, oh man,
it's gonna have tiny little short legs, and it'll fall over.
Caterpillar legs, and not many of them. It'll just have, like, imagine a caterpillar with one little leg, and you're like, oh, how do you do this? Like, what's going on here?
It's just that little leg is dragging it forward over and over. Like
the caterpillar's like, man, it's a good thing I eat leaves, or I'd be in trouble.
It just does a little waddle.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's not gonna make money, and no one is going to tell their friends to go see it. It's not gonna have any word of mouth. No one's gonna remember this. It feels like it's just dead.
For the worst possible reason, which is that it looks like it's likely to be Marvel's first true categorical, undeniable failure.
Yeah, for those who are listening, like, you're going to talk about the story of it. It's like, oh yes, and we're going to talk about why no one's going to like this film. But like, what we're talking about right now is what I think the whole world is interested in, if they're interested in talking about the Marvels, which is the meta, the box office, the culture surrounding it, what's happening to the MCU, what's happening to Disney. It's like, well, what about the characters? It's like, shut up. I was talking about
2023 has been a real interesting year because, dude, most of these movies have failed. Most of them.
Yeah.
Most of them have failed.
Mm-hmm.
The only successful ones are Guardians 3 and Across the Spider-Verse.
Dude,
One
it's
of
so
them
weird,
is
too.
directed by a guy who's gone over to DC, and the other one is totally disconnected from all of this.
Going back and forth between Star Wars and Marvel as well, like seeing so many similarities in terms of just this, like, nobody gives a shit. You've
No.
Apathy is set in so hard, and it's like it's spread well beyond the big main fans, the people who would like diehards. It's like those are well and done. It's like it's getting out all of the random general audience. How'd you do that? Impressive.
But, I mean,
Their reputation is just.
I mean, 2 years of consistent fucking dog shit. Like,
I was gonna say, how'd
you
you do that? It's like, haven't you been documenting it this whole time? I was like, yes, but how'd you do that?
At the same time, it's still I'm a little bit in disbelief that they
Mad Lads actually did it. They released 2
Yeah.
years of absolute shit tier films consistently over and over.
Well, I mean,
The Mad Lads did it.
our choice of Genesis would probably be Endgame, right?
Endgame is actually where it began, but the more probable
Yes.
success is that
We
it
know
began
the
with
truth.
Phase 4.
'Cause a lot of people would pick.
Would we say Captain Marvel's
Well,
where it began?
the problem with that, of course, is that Infinity War was pretty solid. So it's like,
Yeah,
Mm.
Sure,
exactly.
yeah, Infinity War's got a lot of good stuff.
and someone might
yeah.
say, well, No
Yeah.
Way Home or whatever else, if you consider those blips. And it's like, No Way Home gets ignored anyway because it's Sony, and then Guardians of the Galaxy 3, we didn't like it, but a lot of people do, and it did make money. It's like, well, it's James Gunn. That's how people square those two off.
Well,
Yeah.
as low as the bar is right now, Guardians of the Galaxy 3 had good things in it, which
Well, and
automatically just puts it
felt
way
much
above everything
more
else.
like I would happily see that as this one fits the formula. The Quantumania
Yes.
fits, the MOM fits, the even like Wakanda Forever, Lorthun and Thunder. I need to.
Lorthan Thunder. Lorthan Thunder. Enough.
Yeah,
Lorthan Thunder.
Let them
Enough.
thunder.
but yeah, this one was possibly one of the most garbled. On FNT, we were having a bit of a vote on like what everyone thinks in terms of the worst script versus worst blah blah blah, and a lot of people were agreeing like this seems to be the most fucked up film in terms of piecing it together, which makes sense considering it's an hour and a half when it wasn't supposed to be.
I still don't know the motivation of the villain because, like, correct
We
me if
can
I'm
help
wrong, but
you.
it's just easier to
Yeah.
I
move.
didn't
I
pay
can tell you.
attention.
Like,
She's an idiot for one in terms of her goals. She could have achieved her goals easily and off screen quickly, but instead she like fucks them up because she hates Captain Marvel
You know,
a lot.
guys, the galaxy, the Milky Way galaxy has 100 billion stars and over 100 billion planets.
To scale it in a different way and make it sound really it's like if I needed to inject myself with a cure for my particular disease, and I'm like, how do I do this while also killing my enemy? It's like, well, you could just do it and then kill your enemy. It's like, no, I have to find a way of solving my problem that kills my enemy.
I have to find a way.
Multitasking.
I have to find a way that's in all likelihood going to prompt intervention from that enemy who's much stronger and more powerful than me.
To the point where we've called her the Annihilator.
Yeah.
She can fly faster than the speed of light and has enough power to like reignite dying stars. We should pick a fight with her.
I love how she gets pissed about that name, and it's like, yeah, but it is true. So, like,
Also, yeah,
how offended could you be?
I'm not going to say spoiler warning, even though technically I just said it.
No one is going to watch this. No, anyone in chat, you're not going to watch this. You don't care what happens, really.
No.
You're not going to see it. In 3 weeks, you'll forget this EFAP happened. So just, grab a drink, sit down. We're going to talk about this movie, and we're going to make fun of it. That's what we're here for. This isn't a serious movie. This isn't like a movie you watch.
I do want to confirm, though, as was mentioned, many people in chat may have seen the EFAB reaction to the trailer. Fringy was absolutely correct. That is the death scene for the villain.
Yeah, that's the villain.
The death scene.
Yeah, they put the villain exploding in the trailer.
Yep.
Nice.
And
pretty
I
weird.
don't know why did they do that? I'm taking the Hallmark
whole movie's
theory.
in the trailer.
The Hallmark theory is my explanation for why they did that. The Hallmark theory being the reason why so many people love those copy-paste shitty, horrible Hallmark movies is because they're super safe. They always end well. Everything works out. Very cathartic. You don't have to worry about anything. Only the tiniest of drama happens, which is then instantly resolved right after it. That's the Hallmark thing. And so if you put the villain being annihilated in the trailer, then it's the Hallmark theory. You don't have to worry about it. Things are going to work out okay.
I'll be safe watching this film
cozy,
because the bad guy will
safe.
lose.
The bad guy loses. Everything's going to work out just fine. You can come and see our movie, please. Please.
That's why, as I was watching it, the only thing I wanted it to be true is that the Flurkins actually did kill people.
That would be neat.
That entire scene would have been incredible if they
killed
were just
all
like,
the
oops.
One of the Flurkins just coughed up a skeleton.
Yeah, it's like, oh, no.
I could, you know what? I could totally see them doing that, and then all the characters go, "Whoops!"
We told everybody to get eaten by them. Oh no!
You couldn't do it because they were like baby
Home Alone
Flurkins.
cover.
Dun, dun,
Like,
dun,
they
dun,
don't know
dun,
how
dun.
to keep them alive.
Well,
Wasn't
yeah,
there-
because you're basically saying this is an alien life form that seems to use tentacles to drag people inside of its mouth. Go in there, guys.
Wasn't
As you
there a
are.
moment where they were like forcibly feeding them people?
Essentially,
right?
yes.
Yeah.
Yes,
Yeah, they
the
were.
heroes were.
Yeah.
And these people were running away, like scared,
scared for their
terrified. They were
lives.
just
Yep.
feeding
And it was
them.
it was
The
a
director
shitty
didn't
Marvel
plan.
even-
blocks one off.
And
And
a
it was
lot of the
shitty
marketing.
plan to begin. It was a shitty plan to begin with because then Fury transports all these cats in this cramped spaceship, and it's like, you have hundreds of people.
They start
inside these
vomiting
cats,
up
and
the
they can
people.
Yeah, and they could just spit them up in a second's notice.
Oh,
And
well, no,
that's
no.
exactly what happened.
Well, the cats just do what you need them to do.
Yes,
So it's
because cats
okay.
are notoriously obedient animals.
Yes.
Especially
No,
space cats that are like Lovecraftian monsters, yes.
Cats are known for doing what you tell them to do.
I know this might actually come across as a little disjointed to some of you guys who haven't seen the movie, which is all,
The way we've been bouncing between all these things.
Just to be clear, this film has doubled and tripled down on the Flurkin cats
Yes.
from the first Captain Marvel. I mean,
Yep.
they comprise a significant portion of this movie, and their presence is quite prominent.
Oh,
That
it's
fucking cat is
Meow
in all
Thulu.
very important. It's very
it's in
very
a lot of the scenes, and as we go through the movie, you will see.
You will understand.
They really, really wanted to make the Flurkin cats be a thing.
Well, I think they had a really good idea there for some reason.
I guess.
personally-
For some reason.
I personally think all you need to know about this movie is that there is a line that says, "Attention crew, please stop running and let the kittens eat you." That's a legit line in the movie.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I thought that was. I guess we'll
That's
get to
all
that.
Yeah,
you
they were
need
like,
to
"Stop
know."
running away,
Well, and
let them
for-
eat you."
For those who
But
don't know,
it felt
like,
like a horror scene.
the
Like if
cat-
someone runs away, hides around a corner, and they're waiting for them on the
Yeah.
other side.
This is feed the forest shit. There's no way. It ain't happening.
the marketing for this film was very much banking on that. Like, that's a big angle for this film. I believe someone in the higher up of Marvel was like, cats. That's what will get this film over the
CG
line.
Cats. That's what
This is
we
the
really
baby
need is
Yoda.
some CG cats.
And play memories from the musical Cats while the cats are on screen,
yes.
which does
Yes.
happen.
Dumb.
That was pretty clever, actually.
What a great idea.
Yeah.
This is
Yeah.
Marvel's rendition of cats. There are CGI cats. There are too many songs, and the song from the musical. It's
yeah,
the
from
cats.
the Cats. Yeah, Midnight. Yeah, the most famous song from the Cats musical, which played extensively in an already extensively long sequence. But we'll get to it. I guess
Yeah,
we'll get to it.
I suppose
We'll
it
get
might
there.
be worthwhile to,
Well,
to
I just
bring
wanted
some,
to summarize,
order.
right? You're coming in for, let's say, Captain Marvel's side with her movie, and all that will do is like prevent you from understanding the character we get given in this one. And the events between it are insane. You come in from WandaVision, and you've skipped a whole origin movie for Monica Rambeau because now she's doing a job that isn't even remotely understandable compared to what she was doing in WandaVision. She has control of her powers that we didn't understand. She's an astronaut now. She can do astro things. It's like when did all of these things happen? It's like, it was off screen. Shut up. And you're like, okay. You watch Secret Invasion. None of that. is going to be like all of it gets in the way of this film in terms of the Skrull stuff, and no acknowledgement of anything from Secret Invasion. In fact, I've seen the question asked, and I think it's funny. Does this movie take place before or after Secret Invasion?
It's afterwards. They did give us the timeline.
Oh, they did? Wait, what was the clue?
No, they told us the year and everything.
Oh,
like as Secret Invasion was coming up, they specifically said that was before this.
Ignoring that, judging from like characters and like world building and stuff, could you guess if it was before or after?
Oh no.
No.
I would have assumed before because it just does not follow.
It doesn't follow at all.
That's why it would be there, because it doesn't fit or follow at all.
And then,
if anything, you could say it has to be before, because when they destroyed that planet, you could say, well, they went to Earth and that caused the trouble.
It's worth mentioning though, like,
but that's so bizarre to have Secret Invasion come out and then have this movie come out, and it's before
Secret
Invasion.
It's got so many
chronologically.
character crossovers and drama crossovers, and they don't acknowledge each other at all. It's like, wow, what a waste, but also a bizarre choice. And then of course you have like, there's no stuff on the blip. There's no stuff on Kang. There's no stuff on the multiverse. Maybe I'm speaking a little too fast there, maybe. It's just funny, though, because people are like, oh, so it does bring out the multiverse? It's like, yeah, in its own fucking version again. Like, every one of these films has its own version of the multiverse that is caused by whatever and does whatever. And then there's Miss Marvel, which nobody saw. So, there you go. That is the summary of just all the content you would need to watch this and all of its effects. It's a garbled mess, and that is the best they could do with a shared universe, to the point where I think it was Jeremy from Geeks and Gamers that said this on both streams I was on the past few days. We're in the world now, I think, where being a part of a shared universe is a detriment to the marketing of your film. Like, people are going to be like,
absolutely,
don't go near it.
Because
if it's a solo movie,
thing.
like the Batman or Joker or a lot of these different ones that might be coming out, it's like you're probably going to be, you can make it if your film is great and everything, but like attaching yourself to this fuckery is just pointless. And if anything, people are going to be like, I don't fucking know what's going on. None of this makes any sense, So yeah, I mean that's about that, and it's a decent enough setup, I suppose, to beginning the film.
I will say, if you go in, if you're the kind of person who doesn't watch the shows, you just go to the theaters and watch the movies, you won't know who two of the protagonists are. They just won't.
You know what's funnier about that is that a lot of people are like, oh, fuck, she's from, it's like, no, you're not even really supposed, you're not going to know that one. And they're like, oh, I'm not? Oh, okay. Like, I think people gaslight themselves at this point to be like, oh yeah, no, I remember that one. I think she was. Which one was she? Did she fly? Like, yeah, sure, fine, she could fly. Yeah, it's gotten so tangled. Nobody knows the fuck's going on, and nobody knows to remember if they should know what's going on.
I watched WandaVision, and I don't know whether it was in that, but in this, Monica Rambeau starts phasing through matter and appearing through floors and stuff. I'm like, I can't remember that.
They never really told us her power set in WandaVision. They showed us some stuff.
This is all intuitive. It's all intuitive. Monica Rambeau in a spacesuit. She goes through the wall that one.
Wait, that's like right at the beginning. We should just do that chronologically, right?
Yeah. That point.
Sure.
Take it away, Fringy.
Well, we open with a little Kree armada heading to a planet called MB418, and the Dar-Ben. Are we going to follow that, or are we going to?
Unironically, a lot of people might not remember who the Kree are.
The Kree, they're in the Marvels, and they're like a big sort of intergalactic empire, and they were at war with the Skrulls.
I hate
Carol was part of the Kree, but she left them, and she left them so hard that her defining symbol on her costume is the symbol of the Kree Empire. But yeah, that's the Kree.
Should we? I can't believe I'm saying this, but like,
Kree were in like
just
two
a quick
movies.
Quick reminder that the Kree have a long-standing, big old war with the Skrulls. That's how Captain Marvel sort of starts, and the Skrulls are nearly wiped out. The Kree have mostly won. And that film is about how the Kree lied about a lot of what the Skrulls are. But then we kind of discovered in Secret Invasion that was a lie. Because they were... Yeah. But this is what I mean. It's hard to untangle this.
I'm on the Kree side.
Yeah,
so
I'm pro-Kree.
Captain Marvel's mad that she got one of the Kree left the Kree and went to Earth to create something to protect the Skrulls. That was Marvell, Lady Marvell, Annette Bening, and then this is so fucked up. Like in terms of trying to get this all lined up, and the Kree try to find her for ages, and they manage to almost find her, and then there's a big fight, and she blows up their lightspeed engine, which is what the Kree want to finish winning the war against the Skrulls, which that doesn't make any sense. We'll put that aside. And then that gives powers to Captain Marvel, and they kidnap her and wipe her memory and try to convince her she's a Skrull in order to use her for her power. And Captain Marvel's the film where she, yeah, and then
she's a Kree, yeah.
Captain Marvel's the film where she gets that memory back vaguely and is angry at the Kree for doing what they did, and she kind of wipes them out and establishes herself as protector of Earth, and she's going to find a home for the Skrulls. She fails at all of these jobs, and then she says she's going to go back to Hala, homeworld of the Kree, and deal with them, deal with the intelligence, and deal with all this stuff. And so that's like the last we left off with her. And then
that was 30 years ago.
Yeah, so it's been a while. I'm just saying, I was about to say keep all that in mind, but I'm like, maybe don't. I don't know.
I don't know if it really benefits you that much to even keep it all in mind.
Well, it's going to come up in a moment now because we get a previously on that covers all this.
I guess she doesn't age.
No, she doesn't age.
At this point, she's like 60.
But like what I just said is something they put into a whole bunch of flashbacks in a second from now anyway.
Yes,
so
that's right.
Yeah, the film assumes that you don't know who the fuck anyone is or what's happened.
The film correctly assumes
it's got your back. Yes.
It starts with flashbacks, right? Captain Marvel's scenes.
Yes, her scenes do.
Yeah. Or Captain Marvel.
Yeah.
Monica Rambeau, it's like whatever. You like her, right?
She walked through a wall and she got powers. That's all.
Yeah, well, I mean, there you go. You summed up her whole story. Nice. that's
She walked through a wall and got powers. Unironically, that's just it. That's just what happens.
Her powers are to see and control light. So how does she phase through solid matter?
Which is, by the way, just to be clear, I can do half those powers.
I can't fucking believe she summarizes it in the film and the trailer as she can see light. What the hell?
No, they did a different trailer, which then retconned that to I can control like magnetic forces and stuff. And then in the trailer, we're back with I can see light. No, in the movie, we're back to I can see light. So what?
I can see light.
Yeah,
that's so cool, bro.
And she phased through the bullets in WandaVision, so yeah,
she phases too.
It all makes sense, all right.
But how could she fly then?
How could she fly?
Because she's as light as light or something. I don't know.
And she didn't even know she could. Other people told her. Oh, no.
Oh, come on. I actually said, I think to Friggy, I was like, at least that was better than Captain Marvel learning to fly, which was literally off on no reference. At least Fury says, hey, fly. Black girl magic.
I ain't gonna say white girl magic.
It's not. It didn't. Where the hell did that even come from? I was like, "You've got to fly." It's like, what do you mean? I've got to. Like, you say this to fucking Wolverine? Like, you got to fly, Wolverine.
Be as black as you can.
Use your adamantium powers. Fly.
When that was in the trailer, I was like, when it gets to the movie, that line will be explained. It's like, no. I still don't know what it's meant to mean.
The power of shea butter.
And then wasn't it that Miss Marvel had it anyway, and they did the switch anyway? So
we'll get there.
No, I mean, we're like, yeah. So at the beginning of the movie, the first thing that happens in the movie is this Kree fleet heads to this barren planet, and they're excavating, and they dig up this like ancient sort of artifact of some kind and break it apart. And inside of it, there's this quantum band. It's this band that they've been looking for, but there's meant to be two of them, but there's only one. Oh my goodness. Where is the other one? And then we hard cut over to back on Earth. What? Where's the other one?
Nothing. It's just like hearing you describe it is funny.
How did they find that one?
I don't know.
That's a great question.
Have to assume we just you know what? I'll give it to him. Whatever.
It is funny though, because it's like we need to
gets us out of the theater faster.
Captain Marvel even says, "I thought those were a myth." So,
something.
Well, not anymore.
Mauler and I decided it would be worthwhile to actually watch Miss Marvel in the hopes that there would be some additional information that would explain things.
It's just
like give these people some fucking super chats.
All it does is make things a lot more complicated. But there was one character in that show who was able to track Kamala because he sensed they called her like light manifestations, like all of that. They called it the Nor, and that it comes from the Nor dimension, which is like a parallel dimension. This would be extra context to throw on top of this.
This makes things easier to understand.
So she's draining power from a different universe.
It's
What's
the
the
idea
people in
of
that
dimension,
universe
bro.
she's her lineage.
Yeah, but that must be horrific on the other side.
That's fine.
Well,
they got energy.
The idea is that because her lineage is partially from a different dimension, but she's also from Earth. That's
so
how
she's killing
can,
her
like,
ancestors' universe.
Well, I don't know how. I don't know.
Why do you listen? We watched Miss Marvel. We didn't watch. Like, we didn't talk to Kevin Feige. Okay, we understand how this fucking shit works.
Just saying that if someone kept draining my power, I'd be like, hang on, this is a bit mean.
Okay, if you guys watched it, explain this to me. Does she get her fucking powers from the bands or not? Because the end of this film.
Well, yeah.
I mean, we can say that in Miss Marvel, there's a character who explicitly says the band's like activated and focused your power. They're not the source of it. He does say that.
Okay. Why is she still wearing them then?
But
we all know
anyway,
the answer to that.
She's got the other one, but she's sitting in her room writing fan fiction about herself going on adventures with Captain Marvel because she's a really big fan of Captain Marvel.
Who isn't?
Well, I mean, it makes a lot of sense.
Everyone.
Because Captain Marvel's been around on Earth all the time, for years and years and years. She's been a very active participant in Earth affairs.
Yeah, the way I phrased it on, I think it was FNT, was like, there's no reason to be a fan of Captain Marvel in our universe. Now, I'm willing to bet there's plenty of people who consider themselves Captain Marvel fans. That's totally fine. She's got a superhero movie. She's the protagonist in it. She saves people, quote unquote. That's it. I can buy that. I really can't buy it in universe. You've got barely any footage of her, like no lines of anything she has investments in. And she just like shows up, blasts through things, and then leaves. And it's like, I guess you could be a fan of her in like a very superficial way. Like, she looks cool. But even then, you know what I mean? So it's
you
like
have to leverage that.
Now, someone could be like, "Oh well, so what the fuck's the issue?" And it's like, I don't know. I just think that if Kamala was gonna idolize any one hero in the universe, like, why the fuck would it? She's like last on the list.
It feels like you'd be more likely to idolize Wasp than you would
absolutely
Captain Marvel because she's around on Earth.
Well, she's got a humanitarian project. She's working on everything Earth-related. She's trying to save people, like, in all kinds of ways that are non-superhero related. You know, there's issues with that as well. But I'm just saying, like, you are right. Like, pick any other, and if it has to be a female idol, it doesn't have to be. But if it does, sure, you could pick all of the, even fucking Wanda. Like, before she went, nobody knows about all that. Okay, it's fine. Nobody knows about her killing everybody. Yeah, this whole animation is all like expressive of how much she adores Captain Marvel, which is present in her show as well. And it's just like, but why? And you'll notice there's nothing specific.
They lay it on thick in this movie. She really, really loves Captain Marvel.
Well, I think they thought it was like a fun aspect. She's like the fangirl in the form of like an actual superhero too. And it's just like, yeah, but why did you make her a fangirl of Captain Marvel? It doesn't make sense. She's the one person who probably can't have Thanos would have more fans than Captain Marvel.
Well, I mean,
I like him more than Captain Marvel. I'm one of them.
I respect him more than Captain Marvel.
Oh my god!
Do you think that's a representation thing? That they think a lot of young girls will look up to Captain Marvel, and so that's meant to be the young girl in the movie?
Yes.
Yeah, like an insert thing. But like I said, the problem is that like nobody knows anything about Captain Marvel in the universe. We do because we've seen her film, but like no people. You know, like most of what she did in the 90s was secret.
Yeah, exactly.
So apparently she had a really big stint in the 5-year gap that we never heard about, and that
we
is
know
what
that she didn't know. She wasn't around. She was off elsewhere.
No,
it wasn't the case. But I mean, that's basically all. It's presented as like a sort of animation. It's like
it's the best part of the film, kind of.
It's the best part of the film.
It's good.
I think it's because Spider-Verse had it, so we needed to have our little like interesting comic booky drawing animation thing. And so
you might be right actually.
I think that's why.
Probably.
Well, I think it is. Yeah, because one could say like, well, they did it in the show, and it's like, well, they probably did it in the show because of that too, right? Like,
yeah, the show came out after Into the Spider-Verse was 2018, so yeah. Oh, well, okay. Well, yeah. Anyway, Kamala's
back to the movie.
She's sitting on her bed, and then her bangle that she's wearing starts to glow. Which is a little bit odd.
Oh, no.
It's not meant to be doing that. But then there's a floop, and then it's just like, what's going on? But then we jump back way earlier that day, to good old Carol sitting on her ship using, like, I guess, portable versions of the Skrull memory extraction device to unlock
mean
her
the portable
memories
memory
on
store?
Earth. Yeah,
Yeah.
a little bit. Yeah.
Memory Store
What I find-
3.0.
Now, remember, so she's trying to unlock her memories from Earth, which was one of the things that she was trying to do in the first movie, which was nearly 30 years ago.
Yeah,
so I
she's
guess in 30 years,
unlocked nothing.
very little progress was made in unlocking the memories, but it's really helpful because it just relays all of the important plot points of Captain
Oh,
Marvel.
it is funny. And I made this joke in the Quantumania video that when MODOK arrives, it's like, Scott Lang. And then it's like, oh, we fought. And then, you beat me. And it's like, Ant-Man 1. It's like, and here I am. And it's like, whoa, that was pathetic. Like, in the middle of a movie to have a previously on. This movie does it for Captain Marvel, Captain Marvel, Monica, and for Kamala. Like, in among the memories, and then the because they have a second memory store scene.
They have a second memory store that relays
They have
other
portable memory stores.
Because yeah, the second one
Da-da-da-da-da.
has WandaVision stuff and Miss Marvel stuff, I think, in it as well.
It's getting so bad, and the fact that we know that we could make jokes about like, oh, come on, Marvel, no one remembers this character. It's like, no, now the joke is Marvel knows you don't remember this character, and so they're like, oh shit, she did this and this and this. Does that ring any bells? And you're like, no, and they're like, oh.
Well, the
Okay.
really funny part is that because one of the things that they do in this little sequence to make it seem like it's not just a complete exposition dump is that they have these little glimpses of Carol like wearing the same costume that she had in the first movie, so back in the 90s, blowing up like a big building on Hala, destroying what looks to be like the Supreme Intelligence, which is essentially the AI entity that controls their entire society. It's one of the villains in the first movie. But then she wakes up and she's like, "Oh, that was scary. I didn't like that."
And just random bits in there of like, oh, Monica. Oh, I like Monica. Oh, I haven't seen Monica in a while. It's like, shut up.
Yeah, in 30 years, yeah. It's been a while.
Been a while.
I just find it funny that she's made no progress seemingly at all. Like,
well, because
in terms of unlocking memories.
Was it WandaVision that we discovered that she hadn't seen Captain Marvel since she was a kid, and we were like, huh? Because that doesn't even make sense, right? And it's like, yeah, I guess that's going to be a source of drama, and it's like we finally get to see how that's going to go in this movie.
And finally acknowledge Carol's startling absence from all Earth affairs
They have,
in the entire 30 years.
Whether accidental on purpose or on purpose, they have made Captain Marvel quite the coward when it comes to dealing with situations. She runs away from almost everything.
Well, I mean, what? She couldn't have been helpful when fighting Loki in Avengers? She couldn't have been helpful against Age of Ultron, really?
No.
I mean,
I feel like she's just the instant win button that you can just press.
Pretty much.
And
I
she
mean,
can travel almost
light
instantly across interstellar travel and everything, but simultaneously can't. We'll get to that. That's fine.
Well, yeah, 'cause there's a jump
She was
point
just
of Earth.
busy getting married and singing.
Aww.
She was getting
busy singing.
Married
Oh,
people might be
Dude,
asking,
you know
what
when-
do you mean?
You know when she does
not
those
you worry.
those bitchy statements in some of the films where she's like, yeah, you know, your world is in trouble, but there was a lot of worlds out there that needed my help. And like, you know, Rhodey's like, oh yeah, shit, okay. You just want a hard cut to the singing, dancing, wedding sequence and just be like, yeah, she was busy, bro.
Busy
She was
getting
getting
right.
busy.
She couldn't.
Um,
Nah.
I mean, she didn't do that, so.
well, so what happens now is Carol, she gets a call from Fury, who mentions a surge in the jump point system a few hours ago. So, reminder, the jump points are like these hexagons in space. We saw them in Guardians 2 for the first time, I think we saw them in Guardians 2.
I think so, yeah.
Honestly, a really great little bit of sci-fi to answer a difficult question easily.
Yeah, of how do they travel between, you know, different star systems as quickly, and they have this big network of jump points that connect different places across time and space. Like, imagine like a wormhole.
You ever feel like when they introduce a thing like that and it's like, oh, cool, and they make it super simple so that everyone can make use of it and stuff. Like if you were James Gunn and you introduced that as a piece of tech and other people like, do you mind if I use it? And you're like, yeah. And then this film is like, we're going to talk about how we know what tech made them and how to destroy them, manipulate them, what they made. It's like, no, don't, stay away, don't touch them. They're fine as they work. Like if you start adding all your stupid retarded lore to them, they're going to fucking ruin them.
What, like the idea they were all created by two bracelets that had to be manually transported to each place to begin with, and so whoever set them all up was traveling at normal speed.
Yes.
Unless we're meant to assume that they were able to remotely create them across all of time and space from one point. I don't know about that. But the entire network's been affected by a surge in the jump point system, and Fury traced it to MB418, the planet that we saw right at the beginning. And Carol is nearby. She's real close to
she's nearby
to
everything in the galaxy. Okay.
Yeah. So again, space is really big. So that's pretty coincidental. But you know, the movie's only just started, so you know, it's no big deal. And then while this is all happening, Fury mentions that Monica's going to be sending over some intel because she's been getting readings on it, and that kind of gives Carol pause. She asks if Monica is okay, and then Fury points out that Monica is an adult and can take care of herself, which is a little bit awkward. It's like, I mean, yeah, I mean, it has been 30 years, Carol. Where were you?
Kind of suggest though, like because would be essentially immortal at this point, that she can't perceive time. Like she would have forgot that it wasn't a little girl, but she's not that old in her own memories, so 30 years should still be a long time to her. Like,
well, she reacts as if she's a child, but it's been 30 years.
Well, and it's just odd.
You can understand it, right? But not here.
If there is a girl who is the daughter of one of your closest and best friends of all time that you told you'd not only protect but be there for, and you haven't seen her in 30 years, but you also work in the same office building, so to speak, with Fury, you know what I mean? It's like, no, that doesn't. No,
it just seems like an impossibility that they wouldn't be interacting with each other. Because, like, to jump ahead a little bit, later on in the film, like, Carol's kind of surprised when Monica mentions that she's a captain at this point. So it's like, oh, so this has probably been her like whole career, like, you know, for her whole life. It just seems like she's pretty oblivious to sort of what her life is.
But why? When she regularly interacts with Fury, at least certainly from Endgame.
And also, you know, at some point may or may not have actually visited Earth, you know, even briefly. But we're not there yet.
Yeah, we'll get there.
Meanwhile, as this conversation's happening, we cut over to Saber Station, which I think this is the first time that we saw this station, right? A Secret Invasion, they like alluded to
Far
it,
From Home, does that count?
Did we see
saw
it?
Invasion, I thought.
At the end of Far From Home, we see him walking around in the station, right?
But isn't that like on a spaceship? Oh, is that?
I thought that was a spaceship, but maybe that was meant to be.
I assume that was supposed to be the drop for the they would have been contriving all of this shit that we're seeing right now in like paper form when Far From Home was on screens. You know what I mean? Like they were like,
no clear plan of exactly what it was going to mean.
Yeah, they didn't know.
But to help everybody out, so you guys remember Shield? So in WandaVision there was Sword, which I think is meant to be like the outer space equivalent of that.
The question of whether or not Sword was just evil, it was confusing. they played around with that.
It was the evil guy, but Monica was part of Sword, and she's a good guy, so you know. But Saber is a space station in orbit above Earth, near the jump point that's above Earth, and they're doing all of their space stuff. And Monica's out there fixing a device to get a reading on the jump point. And it was mentioned before, she phases through her astronaut suit to like shoot lasers out of her hand to repair the equipment.
What? It's as bad. You know, when we watched the first trailer for the Marvels, there was loads of things people pointed out, including us, about like how nothing makes any sense. It's worse in the context of the film. It's like, what in the world is happening? How can you phase just your arm through the suit when in the whole, like, I don't think this is a spoiler, like, in terms of getting ahead, she can only, she binary phases, as in, like, she can phase through everything or nothing. She can't just do, like, an arm. That's something we find out later in the film. But the first thing we see her do is phase through just a portion of her suit.
Yeah, it's a
hello.
Yeah, I know. I guess.
And does phasing stop all physics applying to you? Like,
well, it makes you wonder what happens at the point of her arm in the suit. You see what I'm saying? Like.
Yeah.
The point at which she becomes solid. What's happening there? Like,
there a potential breach in the suit.
The suit should just float away while she's floating in space, and then she should realize, like, oh, I'm an idiot. I'm about to die because if I rephase, I'm dead.
If she can phase, does she even need to breathe? Like, if she can make herself intangible, like that means,
I guess,
you know what I mean? Like, does she even need? This is something that I don't know what's going on, but in Guardians, when you were in the vacuum of space, you froze and died. But
Yeah,
now
the vacuum of
everybody can
space
just
is
survive in
deadly.
the vacuum of space. Like it's really no problem at all for the most part.
Well, yeah, and if everyone remembers that Captain Marvel, she had a little force field that came around her mouth to seal up her suit, and then they just didn't have that later. And then later, she didn't even have the suit. She was just fine.
In space.
Yeah.
Yeah,
And that's in this as well.
Yeah, it's in this, and to jump ahead, Monica also appears to be immune to the effects of the vacuum. So yeah, I don't know. I'm not really sure why. And anyway, continuing. One of the Saber personnel, because Monica has powers, one of the Saber personnel that's out there with her just says that she can like fix the device, and for some reason, this prompts her to disconnect from her line and then fly over to the jump point. I found that strange. They were talking about fixing the device, and then it's like, well, you got superpowers, so maybe you can fix it quicker. And then she like goes elsewhere.
I thought they said that they were never going to fix it in time, but he can't. I thought he nodded to the portal and said, "But someone with superpowers could get it directly."
Oh, okay, maybe that's what they said then.
I may have just made it make sense in my head, though. I'm not sure. That's what I assumed.
I guess it's not a big deal. You know, maybe she needs to go over and examine the jump point up close to, you know, fix it. It's
But she
whatever.
didn't have any gear with her. That's what I couldn't understand. I don't know what her
this
plan
doesn't
was.
work because she should be doing it with some form of gear. She should never think, "I'll just touch it." Like, why would they would never? So she should be doing that with gear. Like, I'd at least buy that. If they said like, "Oh, Monica, it's a bit dangerous," and she's a bit more, she's a rebel. She'll be like, I'm gonna get your readings one way or another. I'll be fine. But and
this
you know
is
what?
Something that Fury points out as well in the movie. So it's like, you do know how stupid this is, but you keep doing it.
She's gonna fix it by
interesting
hand.
Is the notion of even
Toddler
being able to
logic.
fix it. You know, the idea that you can fix an ancient network of like portals between space. It kind of now I can't remember, but in Mass Effect, did they ever like do any work on the relays, or were the relays were just
As far
as
as
they
I know,
were?
they were just as they were Protean technology that they used for their empire. So that's
Like,
yeah.
I can't imagine that they'd be doing maintenance on it. It's kind of like you have to work with the system or you don't get to use it at all. But you know, again, it's not a big deal. Maybe they can do something to fix that surge.
Maybe.
But yeah, she starts flying over to the jump point, and then we cut back to Carol flying down to the MB418, the barren planet. She's got Goose with her, the alien cat from the first movie. She just brought her down with her for some reason. Why?
Yep.
Why?
Well,
because
you know the answer to that,
memes,
Friggy.
Just funny memes.
Well, I know the reason why is because Goose is perhaps the most important character in this film, like in terms of consequences.
Yeah.
Possibly. But yeah, so she as this is happening, we cut back to Fury noticing that Monica is flying over to the jump point near Saber to try and get a reading on the residual effects, and then Fury connects Carol and Monica's calls, but it's kind of like they're static. It's kind of like it's doing a bit of a floomp, but they managed to get enough through that Monica realizes she's been connected to Carol, but she don't want to talk to her. She's like, oh no, I don't want to have a reunion like this. I don't want to talk to her, and it's like, interesting. I was sensing a little bit of tension, sensing a little bit of conflict, I guess. And there's really nothing more to be made of that. That's that. And then they just move forward with the plot. Unless anybody else had any observations about that exchange.
No, we'll get more on it.
Yep, moving on. So Carol, as she's flying around on the moon, she finds an unstable jump point above the planet. This one isn't closing, and it's kind of like it's looking a bit floopy. It's sort of cracking at the seams and everything.
Isn't there a comedic beat though of like her being like, "Oh, you know, I think I found something," and then the camera shows us her POV, and it's this enormous energy swirling thing, and it's just like, that looks like something.
Oh, yeah, I think I found something over here. But it's at this point that there's a lot of static. Like, Fury can't talk to Carol. There's just static. He can't hear her.
Darn.
Yeah, damn. That's unfortunate.
How could this have possibly happened? Dang.
And that's the same with Monica as well. She was getting a lot of static as well. Despite this, both of them continue to head towards the jump points, the respective ones in their different locations. And there's a bunch of leaking. Okay, so there's a bunch of like there's goo like leaking from these jump points.
Ooh,
There's
goo. You like that?
First thing you do
yeah,
is
but
touch goo.
this isn't the fun kind of goo. It's lame goo.
This is bad goo.
Yeah, it's jump point unstable jump point goo, and it's leaking off of the jump points. And Carol and Monica very slowly start approaching it and reaching out and touching it.
For seemingly no
There's
reason at
medication
all,
for that.
both of them.
That's what you would do, though. You know,
I mean,
that's what
yes,
you
if
do.
you
That's what I
see-
do. That's surely
What, you
what you
see-
would do. You would
You
just
see
touch it.
floopy space goo, you'd go towards it and you'd touch it.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I can't argue with that. But in any case, as
No one
they're reaching for it, we start to see they're showing Carol and Monica, and then they're showing Kamala at the same time in each of the locations. And as Carol and Monica start reaching at the goo, there's like a big like, oh my god, something's happened, and all of the characters have switched locations. They're all in different locations. So Kamala has been teleported into space. Yeah.
If we can, there's no reason not to establish it now, so that we can see how it plays out as we go along. But it's the jump point, energy was initially created with the bands, and so that's why, Monica happening to touch it at the same time, Captain Marvel happens to touch it at the same time. Kamala is wearing the band. That's what connects those three. It's like, okay, shouldn't there be a fourth connection here? The lady who's wearing the other band.
You know what? That's a really good point. Yeah.
That would
this is
have been
fucked.
interesting though. And we can't
Imagine it was switching the fucking villain.
that would have
The whole
been.
movie is
That would have been great.
But that's not how it works. It's
No,
just
that's not how it
entangling
works. Oh,
those
well.
three, which probably worth stating right now. This is insane. That this happened, that these two characters just so happened to touch leaking energy from unstable jump points at exactly the same moment, thereby entangling all of their powers and making them switch places whenever they use them, thereby creating the whole story. That's insane. That's an insane coincidence.
Stupid.
It's an insane coincidence driven by a really stupid decision, which is why would you touch the leaking goo? Why would you do that?
No, yeah.
That's not the adventurous spirit that we typically hear from you, Fringy.
It's nuts for any one character to do it. Both of them do it, and they do it at exactly the same time. It's like, okay.
Exactly the same time.
And in the movie, they explain it, but they don't even seem to realize why it's happened because they say they're just entangled through light-based powers. They never go, wait, were you touching this portal at exactly the same moment I do? It's weird.
The first time it happened, I was so confused. I was like, what is going on?
No, but see,
What
that's
is
what the
happening?
filmmakers were going for. They were looking to, so the audience would be like, "Oh, whoa, what's going on?
Yeah.
Oh, that's just crazy."
Yeah, but it's not in a good way because it's edited so bad.
I
It's so
wouldn't-
badly made.
Yeah.
I wouldn't be surprised if this was one of the because they did an entire month of reshoots. I wouldn't be surprised if this
Yeah.
was one of the things they added in to try and explain how they were tied properly. And before it was just we have the same powers, therefore this happened.
Well, I think the thing it's what Mola mentioned, but it is like, Kamala's not doing anything. She's just like sitting in her house.
Yeah.
And it's specifically that her bangle glows, which means if she wasn't wearing it, would she have not been entangled? The answer's got to be yes, right?
Yeah.
Because she didn't
I
do
would
anything.
assume so.
Yeah.
So let's
Yeah.
go with the opposite of that.
Like it just seems, and then of course when you stack on top that Carol was even in a position to be able to do this, that she was just in the neighborhood, in all of the places she could have been in, not only in the Milky Way galaxy but in any of the other galaxies she's visited. She just happened to be right next to the place where the first unstable jump point was created, so that she could even be there to touch it and then cause the whole plot to happen. So you have that on top.
Considering the scale of the universe, it's actually insanely fortunate.
Yes.
This is also why Monica Rambeau is in a suit to begin with, because she doesn't need one. She can be in space and be absolutely fine. So she's only in that suit so that Miss Marvel doesn't die immediately.
Yeah, because she phases
Yes.
through the suit to touch the goo. And then when it switches, Kamala gets teleported into the spacesuit. But like, imagine if she didn't. Imagine if the spacesuit also got teleported. and then the
Oh,
film
yeah.
begins with Kamala being teleported into the
Kamala
vacuum
would
of
die
space.
instantly. Nick Fury would probably be like, huh.
Yep.
Oh, yeah, because
I'm
their
like,
clothes
oh, that's weird.
teleport.
Yeah,
of
that's the
course.
thing.
But yet the spacesuit doesn't.
And at one point, Miss Marvel even teleports people within an area of effect of her.
Yep.
Well, yeah, it's because she teleports Goose because Goose like jumps onto her, and then she teleports people who are like contained within spheres that she creates with her light powers. So
Can you imagine if like Nick Fury's just staring out of his window and then just someone teleports and just sees a pop in space? As it, like,
that'd be really
switches.
awkward.
That'd be a weird movie.
But so this is like what 5 coincidences stacked on top of each other that are insane. We're 10 minutes in.
It's already destroyed. Like all the plot doesn't make fucking sense. It's completely crazy.
It's Jova before it's even began.
Well, and I guess the saddest part of it all is just like once again, it's like I was listening, movie. You told me it worked this way, and then you just totally didn't have it work that way at all. Why? Why do you even bother? What's the point?
I gave you the tiniest amount of credit by listening to you. And you screwed me.
But paying attention to this movie is punishing. You are punished for paying attention to what happens.
Yeah,
I
especially
agree with that.
Well, especially if you
Halfway
pay
through the
attention.
movie.
Oh, sorry, go for it.
Halfway through the movie, I realized that I was not paying attention to any of the plot.
It's like when you suddenly wake up and you don't realize you've like dozed off for a
It was like,
moment.
oh
You're like,
wait,
well,
there's
your
like
head lifts up.
there's
Yeah, and
things
you're like,
happening.
oh shit, did I sleep?
There's this, yeah.
You said
Self-defense mechanism.
Oh fuck!
Yeah,
Why do they want to
yeah,
eat the
that's-
sun? Oh fuck!
Halfway through
Eat the
this movie, I
sun.
realized I was watching this movie.
So as mentioned before, I think you mentioned it before, Nutsa, that the editing is very confusing.
Yes.
So I'll try my best to help be clear on where everybody is at any given time. So after this
Please
one,
do.
after this switch, Carol is teleported into Kamala's house. Monica is teleported to the moon that Carol was on. And Kamala gets teleported into space. And then the blast shoots her. She gets sent back to Saber. And then it's like, oh my god, oh look, it's Nick Fury. Oh, how exciting! Which
oh wow, I know Nick Fury.
I do too.
yeah, but like you just got teleported into space. Like, I don't know. I feel like this hype is misplaced, you know? You know what I
Yeah,
mean?
I'm weightless in space. The sensation, like the physical sensation of me, like all of a sudden being weightless in a spacesuit outside of the Earth was like, oh yeah, that would probably be more important. Even if in universe that was Samuel L. Jackson, I
Yeah.
still think that takes second priority to my current.
Well, imagine
predicament.
seeing the Earth where she was. That would be something to behold, you know. It'd be like, fuck.
Mhm.
But oh well.
Yep.
And I guess is it just worth mentioning very quickly the rules for the flip and flopping are: if one of the 3 people use their powers, it's fine. If 2 at the same
Except
time
when it
use
doesn't.
they switch. If 3 use them all at the same time, they all like clockwise
all
switch or
switch.
anti-clockwise, whatever. It's random, right? But
They could go
Kamala-
anywhere, seemingly.
Yeah.
I
but
watched
yes,
the entire movie. I didn't realize that was the rule.
Yeah. Me
oh, because
too.
they break
I
it a
just
lot.
thought
That's
it was
why.
when
they break it a lot. But they do explicitly say it, but they contradict themselves. But yes,
Fringy.
the idea.
There's logic to this.
Fringy.
fuck
Yeah.
me.
Sorry, Fringy. Did you know that today is the 12-year anniversary of Skyrim?
Really?
Da-da-da,
Yeah.
da-da-da, da-da-da,
Skyrim
wow.
came out
da-da.
12 years ago today.
Is that why they
12
released the
years.
Marvels and had us cover it today as a celebration? Makes
A
sense,
reminder
right?
Well,
of Skyrim. Yeah.
It's an incredible day. It's this 12th year anniversary of Skyrim. It's also Veterans Day in the U.S. So thank you, veterans. Good
But
job.
yeah, remember.
Yeah.
as
Sorry,
well.
we're covering the
Remember Day
Marvels on
yesterday.
your day, but we are veterans ourselves in a strange way. It's been all this
Veterans
movie
of the
will give
Sludge War.
Terrible things.
So Carol heads downstairs and bumps into Kamala's family, who react relatively calmly, all things considered, to just Captain Marvel being in their house. And
Yeah.
then she goes.
Yeah.
That
But,
family
you know-
downplays
that's
a
a-
lot in this movie.
I think it's part of a general issue, even though the family's probably my favorite part.
Yeah,
The
Yes, I
The-
kind
They have
of
a
like
line
them.
I really like. Yeah.
the characters in and we saw this in Quantum Mania. We see this a lot in a lot of stuff. People don't take their situations seriously. And if they don't take their situation seriously, it makes it difficult for me to take their situations seriously.
But the film kind of doesn't want you to take it seriously.
No,
that's
no,
kind of
no,
like
yeah,
No.
don't take it seriously. No.
What were you
Is
saying,
this
Meme?
Captain Marvel pressuring you? That was the one line that got me to laugh. That was the one line.
Well,
yeah,
wait,
that's,
add the whole related thing. When she refers to her as Auntie Carol, and then they're like,
Oh,
"Look,
yeah.
look related."
That's it. There. Okay, it's if you like go up to a wall, right? You're trapped in this terrible room, and it's the MCU. You're in the terrible MCU room, and you notice on the wall there's a tiny little pinhole, and you're like, oh, that's interesting. And you look through the pinhole, and on the other side of the wall is just the normal world, just normal world, reality, normal people, things happening, laws of logic. It's wonderful. The family is like that tiny little bitty, itty bitty, tiny pinhole that you're looking through.
Well, and even
akin
they
to a
aren't normal
keyhole.
a lot, so
No, and they're not that like super normal, but they're
Yeah.
like kind
You
of like
can't- you
that's the
can't
pinhole,
escape
right?
logic,
It's
right?
not like a window; it's a pinhole.
Well, and as a lot of
into
reviewers have
normal.
been saying, and I kind of agree with it, it's like Kamala herself is also like kind of reminds you of a little bit of enthusiasm. Remember that experience, that emotion. So like
I
the
remember.
actress
No.
She's
is
like
trying
the
so
most
hard.
charming part.
Yeah,
of the movie.
she wants to have fun. And then you're like, oh, that's nice. Like, good for you.
I mean, she has more personality than
The other two,
two of the. Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah. Well,
Kind
it
of.
helps that it helps that her actress is like a legit fan of the
Yes.
character in the source material.
Yeah, but
so
we
it
won't hold
kind of
that
plays
against
through.
her. She does a
Yeah.
best with with what she's given. It is actually kind of sad and a shame that
Yeah.
that I guess that she's
She's
part
trying,
of all
darn
this.
it.
Yeah, but they don't do anything with her character. Her character is I really like Captain Marvel.
Well, wait. Well, hold on. We the movie's only started. Maybe we've got a bunch of riveting
that's
character
true.
development
Yeah.
to come.
That's true. She's gonna go on an arc. What you remember those? Do you remember
remember
those
remember
arc? Like a character
Yeah, I
maybe
do.
changing over time.
I feel like
Now
Captain
when I remind
Marvel,
myself-
the film was where they killed arcs in the MCU. It's like, that's it.
Yeah, because I mean, like Ant-Man and the
It's
Wasp
not an
had
arc,
an
it's
arc.
a point, and we began at that point,
Yeah,
and
they
here we
kind of
are.
had an arc.
Wait, I'm on the
Who?
Wasp?
They had an arc, right? That's what I'm saying. Why Captain Marvel was kind of the beginning of the end of arcs.
Oh God, no.
It's complicated because even Endgame has some like what could be called arcs. They're like thin and small and weird. Some of them happen off screen. All that.
Meme, did you purchase a Discord profile animation?
This one came free.
Oh, does it? Okay, all right.
Yeah, this was one of the free
Passed
ones.
the test.
That's why I asked before I mocked you. You're good.
Yeah.
You're fine.
Well, so anyway, Carol heads outside and attempts to fly back into space and gets teleported back to MB4118. So I guess she just decided to fly after being teleported to Earth. I don't know.
Alright.
You know what I mean? Like, it's just like, all right.
This is where I started to get confused. Like when she flies, she only teleports when she hits a certain speed. Like they can fly, but if they fly too fast, people teleport
I
into
think
them.
what the logic is meant to be that at some point when she was flying, Monica must have used her powers, and so mid-flight they switched.
Right,
I believe that is the logic. Yes.
My theory was that it was like Back to the Future, and like when they hit a certain speed, something happened. Like that was the
you gotta
only
go
thing I could come up with.
What, you gotta go 88
miles
miles an hour to switch plow?
Yeah, it's like
Yes.
No, it's meant to be when they use their powers. But yeah, that teleports Carol back there.
Well,
and then
it should be mentioned.
Yeah.
How does the universe determine when the power is "quote unquote" being used? I think it's relatively straightforward for Kamala, at least to the audience, because she's a human who can then make constructs. Like, so it's whenever she makes the constructs, I guess. With Monica, it's like, well, it's a little bit harder to say because she's barely human at this point. Her like biology is completely altered. And then like Captain Marvel, she's always using her power, quote unquote, because she's like super strong and really
I think
agile.
their logic is meant to be that it's kind of like whenever you see some glowing power of some
Yeah.
kind, like whenever you see something that's kind of color coded to one of the characters, then it's like, all right, yeah, now they're using the power in the switch.
the Lightspeed engine onto her provided her a laundry list of power, but then it's like, yeah, but only using flight or punching with your glowiness activates it. It's like,
No, I know what you mean. It's like she has active and passive abilities.
Yeah.
And it's like the passive abilities are irrelevant in terms of the switching.
Yeah, pretty
You
much.
just have to accept it. Otherwise, the whole movie can't happen. But in any case,
You have to remember her powers are genetic now, because that's how we could take her blood and give it to other people.
Right, because in Secret Invasion.
Secret Invasion,
yeah.
Oh my god.
Yeah, that's a
Fuck.
good point.
Yeah, we
This is why I
did.
got confused why the person from Secret Invasion, Gia, wasn't switching when they said we get tied together for our light powers.
Well, she didn't touch. We have to. So I think with all of this, we have to accept that it is because they were touching the goo.
Yes.
And Kamala was wearing the bangle.
I just-
That has to be why they're
But
switching.
I still think that was a reshoot. I don't think that was original.
I don't
'Cause
know.
in the trailer-
I love the idea of Gaia getting fucking thrown into all this too. She's just booping around with all of them. Like,
Well,
who the
she's
fuck are
beatable.
you? And she's like, I don't even know who I am.
Yes, you would be more,
Well, then you got to throw in
powers.
Adam Warlock as well. He's got some light-based shit going on, doesn't
She's
he?
Yeah,
busy
but he didn't
destroying
touch the
Earth at
goo.
this point.
You gotta
That's
touch
true,
the
he
goo,
didn't
but
touch
you
the
also,
goo.
well,
Have to
you
wear the
all have a
bangle.
bangle, which, like I said,
But then again,
Darth
that-
Ben should be
yeah.
joining them for this adventure.
Maybe she took it off though. Maybe she had
Oh.
already taken it off.
That would
'Cause
make
remember, she
no
wasn't wearing
sense at all.
Someone in chat is
Yeah.
asking, was the Power Stone in the movie like Rags predicted?
No.
No.
No, it was not.
We'll get to that when we introduce. Well, we kind of
When we
have,
properly introduced.
but I want to talk about her hammer. We'll get there.
Yeah, because we didn't see her doing anything with the hammer in the opening, unfortunately.
Well, I genuinely just take it as a mistake on their part that they've
Well, I think there was a
copied
clip in the
Ronan's
trailer.
hammer.
Oh, like what do you mean? A mistake that they've copied the hammer?
It doesn't.
Just
I
flat
saw
out?
someone say, like, well, when you consider how they made the Hydra weapons, they used the energy of the Tesseract, and that was separated from the Tesseract, right? And it's like, yeah, but nobody was mass-producing Ronin hammers from the fucking Power Stone.
You don't know that.
And it got destroyed. No, they weren't, because it was in Xandar, then it went to Thanos, and then it was destroyed.
You didn't. You don't. You could have done that.
Yeah, maybe he took a detour to give the schematics to one of his guys on the way there. It's like, can you make a copy of this?
Can you make a
just
Ronin
so-
hammer with
Yeah.
the purple flames, and then I'll pass it
That's
over
the
to the
case.
skill? For some reason, there's a part of the Kree that Thanos doesn't have alignment with at all, but yeah, sure.
I get what you mean though, in terms of the error of it's all purple flumps, but like the reason why there's a
It's-
purple flump was because of the Power Stone.
Yeah.
And so yeah, like my dumbass is like, oh okay, so it's like the Ronin hammer. It's purple. It glows like the Power Stone. This is like Power Stone stuff. And the movie's like, oh, what?
No, it's not.
The movie's
I'd
like,
love to-
I don't care.
Okay, someone said,
love to-
Mola, Ronan the
yeah.
Accuser is a title. Accusers get the hammer. Why are you saying that to me?
Is that what happened? Accusers?
What does that assist at all?
Accusers get the hammer? Is that like,
I
is
don't
like a
care
snitches
who has the
get
fucking
stitches?
hammer.
What is
I
this?
care who has the
Accusers get
purple hammer. The purple
Also,
glowy
that's not-
hammer.
That's not her title. Her title is Supreme or Supremo, right? Wasn't it?
Well, so when
Oh,
she
that's
said my
totally-
predecessor, I didn't know if she meant Ronan or the Supreme Intelligence or both.
I
I
thought she meant
assume
Supreme
that it
Intelligence.
was Ronin.
Well, there you go. We just said this. Because
Well,
simultaneously,
right?
two different answers.
What were Ronin's shoulders? What did they look like?
She's
What did
wearing,
Ronan's
a similar
shoulders
outfit.
look? Blue.
Yeah, no, the big
They were
shoulder
blue.
pads.
Oh
Yeah.
my fucking god. Because
But
yeah,
anyway-
Don't laugh, don't
'Cause
laugh,
she-
Mahler. This is serious. We're trying to solve the film.
what was her name? Franny Suprema.
Suprema. I think it was Suprema. Yeah,
Suprema
Dar Ben the
is-
Suprema.
Yeah, she's
That
not
was
called
cringe.
Suprema Darth Ben the Accuser.
It's
Yeah,
like
exactly.
a pizza flavor.
You in chat? You got it wrong. That's right. Sit down.
Yeah.
That's right.
Also-
Yes, I was.
Well, I
I
mean,
tried
just-
to use my brain
To
So that's
explain
what I
to
get.
that chatter, I don't
Well,
care
you've
that
been
she has a
punished for that
hammer.
sin,
I care
Rag.
that her hammer is all magical and purpley. It shouldn't be. Because I'm a nerd,
Yeah,
okay?
unless it's just
Imagine-
coincidental.
Yeah,
Maybe it
she
is.
just.
Or yeah.
Like
Or-
purple just goes well with like a dark gray.
I think that's what it. I genuinely think that's why it's in the movie. They're like, the hammer looks cooler when it's got the purple lights on it.
Mm.
Whoa.
Animation
They're her own
department was
color.
like,
She's living in the
We need
footsteps
a-
of a man.
in animation department, they were like, we need a hammer. And they probably contacted other people or like, searched through archives and found a hammer and they used it and nobody realized it was Ronin's. Like, that's my headcanon.
I mean, to
We
the
found
point.
that audiences tested most positively with purple.
It genuinely feels like she inherited his hammer without them remembering the hammer got fucking destroyed. Like they're like, oh, it
It's hammer
did.
time.
And like, yeah, and they're like, oh, well, dimensions,
He
universes,
had a
timelines.
spare.
yeah,
Don't
yeah.
tell me. Look, this is just like the dwarves. Okay, Ronin accusers always have spare hammers, just like dwarves have
Spare
spare
purpley
axes.
hammers too.
Hi
Yeah.
ho!
You don't want people to know you're using your spare hammer.
Exactly. So right.
So
Imagine if they were
Carol,
still doing the switching when the sun reignited. That would have been funny.
That's what Disparu was talking about.
Yeah, I think they must have been because it's only when the villain is over.
No,
that's
you-
like, oh yeah, by the way.
Clearly, you missed the part where one of the characters just said it's not happening anymore, and they're like, "Oh, okay."
Yeah, but that was afterwards.
Yeah, but you have to just trust that what they're saying is totally accurate and applies to whenever you wouldn't want it to happen.
I really wish they would have told me the moment because I took that as the moment it was over. So if it had finished beforehand,
It would have been funny though.
when
Just fucking depositing Miss Marvel into the center of a sun.
it's Miss Marvel,
Bye.
yeah, she's like, no, we won't switch anymore. Trust me, and then she gets teleported into the sun.
But it's like before Captain Marvel hits, so it does fuck all.
So Carol just starts fighting a bunch of Kree soldiers who are now there that weren't there before. Maybe they were hiding somewhere on the planet. And she
Why?
grabs one of the.
Yeah,
I guess they'll wait until they knew that Carol was going to come, even though they
Oh.
didn't, because
They were- They were
What?
waiting in order to tell her where to go next. That's their whole.
Well,
like,
yes. So the big important thing is that she grabs one of the soldiers, like, oh, what's Darben up to? And he's like, oh, you're too late. She's going to Tarnak. She's going to fuck it up. It's like, oh, thanks, bro. You just told her where to go. If
You
just
can't
said nothing,
defeat her. She's gonna
If you
get
said
ya.
nothing, she'd have nothing. There'd actually be nothing for her. She'd have no leads.
Well, there's no
nothing,
reason for them to
idea
be
where
there.
go.
So if they were just with Darth Ben, this
Well,
whole
yes,
plot
'cause-
line would again be different.
Do you? Am I going insane? Are you saying Darth Ben?
I am saying that, yeah.
Okay, I'm just
Yeah.
making sure.
Okay, so for the sake of clarity, I'll just keep calling her Darth Ben now, just to make sure that we're not confused.
Yeah, I just wanted to check and make sure
Ben.
I
I
wasn't
actually
going
thought
insane.
that was her name.
I thought this was like a
Ben.
weird
Darth
Kyle
Ben.
Ben
It is her
meme
name
coming
now.
back, or
In any case,
thing is-
Carol just. Oh,
No,
yep.
but she hates being called the Annihilator, right? Because
Mhm.
she's
Mhm.
like, it gets explained later, but she despises the name. Someone even calls it. She's like, I don't like that name. And the first thing she does when she meets these Kree soldiers is murder all of them.
Yes.
Yeah, so I was about to say she kills all of them.
well, she is
effortlessly.
Captain Marvel. She is
That's
Captain
the
Marvel.
mercy if you want your
Yes.
name to change.
Well,
Yeah,
no,
just-
she
just
found a
kill
better
them
way,
all.
Disparu. She'll just kill all the people that call her that.
Then
They'll
nobody else
learn
will be there.
eventually.
She'll annihilate them.
She's just trying to get them to call her Murderella. She'll prefer that than
And also,
Annihilator.
if you're a Kree soldier and you all of a sudden find yourself watching Captain Marvel like teleport in front of you, and then and she like destroyed your civilization, aren't you gonna be like you're not gonna say that? This is like if you like see Satan,
Oh yeah, you'd be petrified.
you'd be
Well,
like,
I mean-
holy crap, it's you. It's the Annihilator. You're the one. And he's
Why
like,
would they
"Oh,
even pick a
actually,
fight with her? You know, why bother?
Yeah.
Like she's indestructible.
for my life."
Can't kill her. So they just run out there to give her information that is essential. Otherwise, she'd be at a dead end, and then and then they die. That's it. You're done. See ya. And then she flies off, goes to her ship, tells Fury that the Kree are going to Tarnax to mess with the Skrulls because there are some Skrulls there. And then Fury tells Carol, all right, like chill out. They're like doing a peace summit, and Carol kind of doesn't really care. She's like, oh yeah, all good, and flies away.
Well,
I think we're meant to assume. I don't know if we're meant to assume if these are Secret Invasion Skrulls or Skrulls from some other place.
I think they did offhand mention that good old Graphite, who was his name from?
Radnick.
That's the one. I think he said he'd collected they'd collected some pockets of Skrulls, and there's always more pockets of Skrulls. I think we're just supposed to assume this is just a
Well, yeah,
pocket of
'cause,
Skrulls.
The Skrull leader that we meet there, Drogue. I think that's his name, Drogue. He says they're like scattered across the cosmos. So I guess there's an inexhaustible supply of just extra Skrulls whenever we need them to like appear for the plot. But basically the point here is that there is no connection to Secret Invasion. Like they're not connected at all. This is not related. This doesn't follow. Well, I think it just caused problems, right? Because it means that there's no acknowledgement of everything that went wrong with that, including Carol's failure for the Skrulls as well. Just to throw it on top.
I'll take your
but-
word for it.
I can't help the scrolls, but I can fuck up the Kree.
So in any case, now this is confusing. Monica is back on Saber. Help me out here.
Yes.
That confused me so much.
So the reason why this is confusing to me is Kamala just decided to use her light powers at some point while she was floating in space, or when Fury brought her on to Saber, and then she switched again with Monica.
Yes, that's what we're supposed to assume happened. I wonder if there was a scene to explain this and it got cut.
I have to imagine there is, because otherwise I don't really understand. Like that just doesn't follow to me at all. Like I don't
No,
see
there's
how
no-
it could line up this way.
Like, maybe Miss Marvel was like, oh, I've got to boot myself toward the space station. I don't know how to use this suit. Maybe I'll use my powers. And then she goes, whoa, I'm back home. Isn't that
The
crazy?
problem is she seems to know how to use her powers, because she uses, you know how like the spacesuits have the jets of compressed air to slow her down? She uses those somehow when she's flying towards Saber. So
Yeah,
either
that
she
is,
did
yeah.
that or someone on board did it. So we got nothing. There's something wrong here.
Yeah.
The way that I tried to figure it out is because Carol got switched back to the moon, which means Monica used her powers, but if only those two used the powers, then Monica would have been teleported to Kamala's house, unless she also coincidentally used her powers at the same time, and coincidentally got teleported home instead of to the moon, where she would have either been killed or captured by the Kree, and then they would have gotten the second bangle, and then Darben would have won.
No,
Yes.
no. If she got the
No,
second battle,
yes,
she would
no.
not have won free.
Oh yeah, well, she wouldn't have won per se. She would have.
We'll put it
thought
in
that she won
quotes.
briefly.
She would have
yes,
won, quote.
As far as we're aware at this point, she would have succeeded. She would have gotten what she wanted.
Yes.
But fortunately, it didn't pan out that way at all. Otherwise, the whole movie is completely different. So that's pretty coincidental.
Don't worry,
Anyway,
guys. You'll get the payoff for me saying that in about 3 hours from now, probably.
yeah. Well,
yeah.
3 hours. That's wishful thinking.
Hey, we'll see.
We have
Hey,
more
it's a
faith in
short
you than the
movie.
movie does.
But the main takeaway now is that Fury and Monica, they're very confused about what's happened, and they go into a space elevator that's going to take them down to Earth. And then we cut over to Kamala is back in her house talking to her family, who then reveal to her that Captain Marvel was in the house, and you know,
Whoa.
has that got anything to do with your superhero shenanigans? And you know, while they're talking about that, she's like freaking out because, oh my god, I'm getting to meet my hero, Captain Marvel. And she's very excited. And I think it's meant to be funny. It's not. Did any of you laugh once in this movie?
Nope. No.
There was that
pissed
one
myself
line.
at Black Girl Magic because it had no explanation.
Oh no!
Yeah,
In
I
the
did
same way that
notice
maybe
that.
someone in a straitjacket might laugh.
Yeah.
There's one scene where Carol quickly switches between her and Monica when she hits the ground, and then Fury's like, "Oh, cool, it's just Carol."
Oh yeah, I think that's the closest that they got to a decent joke, honestly.
Yeah, I'm with you on that. I do think that's funny, but it's so out of character because if you were
Yeah.
you just wouldn't. It's just like, oh, it's fine. It's like it's when.
Yeah.
I mean, I didn't laugh. I laughed at the movie at some point.
I meant with, not
the
at.
very
with.
obvious, the obvious sequence that we're gonna get to. But I was laughing. It was hysterical. I was laughing so hard the entire row was shaking. My sister was like,
my
"Are you
God.
okay?" And I was like, "No, I'm not okay."
I am not okay.
The flirking scene on the spaceship, I was also laughing through all of that. But like
at
that
it,
was me
right?
writing my own plot.
I see, yeah.
I saw
Well, with
that as
the
a
flirt-
horror movie.
Well, with that, I was wondering, did I hit the skip button by accident, or did they write in the skip button to the script? Because that's the first time I've ever seen
Definitely
that
wrote
happen.
the skip button in. Yes.
Yeah.
There's like another 2 hours of this movie probably that they would have liked to be in here.
Yeah, there's definitely stuff that got cut, which
Thank God.
I know.
Well,
We
yeah,
know the
kind
times.
Can
I
you
think the
imagine
first one was like 2.5
an hour
hours.
more of this?
Mhm.
It'll be
Like
nuts.
like all of this plus an hour more.
Yeah, I kind of, as much as I can imagine an hour of extra stuff being cut, like you said, Disparu, at the same time, I can't fathom watching like an hour more of this, and like I can't imagine that in a certain sense. But in any case, Carol flies over to Tarnax, and she just flies onto Darth Ben's ship because I guess the ship doesn't have any kind of security protocols or like scanners or anything.
No scanners.
Thing of note for me in that moment is the animation is so bad. For her.
Looks pretty bad. The transition when she's like, flying in, it looks really rough.
I don't get it. It's like, well, this film was rushed as well. Then I guess, like hardcore.
Was it though? I thought this film was shot.
I thought they had time, and it's like that sequence is small, and it's just a flying. I say just a flying person who's then walking, but like you can simulate that easily, right? Like, come on.
Well, you figure that you could just do it with wire work, but I guess not.
Yeah, which would have been a lot cheaper, but you know.
Well, yep. But yeah, she sneaks in. And Goose is here too again. This is so important that Goose is here this time. A lot of the movie doesn't happen if she didn't bring Goose with her. But yeah, they just sneak onto the ship and nobody notices. Nobody notices. There's no like you can just fly into an open like wall on the side of the ship and just walk through it. I just find that really funny.
It is odd. You would think that you'd have like a door.
You think you'd have
something
a door.
like locked?
Yeah.
You wouldn't just have that open so that things and debris could enter.
Mm-hmm.
But the Kree don't believe in doors, you see.
Or the oxygen leave the ship.
Yeah, well, they never fixed the damn door, right? That's what happened. So they didn't get
no rent.
No rent, yeah. And then we pan down to the on the surface of the planet. There's like a little Skrull city on this planet, Tarnax, and Darth Ben is here meeting with Droge, the Skrull guy, and they hopefully relay Darth Droge. Yeah, sure.
Birthday boy.
And he hopefully they relay a lot of valuable, not clunky at all exposition to the viewer. So here's what we learn. Carol destroyed the Supreme Intelligence, and a civil war broke out on Hala. It destroyed the planet's ecology. The atmosphere was poisoned, and their star is dying. I guess we just have to accept that that's
just
happening.
Like Disney,
yeah,
their star is dying.
Yeah, a little bit. So yeah, that's really important to bear in mind. Carol destroyed the Supreme Intelligence. That caused a civil war, and it's basically destroyed Hala to the point that it's doomed.
Nobody, the only one, the most believable one, and it's still a fucking gap, is the polluted air. It's like, that can happen from a war, I guess. There could be even, like, attempts to destroy the, the air stuff. It's like, you lost all of your water. It's like...
all of the water as well. Yeah.
and then, of course...
I don't...
Well, the atmosphere does keep the water would otherwise go into space, right? I'm sure
the thing is
no, they didn't lose their atmosphere, though. They have an atmosphere.
It's just poisoned.
But this is what I mean. There's a lie going on at some point in this movie in terms of the physics.
So fucking hard.
They show masks, and I assume the masks are telling us, oh, they can breathe the poisonous air thanks to the masks. It's like, meaning they have an atmosphere.
Yeah, they have, because if they don't have an atmosphere, then they're just being blasted with radiation like all day. So
maybe it's like maybe they're just using it as shorthand. Like technically it's atmosphere, but it's not breathable, so they don't call it that. Like, you don't walk into a McDonald's and say, wow, there's so much food in here,
Yeah, but the thing is, if you got a load of dirty gas and then just added new oxygen to it, that would also just get polluted.
I guess they'd hope is that they've diluted it sufficiently to where it's not poison anymore.
Yeah, but if the war's not over...
I genuinely think the people who made that scene didn't talk to the people who made the scene where they try and, like we're not quite there yet. I want to talk about the way they try and fix that problem later. I guess we'll get there.
Okay. Yeah, but
also you're going to liquefy the atmosphere if you add more air, because that's going to increase atmospheric pressure. If you're gonna
right? We got science fiction flames because, of course, this is all getting past the big one, which is how does a civil war kill a star? And not only kill a star, but kill it in 30 years, when stars have lifespans of billions of years. At least,
really unlucky. Really unlucky.
Yellow star, which is what the Hala star is.
It should be mentioned, like, the implication is by destroying the Supreme Intelligence, it, like, turned the sun off, and it can be switched back on.
That's all we get. Is like, I destroyed the Supreme Intelligence, and so then the star died. I'm like, what?
The star died of
what happened?
Nobody buys it.
The thing is, like, for as much as I can accept the atmosphere and the drought, as much as I could be like, okay,
which we
Civil
can't.
War had, which we can't, but as much as I could do that, I don't understand the star one. I don't get it. I don't understand why it's dying.
Yeah.
They get harder to believe
like
the
they
more
were
they go
draining
along.
its power for war, then they would have just destroyed the planet.
Oh, like in TFA, They drain the star and the stars. Yay.
But the thing is that why would they do that? If you drain the star for the planet that you're fighting for control over, why would you do that? You'd just be destroying the planet you're trying to win.
Yeah, there's more than enough energy in a sun to just multiply.
Yeah, like
Well,
just Dyson sphere.
how was there this civil war thing happening anyway? Like, how did you even get to this point? It's like, if Captain Marvel just arrives on Hala, kills a bunch of Kree, and destroys what is essentially their entire system, it's just like, how was there a civil war? Wouldn't it have just been everyone hates you?
I guess power vacuum would be the argument.
Yeah.
Well, yeah,
Yeah,
but
power vacuum.
there's a lot of ways to explain it
Yeah,
over
but power
time,
vacuum
but
'cause there's no atmosphere.
all she would have done is piss. She's like she would be the annihilator to their entire culture. But I thought that the Civil War was supposed to be from the fact that she revealed to the Kree that they've been lied to. But then a lot of them wouldn't have been lied to. A lot of them were in on it, and that creates the schism. But like, we never go over that. They just say there was a Civil War, and it's like, okay, what was like? How did it start? Was it you? Did you just like? What's going on?
She's like their arch nemesis, so if anything, she would be the sort of the out group enemy that would unify.
They would
them.
unify, yeah. They would be like, even if the Kree have lied or the Supreme Intelligence fucked everything up, like, you just came in here and destroyed everything. Our son is dead. Like, what have you done? and then that's forgetting the fact that the Kree are an empire that's spacefaring. Like, they go well beyond one planet.
I don't know why they don't just move.
Go somewhere else. Yeah. Just go to another planet.
I know. I can understand why you would want to keep your home planet.
That's not what was said.
That's not what. Yeah.
Also, not at the cost of everybody else.
Yeah, exactly.
Like,
I'm just thinking,
like,
I'm trying to figure it out.
Well, at least they didn't mine their core, the core of their planet.
It's the idea that like the state, if you want to save the planet, that's one thing, but you could just like move everybody off the planet and then work on that problem. You know what I mean? It seems like they're staying. Like she says, oh, Hala's out of time, and it's like, well, not really, right? I mean, you have a good time frame. If you just move everybody off the planet and then work on the problem, like, there's no reason for everybody to stay there. You're a spacefaring civilization.
Yeah, they could.
You can like move to safety.
They could go to another planet, fill up some bottles of water, come over, pour them out on the floor, and keep doing that for a few years.
Yeah, exactly.
We'll get it eventually.
Well, I mean, you figure that if the Kree are capable, the thing is, if you're a spacefaring civilization capable of having an empire that spans a galaxy, you probably have readily available means of the mass extraction of resources anyway. You probably would. You probably already have a Dyson sphere. You probably already have the means to like extract and terraform planets and stuff like that. So the idea that you would need to pursue like any new, like that you would need one of these quantum bands to do it, I don't know about that.
Unless we're supposed to assume that Captain Marvel actually wiped out the entire Kree Empire and left Hala as the last place. But before she left, she was like, I'm going to leave you guys alive, but I'm taking your sun, your water, and your air.
I need it.
You don't deserve it. Okay.
And by the way, you're the villains.
Anyway, bye. Anyway, something that Darben mentions in the conversation is she's like, hey, Skrulls, you can be part of the Kree Empire and we'll relocate you after, like, I strip the atmosphere of this planet. It's like, wait, she just like openly announces to this guy that she's going to strip the atmosphere right then and there.
Yeah, and she doesn't care if he gets off the planet, so why delay?
Gone better.
Well, so it gets really awkward because, to clarify it later, when she eventually does this, the implication that the Skrull guy is like, man, you fucked everything up, Carol. It's like, dude, but she just announced to you that this is her plan.
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
She was coming there to do that, and she was very explicit to the Skrull, but yet he's angry at Carol.
Mm-hmm.
And none of the fight is necessary. All she had to do is open the portal on a different area of the entire planet, and we'll just keep the same thing.
Well,
you guys
that's
notice air's
true.
getting a little thin these days? Like, I don't know. Like, maybe I need to exercise. It just feels like
I will say though, like if in a peace meeting someone just announces, "I'm here to steal your air," you'd be like, "What?"
It's like Gru. I would steal the moon.
Okay, so now I'm trying to think about how best to actually, because we're about to get to the first proper like action set piece of the film, and I'm thinking real hard about how to explain this to everybody here in the audience. Well, it is meant to be wacky and fun, but if you try and pay attention to who's getting switched when and where, man, it breaks down. It really, really breaks down. Well, it sounded like you had something there, Meme.
Oh, I think I might be skipping ahead. I just remember what happened after the big switching sequence, and something very ludicrous happens. Well, I'll save it.
So to give everybody a sense of place, Kamala is in her house, and Monica's on the space elevator riding down, and Carol is still in this ship above Tarnax, and like she bumps into a Kree soldier, and it's like, oh, the Annihilator, get her! And Carol lunges towards him and prepares to blast him, but then she gets switched with Kamala. So it means Kamala just felt like using her powers while she was standing around in her house at that exact moment.
Yes.
This is why I don't think that's the rule.
Like, it is the rule.
It is. It's explicitly the
rule.
rule.
It is
movie says it's the rule, but it isn't really.
Oh,
but
I
it
must
is.
have wiped that from my memory.
It's explicitly said, and the sequence when they're traveling to Aladna, the planet, the whole sequence of them testing was to demonstrate that you have to use the power. So we have to just accept that Kamala was using her powers at home at the exact same time that this happened to kick this off. Something that's worth bearing in mind as well in terms of the switching and how it doesn't make sense. The film can't make up its mind on whether the switch like reorients the person to like mirror the pose of the person that they switched with. There's a part when they're in the montage where they're like practicing where Carol and Monica are like standing facing each other. They're counting down like 1, 2, 3 to switch. And then Carol jumps up in the air at the last minute. And when they switch, Carol's standing upright, just standing there. And Monica like falls down because she's in the air. So you have that, and then you have other instances where like it reorients the person to switch into the position. So like if you imagine that, I don't know, Carol's blasting with one hand up, then Monica would be switched into that position. But sometimes that doesn't happen, because in this case, Kamala's facing the opposite direction. She's like flying backwards. And there's a lot of instances where they don't line up at all. So that's completely inconsistent as well. Just bear that in mind.
Which
like
would have been
another
fun
thing
if they
to add
took
on
it
top.
seriously. Like, we have to learn how these work, how the powers work, and things like that. And I'm facing this
pretend that
way,
they
so
do.
you face that way.
Well, that's the thing, Rags. They pretend that they do, but then there are many instances where it doesn't work that way. It's annoying. It's really, really, really annoying and confusing.
And if you set up something like this, there should be like the payoff in the movie should be some kind of moment where it changes everything, and you make the audience go, "Ah, that was clever. I didn't see that coming."
Yeah, but
But no.
that never happens.
No,
That
No
involves
point did I
being
think
clever
it was
is
clever.
the problem.
That never happens. But yeah. So now Kamala's on the ship. And then Goose just decides to eat a bunch of Kree soldiers, which obviously is shocking to Kamala.
Yeah, Goose knows which ones are the bad ones, which ones are the good
Yes,
ones,
of
all
course.
that stuff.
Yeah. And then a couple of Kree round the corner to attack Kamala, and then Goose like jumps onto her, and then she creates a shield, and then that teleports her back to her house. And then she switches with Monica, who then ends up on there, which means that Monica, while riding down the space elevator, also just felt like using her powers for some reason when there was nobody around and no enemies.
You know
Makes
when you have
sense.
an itch that you just cannot scratch without going translucent?
I mean, I
Inside of
guess
your
we got to
ass.
assume that she
guess.
just felt like it. Bear in mind, the space elevator is a big cause of problems for a long time in this fight scene for people using their powers for no reason at all. But in any case, Goose gets teleported with Kamala because, like, she was sitting on top of her. So I guess it groups people, like it groups other living entities. It groups people who are like contained within the span of somebody's abilities, I guess. And then like it vomits up a bunch of Kree soldiers so that a fight can start happening in Kamala's house as well. And then keeping track of this, we see Carol is on the space elevator with Fury. And it's at this point that she explains that she touched the jump point and the goo that was emanating from it, and that was when everything started going wrong. To which Fury rightly points out, why would you do that? And she says because it was glowing and mysterious. Do you think that this is a good enough reason to
Yes.
touch goo emanating from a jump point.
He doesn't.
If you
No, he
don't,
doesn't.
someone else will, and you can't let them be the first.
Exactly.
This film touched my jump point without
Women
consent.
like shiny things. That's the point.
But I mean,
someone fingered my
it's like,
goo.
as he points out, like, no more touching shit, especially like glowing, mysterious shit. And it's like, yeah, personally, I wouldn't touch it for all of those reasons. But you know, good lampshade.
Well,
fun
Captain
time.
Marvel, the lesson that she kind of should have learned after all this time is quit just like jumping into doing things. You did this with the Supreme Intelligence, and it fucked up a planet and a star somehow. So whenever you see something, don't just like jump to a problem. Think about it.
Yeah, it's surprising
Chill. To
how
a point.
brash they've made her character when all of her life experience probably should have led her to being the opposite of that, especially being she's one of the oldest heroes in the MCU.
Yeah, how old is she canonically? Like
She's got to be 60.
she's an old lady.
Yeah, she's like 60 years
She
old.
can't remember it though, so she would act like a much younger person.
She can't remember what was before. She can remember all of the years she spent
Well, yeah,
as
'cause
a galactic hero,
she
you
had-
know?
She had 6 years on Hollow, thinking that she was like part of the Kree, and then you go from 1995 to 2023. So she's got like what 34 years of life as a fully grown adult exploring the galaxy.
Yeah.
She would be very mature,
Well,
even if you started from there.
She would have to have been matured a little faster than most even heroes too, because she's dealing with all kinds of civilizations and cultures and conflicts that she has to be the arbitrator of because she has the power to do so. We haven't explored any of that.
Yep. So
Because that would be interesting, Marla. We can't do that. This is phase 5.
Yo.
Sorry.
So
This bit also does my most hated thing in a series, and it's happened loads of times in Disney films as well as other things recently, where somebody points out how stupid their own plot is in the movie, and that's supposed to be an excuse for how stupid it is. It's like, no,
That's basically a fix. That's basically That's fixing your plot.
by the way,
That's
and
a cry
someone
for help
pointed out-
from the writers. room.
as has been pointed out in chat, I forgot, this film was not set in 2023. Most of these films are set a few years ahead of where we are, because Endgame was 2023. So it's probably more like 2026. So
Well, they
just
did give
extra
the
years
exact
on top.
date at one point.
What did they? What was it exactly? You remember?
They gave it before Secret Invasion. I can't remember, but I can try and look it up.
Oh, okay. I figure it's like 2026, might be even 2027, actually. Oh, and yeah, like Carol kind of at this point starts to have an idea of like how it's working in terms of why they're switching. So she decides to light up her like fist to just make it glow, and she gets switched to Kamala's house. Which now at first I was thinking, well, like if that's the case, then if she switched with Kamala, then Kamala would be put onto the space elevator, but she can't be, because we have like a clear point for when Kamala gets teleported there for the first time, which is like she gets teleported when she brings the Kree soldiers with her. So I guess we have to assume that Monica at this point would have been teleported back onto the space elevator. But like when she talks to Fury later on at the end of the fight, she's talking to him as if it's like her first time back as well.
Yeah.
And then I guess she would have also decided, despite being switched to fight bad guys, she decided it would be a good idea to like use her powers again to get teleported to some unknown place to potentially be fighting bad guys. Are you seeing how it's like completely breaking down? Like,
No, what do you mean?
No,
The only thing they were focused on was what kind of funny things can we do in terms of a character goes to do a thing and then she's switched to a different person.
What I'm hoping is that it flies by so fast that you don't think about the fact that, especially on the space elevator, there's no reason for anybody to be using their powers up until the part that's playing on the stream here, where Kamala gets teleported there, and now there are bad guys, so now there's like a reason why you might be using their powers. But like half of the switches, because I tried to keep track of them, half of them occur before that happens. But despite that, characters keep getting switched in these ways.
And got to comment on tone too, right? Like one of the initial fights is two space soldiers who look to be hitting to kill just a family who've got pillows.
Yeah. An innocent family that's been caught up in all of this, but it's playing fun music because this is a fun battle.
And from what I remember in this, there isn't a single moment throughout the entire fight where a male hero on the good side hits
Oxymoron.
any of the people, and all of the villains, they never hit anyone and do any damage throughout the entire movie.
Well, I think because Fury shoots one of them.
No, I
at the
think
end
he
of the fight.
misses.
No, he shoots
Oh no!
one at the end of the fight,
Right at the end,
very
yeah, point blank range when he's already defeated.
right.
Yeah.
This is
Yeah.
after he shoots the window, though. So
Oh,
it
are
kinda
we talking?
evens
Is this
out.
after, before or after he cowers in fear? Just question.
Yeah, because he
Oh,
didn't
yeah.
cower in fear. He would have accepted his. He just accepted his
This
death
shit-
at that moment, but was safe.
This shit annoys me so much more than it probably should. But seeing him like this, it's like that's not Nick Fury. He doesn't do that. He doesn't go.
It was the
"Oh,
way that
jeez."
it was the way the dad and the mum behaved that got me. That stuff is entirely like the guy is just running away, but he might as well have been screaming and crying. And the mother is
And pissing
she's
and
throwing
shitting.
vases, she's covering him with her body,
there's
she
a
beats
part
the
where,
other guy.
the part where the dad and the brother like start hitting him with a mop and I think like I can't remember what the other thing is. So they
Yeah, they use
land
cleaning
blows.
utensils.
Yeah,
Yeah.
they got a few blows in
Because
there.
it's funny.
So this is where okay, so Carol she tries to blast one of the Kree soldiers but swaps with Kamala, which again, unless all three of them happen to be using their powers at the exact same moment, Carol should have been back on the space elevator, but she's not, because Kamala ends up on the Kree ship. And then Kamala gets switched onto the space elevator for the first time to bring the Kree soldiers with her. And then that enables them to have a fight where it makes more sense for all of the characters to switch. But like, up until this point, you just have to accept that there are multiple instances where a character just decides to use their powers when there are no enemies around and there's no reason to do it. Is everybody in agreement, or have I
No,
totally
There's
lost
just
it?
there's just nothing to say to that. It's just like
Yeah.
they didn't think it through much at all. It's like
As I was trying to figure this out, I was losing my mind. Like, I was really struggling to like make sense of this entire fight scene.
We appreciate your sacrifice.
That's why this shouldn't have been a rule. I spent the entire movie thinking the rule was if I use my powers, I switch. They could have done that for the whole movie and far more easily made it make sense.
There was actually even a point when I was trying to figure out like what was going on, where like, based on I was trying to like logically deduce where the characters were based on the information that had been presented. And there's one part where there was like an outright contradiction where like I thought Monica was meant to be on the Kree ship, except like Carol was there. Like you see, like Carol was there, and it's just like okay, all right. The point being, this fight scene is really bad, all right? Aside from having, like, standard bad choreography, it just is, like, dysfunctional. It is fundamentally dysfunctional.
We talk about some of the bad choreography?
Yeah, sure, go for it.
Not including all of the, like, just these inept soldiers being unable to kill this just family, like, constantly missing, and, well, the main thing I want to hit is just, try and imagine you are who Nick Fury is, and I know, let's pretend we hadn't seen Secret Invasion, so he's one of the greatest spies of all time, always ready to kill shit. Remember the scene in Avengers 2012? Because that movie's goated, especially at this point, where he gets his moment where they're all coming into the command center, and he gets to kill, like, 3 of them with moves that you could kind of buy an older, but still very experienced soldier, knows what he's doing, sort of thing. Because they've got, like, rifles, and he only has his pistol. And in this scene, he needs Kamala to give him a pistol, which is already weird. It's like he doesn't have his own pistol. You'd think he'd have it all the time. Like this.
You'd think he would, and he'd obviously pick it up as soon as he can from a dead soldier.
Yeah. And so she's passed it to him. The first thing he does is see the guy shoot and miss twice and hit the fucking windows of the space elevator with an alien gun.
Oh,
you
boy,
fucking
thing
moron!
that wasn't a Halo plasma pistol, or you'd be fucking dead.
He's such a stupid fuck. He could have killed himself and Kamala. Like, what are you doing?
So whenever anyone says that the continuity of Secret Invasion was ignored, no, it isn't. Nick Fury's a doorknob. Like
don't you worry, Nick is right here.
Yeah.
Hey! He just knew what
Secret Invasion.
He just knew what film he was in. Like, he was trying to get out. He was trying to get out.
Can Samuel L. Jackson just stop accepting paychecks from
He gets
Disney,
paid a lot of money, though.
please?
They probably pay him like...
Honestly,
you know, like,
if he was here right now, he'd be like, if you were nearing 80, would you? Like,
I mean, he's sitting for most of this fight, to be fair.
yeah.
Yes, he is.
He's like Sylvester Stallone in Exfordables. Exfordables.
Another instance of bad choreography is when Carol gets teleported back onto the Kree ship. She's about to punch one of the Kree, and then she like stops herself, going because at this point she has to have realized, oh, using the powers is what makes me switch. So she stops herself and punches him, and then she's real happy about it. And then some Kree like round the corner, and then she blasts them and gets teleported again. It's like, what are you doing? Like you just figured it out.
I guess if she
instinct?
has to use her powers or instinctive.
Yeah, but she's invincible. Why would she?
Just punch him.
Oh, I don't know. No hit challenge.
And I guess
like the Dark Souls.
Oh yeah, I guess so. Yeah.
Probably a big fan.
Also, again, worth mentioning if think
I
about
like Nintendo.
If Goose didn't eat the. Let's say Goose eats the two Kree because he hates them, right? They're bad. They're bad guys. So I think she actually Goose eats them, and then she gets teleported with Kamala, which is already all right. And then she vomits them up in the house and just stands there and lets them continue trying to kill this person that she just saved and her entire family.
Yeah, you can't say that Goose has any alignment at all.
No, Goose is just there for Goose.
Cat.
Yeah, well,
is Goose
yeah.
as intelligent as a cat? Is it?
I mean,
more so because it follows very specific commands and objectives.
Does seem to.
Well, he's aware
sometimes
of everything because at
So
one point
he's an asshole.
At one point, he eats a chair to make somebody fall on the ground to avoid.
Yes,
I think that's a coincidence.
That's very clever.
The thing is, I think that's meant to be like, oh damn, Goose just felt like eating that chair and it saved Monica's life. I think that was an accident. I think it was
I thought that was to show the intelligence.
I understand why you felt that way. I think that's reasonable. I thought it just wanted to eat the chair.
I think on a first viewing I would have sided with Disparu on that one, but further inspection, Goose just does random bullshit. Especially the cats toward the end. They just start eating tables, chairs, and pillows and stuff, and it's like, okay.
It's what people say in chat, like, Goose is chaotic neutral. Pretty much. But yeah, like then, because we end the fight with Monica is now in the Kamala Khan's house, and she's fighting the Kree, and then she beats him up, finishes him off, and then. Just as she's using the power, it switches so that Kamala ends up back. Everybody ends up where they need to be at the end of the fight.
Of course they do.
Kamala ends up back in her house. Monica ends up back on the space elevator, and Carol ends up back on the ship. What are the odds of that? Very low, actually. But yeah, they're back where they need to be. That's the fight. It's over. It's awful. That fight is terrible. It makes no
just typical
sense
Disney
at all.
combat. It really, really
Oh,
stinks.
dude, but it's worse than that because of the switching. The switching makes it even worse. Because if you just had normal bad fights, and stupid decisions in combat, that's one thing. But when you tied in with the incredible luck of the switches lining up in ways that are only slightly inconvenient and never catastrophic, that the characters essentially end up exactly where they need to be. And when you bear in mind that there are several instances where the switches fundamentally should not have happened because a character had no reason to use their powers, it's completely fucked. It's just shit. It's terrible. But unless anybody has anything else to add on that, we can move along. All right.
Captain Marvel fucking punches someone through the roof at one point. I raised an eyebrow then. It was like, okay, one, property damage, but two, you don't know there's not someone upstairs. You probably could have restrained them in another way.
Yeah.
And also, why isn't that guy dead?
Well, I guess it's worth highlighting. I don't know what the power level of an individual Kree is, because if you remember, she does fuck up Jude Law, and he's Kree, but he's fine. And
they have regenerative abilities, because that's in S.H.I.E.L.D.
Is it?
Okay.
Yeah, because they heal... what's his face, the leader of S.H.I.E.L.D. in that series. They heal him by giving him Kree blood.
Oh, you mean you're talking about Coulson? Is that how he gets resurrected?
Yeah.
Oh, I never even knew that. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
The more you know.
Wow. So so now everything's being reset, and we're back with Kamala in her house. And then Fury and...
People are saying that that's not canon. I actually meant to ask, is that still canon or not? Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D.
I don't know if it is, because it's Marvel Television, so I don't know if it is.
I think it got booted out, right?
I mean, it fits in with the movies.
I think it does, but at the same time, it was Marvel Television and not Marvel Studios, and hence that it might not be canon.
Well, I don't even know if Marvel knows at this point.
Yeah, I'd still say it's still confusing in terms of what defeats a Kree. It's not exactly clear.
Yeah.
But the idea that like a Kree soldier is an even match for Carol is an absurdity.
Yeah, that doesn't make any sense.
Yes.
That's absurd.
She's just a god.
Well,
She's
we
an
saw
uber ultra mega god.
saw what she did to them on that moon place in the beginning. She wiped out like fucking 30 of them just like that. And it's like, oh, there you go.
Whereas this is an important little factoid to remember because none of you watched Miss Marvel, but Mola and I did. Something that is
sorry.
explicitly established is that the Bangle does not imbue Kamala with super strength. She is a normal. She's
Yeah.
normal. It's like the constructs have mass, and there's a part where she like creates. She grows like a big light fist, and then she drops it to the ground because it's so heavy. So she's not super strong. But yet she is in many instances throughout the film in terms of the things that she does. But she's not super strong. But I think we have to assume that Monica must be, especially with like the intangibility and the flying and everything. She's got to be really strong.
My assumption is either she's really strong or that she can just tank any amounts of energy weapons forever. Like it'll never really do anything to her because she's not even human. She's like energy or something. You know what I mean? It's like a sci-fi person who's made up of stuff. Like okay,
this is why there's two trailers that give two different explanations of her abilities. And when she says I can control magnetic fields, it makes more sense. Because if she can control like the magnetic fields across atoms, she could essentially repel anything, no matter how heavy it was.
Something to add on to that, because we all laughed at I can see light, because that's hilarious. Everybody can. Well, except for Matt. But the hyper good faith is
Matt
she can
LeBlanc?
see different. No, Matt Murdoch.
Why would you go with Matt
okay.
LeBlanc first?
I was just
Yeah.
clarifying for the audience.
That's okay. That's
Yeah.
okay. But the hyper good faith is she can see different wavelength. It's like she can change her viewing to infrared or like ultra violet and stuff. That's what she can do. She
And
can,
that plays into the story quite a few times, yeah.
Yes,
Yeah,
it
the
does.
electromagnetic spectrum. Yeah, she can
Mhm.
see across that.
Many moments where it's like, oh, it's good she made use of her powers to solve that problem, sort of thing, yeah.
So Monica and Fury are here, which I guess means that the sword base conveniently has its operations above New York, which seems so again, I know it's science fiction, but there's a reason why NASA does all their stuff in Florida. There's a reason why the European
How
Space
they view
Agency does all
Floridian
their
lives.
stuff. And there's a reason why space stuff happens near the equator. But whatever.
Well, where was Fury at the end and the beginning of Secret Invasion when he got up and down the elevator? Where was that?
He was in like some forest somewhere.
Maybe
So
they
I
maybe they
guess
left it nondescript on purpose.
Yeah, maybe they dropped him into a forest and then they drove over to New Jersey. They did it in record time as well. They did it. Basically, what you have to accept is that in the time. I'm just jumping ahead here. In the time that it takes for Monica and Fury to get down to Earth, to get over to New Jersey, to get to Kamala's house, to then have all of their conversation, and then another switch happens in the house. Carol's just kind of like
Hanging out.
exploring the ship, basically.
Well, yeah, she could have wiped out all of Darth Ben's people by then. But she just doesn't.
Yeah.
She's on pause
But,
because she's not on screen.
Yeah, pretty much. In any case, their conversation is basically they're just talking about what happened. Monica just casually discloses classified information to Kamala.
Yep.
And Fury's like, "Oh, that's classified." And she's like, "Sorry," and it's like, "Dude, you're like a captain." Like,
well, yeah,
what are you doing?
again, how you write characters. Okay, so when we first see Captain Marvel refer to her as Captain Lieutenant Trouble, I think it is, right? That's the nickname. She corrects her and says it's Captain Rambo or whatever the fuck. And I'm just sitting there like, you'll go official when it's about your rank and like respect to be given to you. But when it's about like protecting actual information that matters to the security of the fucking country, you just blurt it out. It's like, you care a lot more about yourself than you do about, what's right for the world. Interesting. But I'm sure that was unintentional entirely.
It was classified. Why is it on a transparent screen? That line just came
Well,
back.
yeah, that's Fury and Monica have a file on Kamala which contains a pretty detailed breakdown of her abilities, mainly the light-based powers creating the light constructs. I don't know if they know about the Noor dimension or the fact that she creates stuff with Noor, or that she's a mutant as well, because that's something that they establissh in Miss Marvel or tease.
Well, she's related to a family of Jinn.
Yeah, related to a family of Jinn who came from a different dimension and wanted to I wanted
Hey, look,
to.
as
They
long
were
as they
drinking the
pay for it,
family
They
I'm
wanted,
engine
fine
they
with
when
it.
they
wanted
were
to,
writing.
and they wanted to break down the veil of the Nor to bleed over the Nor dimension into Earth and destroy it.
I love how
That's all.
you're pointing out, like, I bet they did remember this, did remember this. There's people in this call right now, like, what are you talking about? What's
right, yeah,
Not
not
just
No, not the No dimension, the Nor dimension.
Yeah, that's different.
N-O-O-R.
the
Yeah,
Nor
yeah.
dimension.
But none of that. They just don't know any of this. But something that I find interesting is that they kind of just like accept. It's like, yeah, Kamala's powers are similar to mine. It's like, but they're not though. They got activated by a quantum bangle. They allow her to manifest
Quantum
like
entanglement.
energy from a different universe. Like light based is a very broad term. You know what I mean? Like they're really not the same at all. And then of course the fact that Monica got hers from magic. She got hers from plain old magic. But you know, in any case, I feel like they'd have a lot of questions that they should be asking Kamala now that they have her here. But they don't really. They don't really have any questions for her at all. Like, I feel like this is an opportunity to get first-hand information on everything to do with her abilities, but nope.
And
No
if I'm
need.
right, if I'm remembering the series right, Wanda didn't even know how Monica got her powers, right?
No.
She was
That was
surprised.
a surprise. Yeah. She's so
Right.
lucky she didn't die. Like, that's what they thought was going to happen, was that she would die.
Well, she got positively affirmed as she was doing it. That's probably where the power came from.
were those voices her or the other people in the when she was
I assume they were coming from the magic. Like they were like memories.
magic was
but
telling her how
magic was
awesome she is.
giving her the power. Yeah.
The power of personal confidence, self-esteem. Self-esteem's magic.
Now we're gonna get a little bit more character, like actual trying to develop the main character arcs for the first time in a little while, where
That's illegal.
Monica refers to Carol as Aunt Carol, which Kamala notices, but they move past it and that's it. So it's like, yep, that's all you're gonna get. 5 seconds. Moving on. We got plot to do. And Fury basically believes it's not a coincidence that their light-based powers are the reason why they're like switching places. And then yeah, we got like the breakdown, which I guess is worth clarifying again. Carol absorbs light, which is like, again, I feel like that's putting it lightly. You know, it's like she absorbs light, yes, but she could also fly and I didn't even
But she
realize that.
describes it as control, as see it and control it.
Yes, that's Monica. She can see it and control it,
Oh.
which is funny. That seems to be, she has the same power. She absorbs light at the end of the movie. but
Yeah.
it's important that we try to actually pretend that there are.
Pretend they're different, yeah.
That's why I said.
Meanwhile, obviously, Kamala's is very different. And then, yeah, she mentions like, oh, you could turn light into physical matter. I've never seen that before. And then Kamala just says, oh, I can show you. Which, I don't know. I know, have you not kind of started thinking that maybe the reason why you're switching places is because you're using your powers? Like, are you maybe noticing that, like, the only times it's happened is when you've used your powers and for the last however many hours it's taken for,
No.
you know what I mean?
I am willing to accept that maybe the characters didn't realize it was when they use it at the same time. What I'm not willing to accept is any of them using their powers from now on. I'd be like,
Yeah.
no way I'm risking teleporting into some place that I don't understand or know. Like, never happening again. And yet none of them have this thought.
But, yeah, and so she uses her
it's
power...
worse-
Oh, sorry.
It's worse for some than others because, like, you can understand Captain Marvel just being cocky and being like, well, I can survive anything. But she puts people into her place when she's in a dangerous position. So the whole flying up in the air is horrific because she knows that someone will go into the air and she doesn't know who.
Well, we'll get to that one because that's not very far from here. Because Kamala uses power and switches with Carol, who is mid-flight. So that's really unfortunate because presumably she hasn't used her powers for the last hour. But when she decides to, damn man, Carol's flying to where? I have no idea. I don't know where she. I don't know. I actually don't know where she was flying. Do any of you have any ideas of where she was
she's
flying?
flying.
When she got teleported?
The family have just told her where. No, she knew where she was, and the family told her that they'd switched. So I thought she was going back to where she was originally on that ship.
Which I
to
guess
save
she
them.
was just. I guess she was like flying in the ship to somewhere and then teleport. You know what I mean? This is before she flies up into the sky and then they do that sequence.
Oh,
Like Carol's just flying around in the ship, I guess.
Well, fighting in the ship wouldn't be unreasonable.
I guess, but she's flying. Like the teleports to her like flying and then hitting the table. She's not like standing there or she's flying. I don't understand why she'd be flying in the ship. I can only imagine her flying outside of the ship, but maybe she was.
But this is a stupid. This goes back to what you said before. When you teleport, you're supposed to take on their, like you're supposed to be them. So her flying through that doesn't even make any sense in itself. She should just be sitting down.
Yeah, because they're very inconsistent on that. But basically, what I want you to bear in mind is that for the next like 2 minutes, Kamala is just unaccounted for, and the conversation is pretty slow in terms of its pace. You know, nobody's in much of a rush to get to like, wait, where is Kamala? You were flying. Where is she? Is she like plummeting to her death right now? There's just there's no hurry. There's no concern. The only thing that you get is that the family occasionally interjects pretty calmly, like, "Oh, where is she? You know, where's Kamala?" But meanwhile, she's totally unaccounted for and potentially being killed. And Monica knows better. Carol really ought to know better because she'd already basically figured it out.
It is funny too. You say like potentially being killed. It's like she has the bangle too. Like that's like the whole villain's.
Yeah, exactly.
It's just so stupid.
Now, to be fair, they don't know that yet. But I mean, of course, like eventually we're gonna.
It's just crazy to think about that she could have been facing off against Darth Ben, saying, you know, like I'm gonna get you, and she's like, no, I'm gonna get you, and then Kamala Khan ports in. She's like, oh,
with the bangle.
This entire scene sort of reminded me of the first Avengers when Tony's like flying up the atmosphere, and how seriously the movie takes that. Right?
Oh, we're not there yet. We're not up to that part. we still got the conversation between then and now.
Well, wait. Oh right, okay.
We haven't covered the conversation that Carol and Monica have with each other, and then Carol flies off. Just to be clear, does everybody know where we're at?
Mm-hmm.
Yep. Yeah. Okay. Cool. Like they basically, it's like a really awkward like reunion that they have with each other. Carol calls Monica Lieutenant Trouble, which for those of you who actually remember what happened to Captain Marvel, that was her nickname.
It's a struggle.
And then Monica pretty coldly rebuffs this, and then it's kind of awkward, and then they just move on to the plot. That's it for character. Fucking hell. That's it for character. For like developing those two. We're back to plot now, which I find hilarious because this keeps happening where you get character for like 15-20 seconds. And then it's just like, all right, back to plot. We don't have time for this. Let's get back to talking about like the power
switching. Well, that's right though, because the plot's so good. So I can see why they really want to, you know, spend all that time and effort. Yeah,
I don't even need to build characters. The plot is so riveting.
That's true. The plot carries the film. That's how strong they are.
Yeah,
the plot is character.
This is basically the part where. This is what Monica says. She says,
"But wait,
our joint."
Right before that, on the Lieutenant Trouble thing. Is that not incredibly inappropriate? You have a nickname for a girl that she hasn't even heard you call her since she was a very young child, and you know and she knows that you haven't contacted her and her mother died, and she was supposed to. You know what I mean? You're like, oh hey, and then like Billy, it's like, fuck you, like what the hell? So I guess
she was pretty calm, all things considered.
It's just rude to be like, oh yeah, and then uses the
but maybe that's the point, Mauler. You know, Carol, she's a little bit aloof. She's a little bit socially awkward.
Well, I saw someone say she might be autistic, and I was like, maybe at this point that could explain it.
Do you think that's the
she,
angle?
She might actually be. Yeah, that would fix the plot a little.
Hey, don't you attach her to us. We don't claim her.
Well, so this is what Monica says in terms of explaining the power. So this is like the clearest explanation we get. Our joint exposure to these unsteady jump points and our susceptibility to electromagnetic energy has temporarily entangled our world lines. Our light powers are entangled, so we switch places whenever we use them at the same time. That's the
this movie
plain
makes
statement.
Me wish I had joint exposure.
What, so that you could get switched somewhere else so you don't have to, talk about the movie?
No.
Did I do a bunch of... So what's the joke then? What do you mean?
Joint exposure. A joint. Drugs, narcotics.
I feel like most of us didn't get that one.
Yeah. Weird literal joint.
I was thinking an elbow or something.
What are you doing, Rags? Everybody else here is confused. Okay.
This is madness.
But it just went over my head. It's fine.
Then
Because it
they
was so
mentioned,
high.
like,
Yes. Oh.
Hee hee.
Carry on with your quantum entanglement.
I think it's because our brains are shutting down with this movie.
It
It's
might
like that
actually
was
be.
far
It's a
too
Yeah,
it's a
intellectual for us
defense
to actually
mechanism.
get.
Yeah.
And,
I'm thinking about
unfortunately-
food, so maybe I am high.
Unfortunately, we're not a third of the way through yet. We're nearly there, but we're not even a third of the way. But
No, that's not bad. That's not bad.
so they mentioned Kamala, and then Carol's like, she starts immediately trying to activate her powers, and then she walks outside as everybody follows her, and then she flies up into the air, into the like going up into space, and then they switch, and now Kamala's plummeting to her death.
Who could have seen this happen? How about who?
You know-
How could anyone have predicted this?
And
know,
nothing throughout this entire scene makes any sense from
What
anyone's
was she
perspective.
thinking? What was she thinking?
Like this is. I know we say this a lot, but this is catastrophic for her character. It is like Captain Marvel. What a horrific, terrible idiot.
Yeah, and I think you guys are being more generous than I was being in the theater, because I was thinking like, oh, she can't, she's struggling to activate it by just doing her fist. Oh, what if I fly into the air and do all the glows? That will get her back. That was my interpretation.
While I'm in the air.
She's got a special brain.
Teenager can't fly.
That's a special brain.
There's one
This
thought in there that
movie-
I think that was valid that she had, which is if I spam activate my power, then whenever Miss Marvel does it, we'll switch. Cool. I'm like, even sitting down, just going boom, 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 boom. It's like, I'll get it eventually. It's going to happen. I'm like, okay, yeah, that's kind of fair. But then she's like, I'm going to go fly into space. He's like, okay, there's a problem there. There's just a little snag in your plan, because you just established that you believe that she's going to switch with you at any point of you using your power, yeah? He's like, yeah. You trying to kill her? Like, whoa. And then she
That's the plan,
successfully
it's that.
switches and doesn't care that Miss Marvel is now dying.
This movie
Well,
so far has been Monica and like Nick Fury and everybody else just trying to figure out what's going on, and Captain Marvel just doing stupid shit all the time, or just
Captain,
flying off,
she's
or walking
really dumb.
around,
a lot of
or
this,
disappearing.
a lot of the movie relies on when we don't see the character, we don't have to acknowledge what they're going through or thinking. But when she flies up and then switches, and we focus on Miss Marvel going, "Oh God, I'm gonna die," or we gotta save it. But if we followed Captain Marvel, we'd be back on that enemy ship, and she'd be like, "Huh, well, there we go. I'm gonna start fighting again." And it's like, but you know that you were like exiting the atmosphere, and you just switched with a little girl.
And
does not care.
remember, she does not know that Monica can fly. She definitely doesn't know that.
She's gonna splat. That's the only thing that she should
she's never
expect, but she
tried
doesn't
before,
care,
yeah.
and she never. If she at least when she came back and slammed the floor and said, "Is Kamala okay?" You know, something like that, it would have been like, "Oh, that's something." But no acknowledgement of it at all.
It's that absolutely no. We just need it to. Essentially, this is a vehicle to get all of the characters together when it's kind of impossible given the distances apart they are. And also, I guess, to have like another tense action scene because yeah, now Kamala's plummeting to her death.
And I just realized something. So both Monica and Kamala are using their powers up in the air, but no switching is happening, which means is Carol just not trying to switch back at this point?
Well, so it's like it's a problem on multiple fronts. It means yes, Carol is not using her powers, so she's not in the middle of fighting anybody, and she doesn't care. But at the same time, Kamala, and Monica should be switching. Like when Monica is flying down, and then Kamala creates constructs to try and soften her fall, they should be switching. But they don't.
Yes,
Hurty.
true. And
Yes.
It
let's-
hurt.
don't forget as well that Captain Marvel does eventually switch at the end of this, meaning that she's not like someone might try and defend it and say she's not using any more powers because she doesn't want to cause a switch. It's like, well, that's not true because she does.
No. Well, yeah, and it's as has been pointed out, we have to accept that at no point while Monica was flying up, which took a little while, at no point did Carol use her abilities. Okay, so she just wants to kill Kamala then.
Yeah,
And Kamala's not really doing.
It was kind of a clever way to do it. Like a lot of people missed that she was trying to kill Kamala.
Kamala's not really doing anything to save her life either. Like the first thing you'd be like, okay, I'm going to try and make wings. I'm going to try and glide out of this. There would be something that slows you down. You'd try and
I
increase air
suggested that,
resistance.
like a big flat something, or I'd even try like something parachute shaped. Who knows what'll happen?
Yeah, but the problem is she's like lame Green Lantern. She's got like the Green Lantern abilities, but not with the
Purple
ability
Lantern.
to create actual like objects that are useful.
I'm willing to
It's
be a
just
little more critical.
platforms.
I think that they realized that she could get herself out of it, and they were like, "Fuck, that kind of ruins it." Because if she made a big flat construct, it would slow her down, and it would flip, and then she'd have to make another one, and then another one, and then another one, and
No,
it
she
would.
could attach them to her and stuff.
It would dampen
Like,
the
yeah,
fall
it-
complete. Well, eventually you could make like a You could, I'm trying to picture this. It would be like an upside down hill, like a cup, but it also comes around on the sides, so that she could safely be inside it while it slows down because of air resistance. And that would be kind of cool scene. She's constructing all these different things on the fly to try and slow herself down and keep herself safe.
And do you remember in Doctor Strange when in the first Doctor Strange when they were in the mirror dimension and Mordo would he like created platforms to slow his fall because Doctor Strange obviously has the cape and he would create platforms, and it's like you see it in Miss Marvel, like she knows how to use her like powers. She's adept.
Yeah.
She's fairly capable, so she should be able to get herself out of this. That's true. But she can't. I guess because she's panicking, that's the best you have to accept.
The solution they come up with is fucking retarded.
Well, it doesn't help at all.
No, it wouldn't have done shit.
Well, wait, the solution would be, so she like creates a
ball,
like maybe a ball or a sphere or like platforms, or maybe when she gets near the bottom, she creates a really steep ramp that she can sort of slide down on.
There are
like,
several things she could have tried that are way better than what she tries.
Well, yeah. Just what was the solution? What did Kamala do to save herself? Because I don't see what else could have been done.
They eventually, because basically, Monica learns how to fly, and she's a little bit, she just learns how to fly.
Are we skipping over the legendary dialogue?
Oh, sure, because as Kamala's falling down, Fury's like, oh, you gotta go up and save a black girl magic, and then she does fly up there.
There's no explanation.
I have no idea.
JLongBone,
I don't know.
How often do you fly?
Oh, all the time. I always have like my uncles yell black girl magic at me at random so I can heroes.
That's what the
Can you
Michael
teach me?
Jackson's abusive father did. He just kept yelling black girl magic at Jackson 5 until they became famous singers and dancers.
I don't know what they were thinking. With a lot of things that they did in this movie.
I guess they really thought, because that one was trailer worthy. That was a trailer worthy line. I guess they thought it would be that fucking hilarious.
So funny.
To the
They
black,
thought it was like a
I
girl
laughed.
boss moment.
Monica, you gotta fly.
Anyway, so he flies up, grabs her, and then Kamala's plan is she's gonna create like a sphere that they're gonna be in, and that'll like soften the fall. But I don't think it will. I think they'll just crash into it and break their
I
necks.
think that makes it even more dangerous.
Yeah, if anything, because like
The ground is softer than the. I mean, as odd as it is, the ground is actually softer than her magic crystals.
She called them hard light. That's what she calls them.
Oh, I'll take softer over hard light any day.
Soft concrete wins.
But they create it and they're about to crash, but then Carol she uses her power, so she switches and just hits the ground. It is so close. It's like a split second before they hit the ground, Carol hits the ground. So both of them could have died right then and there, but fortunately
they should have.
Carol used her powers at that. Well, they should have if they maintained the momentum.
Well,
if they maintain the momentum when they switch, then they're definitely dead. Yeah, they're dead.
Which they do, because when at the beginning the first swap is, she goes flying forward.
That's right. They do maintain that because they maintain the momentum.
Think-
So actually, the movie ends right then and there.
I mean,
Carol, Monica,
the whole gimmick of the film, it doesn't follow consistently. It doesn't follow its own thing.
Correct. Imagine
But
being.
what if they landed in a Kree pillow fort?
Well, that's just the thing. They didn't. Darth Ben would be staring down Captain Marvel, actually, this time. They're exchanging this, that, and the other with each other. And then Captain Marvel disappears, and what does appear is so quick, it's just a slap of flesh and blood into the floor. Darth Ben would be like, what the fuck? And all the other men would be like, oh.
Yeah,
they're like, what is it? What is
I'm
that? What have they
getting
done? Are they? Is this like the thing? Are they gonna turn it? What's happening? What does it do? And it's like, I don't know. I don't know. And they'll just panic and run away.
Because you got to understand where Monica and Kamala end up on the ship, surrounded by Kree soldiers, and then Darth Ben shows up like 10 seconds later. So I guess Carol was about to confront all of them and then switched because she was using her powers?
Yeah, she went to laser one of them, I guess, because she'd completely forgotten about the other people, about the whole situation.
She had obviously and evidently completely forgotten about them. But whatever, they're here now. And then they get to meet Darth Ben.
Bum, bum,
Wearing those cheap area rugs from Walmart.
I cannot get over these shoulder pads are so embarrassing.
That's so bad.
What were they thinking? They look so awful.
Come on, show them.
What do you mean? I already have.
Oh, there they are. Yeah. There's a delay, right?
She looks like a Roblox character.
Yeah. They do look like Roblox shoulders. Like, what were you thinking?
This is Minecraft before you could make your slim arms.
Yeah, it's like you just carved out a slab of rock and then you attached human arms and head to it.
Well, you are currently sculpting and you haven't done that part yet.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Darth Ben might be one of the cringiest villains in one of these movies.
Yeah,
she like
She's
emanates
her
cringe.
eyes out while she has these really ugly contact lenses, so she just looks
Yes.
googly the whole time.
The contacts do look weird. They look strange.
My personal pet peeve is those like
That's all pet
contact
peeves.
lenses in the movies. Like, why do they keep using them?
make them look more
At least CGI it in
alien.
if you need it. I hate it.
Are we saying that they should have used CGI for the eyes there? That would
You don't want to trust
They would have
them.
turned into
can use an
cubes if they did
effect, like a
CGI.
They're
light
like
bulb
googly
effect.
pupils that move around.
That would be funny if you had a villain that was
like
remember
cross-eyed the
that
entire movie.
yeah, that'd be funny actually. That'd be funnier instead of cringe.
Her eyes
She is
just clearly could go in
All
different
three of them are like,
directions, like an
"You're looking at
iguana.
me." They should have CGI'd out her mouth.
Give her the Orango eyes.
So something that we see on the ship is that the other quantum band is just sort of sitting in this like instrument. None of the instruments here, I guess, can like detect that the other quantum band is right there on Kamala's wrist. Like, there's no way that they can tell.
She
And it's
hit
funny
it.
because,
She put a little
pull her
shit
sleeve
over
down.
it. So
yeah,
there you go.
she pulls a sleeve over it, which means that they would have probably been able to see it for a while. And
Which
it
means
looks
if
very
someone has
similar.
the power of detecting light, that'll keep it hidden from them. Yeah.
Right, yeah. But I mean, we just have to, because of course we don't get any explanation for how they found the first one. But I got to imagine it's because they were able to like trace it in some way. But I guess they can't tell that this one's right here, despite the fact that there are instances later in the film, not just when the quantum bands are actually used, but just because they're in close proximity to one another, they begin to glow. Kind of like how, you know how like your Bluetooth headphones can like
Sting and
detect each
orcs.
other? Well, it's just, I
Yes.
find it funny, you know, like Bluetooth headphones can detect each other, but the quantum bands like don't really. They just kind of exist
Yeah, you'd
independent
think
of
that
each other.
they'd like try to like if you took it off and put it on a table, it would maybe orient to it, or it would glow when it's closer. Yeah, you're right.
Maybe.
That would be
Yeah.
that would be mildly interesting. Like they want to be joined. They have this almost semi-sentient nature. They want to join together and kill
Well, that's
the
actually
villain in the trailer.
suggested. Like
It
Miss
is-
Marvel actually
yeah.
suggests that they're looking for me.
Oh, well,
Well, she
events,
says like
I-
I found it for a reason or something.
she says
Or
that,
she
well, 'cause-
believes it to
okay,
be the
yeah.
case, right?
Well, so
Well, it's
I
copy
we
don't
are
know if
jump-
it's true. That's just something
We're-
that she says. Like I was meant to.
we're
find
jumping
it.
ahead and back a little bit, but in the show Miss Marvel, there's an episode where Kamala gets teleported back in time to like the 1940s during the partition, like the partitioning of India. And the reason why that happened is because her great grandmother, who was from a different dimension, after she got stabbed by one of
India
the
is
leaders
not
of
a different dimension, Fringy.
No,
Yes,
she
it is.
came from a different dimension over to Earth, and she was hanging out there, and she started a family. But she was part of Clandestine, a group of the Jinn from the Nord
The
dimension.
Destine clan?
Clandestine.
Yeah.
Yes,
So
I
she
I
came-
see what you did there. Oh, I see what
What,
you did there. All right.
She
I'm
came
just
from
trying to
planet
figure this all
India.
out, Fringy.
It is called Clandestine. That is their name. That is the name of the group. But they're from that different dimension. They want to get the bangle so that they can go back to their own dimension. And she gets stabbed. And so while they're trying to get on the train, like Kamala's grandmother, they're trying to get on the train to go to Pakistan. And Aisha, the great grandmother, says, "What you seek is seeking you," which then is magically inscribed on the bangle. And that's what teleports Kamala back in time so that she can create a closed loop to save her grandmother from being like stranded, so that she can lead her back to her father so that they can get on the train. So that's so she says that in this movie later on as like sort of, oh, you know, what you seek is seeking you. Maybe that sort of explains how all of these fucking coincidences are happening.
Yeah, I
Makes
guess.
sense.
Yeah. So
My
yeah.
brain is dribbling out my ears. I'm sorry. I'm not
We're
going
not,
to clean
dude.
that.
We're
What
not
part
even.
of this isn't easy to understand?
We're not. We're
Hell,
not. We're not
me.
even a third of the way through the movie. All right. You gotta get
Just
some of that.
thank
you gotta
the
get a little
fucking
sugar
gods.
and
It's
get it
a
back in your ear.
thank the gods. It's a
Oh,
1.5
yeah,
hour
no.
movie and not a 2.5 hour movie.
Oh, jeez.
I thought
yeah.
this was going to be a short stream. I was wrong. I was so
No, no
wrong.
This
way,
is
no
EFAP.
way, no way. Yeah, no, it's never gonna happen. But yeah, we basically have to accept that none of them notice that she has the bangle. They have no means of detecting that she has it. You know, it's just yeah, and like imagine if they did. Like imagine if what happened is one of them saw that Kamala had the bangle, and then they're like, "Hey, get her!" And then Kamala just out of like instinct uses her powers and gets swapped with Captain Marvel, who is presently flying over through the vacuum of space.
Dead.
Could you imagine if it played out that way? Dead.
And
Yeah.
definitely dead because she's probably not going to use her powers at that point to get. You know, like there's no potential of switching. Kamala would just immediately be like, you know,
Yeah,
like and
pretty
just
much.
that's it.
So it's very lucky that nobody noticed, really. It really is. It's tremendously lucky. So we get a bit of exposition. There's the Kree scientist that was mentioned earlier who's like, I need more time, you know, with the quantum band to make sure it's safe to use. But Darth Ben's like, oh, I don't care. I'm too Chad. I'm too Sigma for...
I don't understand how she put it on straight away, but now she wants the scientist to clear it. What?
Yeah, because she put it on and used it to create the unstable
Yeah.
jump point over that barren planet. I guess she figured it was safe enough to just give it a shot. I
Okay.
guess.
There
Yeah.
you go, I guess. Yeah.
But, you know, whatever. But then, because they mentioned that, you know, Kamala and Monica, they're like with Captain Marvel, and she says, all right, shit, we got to use it now. Then we got to get this air. All right, we gotta suck it into a little portal back to Hala. And yeah, she puts on the quantum band, and there is no, like, it doesn't alert her to the existence. Because I think this is when Kamala hides it. So a decent amount of conversation happens between then and now. And like, yeah, she puts it on, and it just can't. It doesn't detect that the other one's right nearby. Surely it would, right?
What's that based on rule wise?
I don't even know anymore.
Fringy
The
is
fact that
headcanoning
my
the
Bluetooth
Marvels.
headphones recognize each other when they're within range and don't when they're not makes me think that the
Well,
massive quantum
Those were designed
band
by
that created
humans,
it-
and this is a Marvel movie.
Yeah, what if someone just
Yeah,
said they
but
don't do that,
that's
Frankie?
comparing
That's it. They don't. They're like
Like,
two
I'm not-
swords that were made at the same time. They don't detect
You
each
know
other.
what? That's fair. Maybe that's not a feature. I'm just surprised it's not, but that's okay.
I'm
Maybe
kind of
it's not a
surprised
feature.
too. You think that would be a fun mechanic that they could use? It would be like, oh, she's close, or something like that.
Well, it's just later on in the film when Kamala gets teleported face to face with Darth Ben, they just begin to glow together just because they're next to each other. But in the instance on Tarnax, it only glows when she uses it. So, nice and inconsistent. But, you know, whatever.
Well, I think
Whatever.
it is going for that whole. They want to be together. The bracelets want to be together, and on Kamala, and so
Yeah, she's the chosen one.
they're influencing it in some way to get that event to happen.
Maybe they are, but then why would they glow to alert Darth Ben on Aladna that Kamala has one? That just makes it easier for her to potentially
Well,
get
if
him.
you could argue if they were that powerful, then it's like we know if we set up this instance of events.
It'll
Ah,
this will
result
happen.
in the
see.
best
I
result,
see.
which is
Yes,
booting Monica
okay.
out of the universe.
That's what I'd say if I was a really bad director that desperately needed to fill in a plot hole.
Yeah, I mean, maybe. Who knows? Who knows? Who actually knows? Maybe the writer doesn't even know. Anyway.
Nobody knows. Nobody
Um,
knows anymore.
So they're like, what are we gonna do with these two? And then Darben is about to blast them with her hammer, and then Carol shows up just in the nick of time and blocks it.
Yeah.
Man, if she'd arrived a few seconds later, Monica and Kamala would be dead. Well, probably Kamala. Monica would be fine because she can just
She
go.
just energies. You know, she just goes,
Yeah,
I'm fine now.
be impervious. But goddamn, so lucky. A few seconds later, and it would be game over. And then they have a little fight, and Carol shoots a photon blast at Darth Ben, and she like absorbs it. And then she, oh my god, and then she jumps out of the ship. She jumps out
Because
guess
she
she
knows that she can survive that, obviously.
My best guess is that she uses the laser in the hammer, kind of like a rocket jump, or like, I guess if you could use the Spartan laser to slow your fall, she like uses that laser in the hammer to slow down as she approaches the surface. That's all I got.
Oh, wait a minute. I just remembered the thing I was going to say, but I jumped the gun, so now I got to say it now. How the fuck did Carol get here?
She flew through interstellar space, and she can travel.
That's the fastest
That
traveling entity in this
Yeah.
universe. That's,
Yeah, did you see the end of Captain
I
Marvel?
guess maybe
can
she,
keep up with the spaceship.
It might
No,
be
Rags, that
she
was
light
slow.
sped Through, that was
Oh,
slow,
okay.
yeah.
Well,
Maybe
okay.
she light sped through the jump points to get there.
Because like speed of light is still finite. It would just
Speed of light is slow in space.
Yeah, well, I was about to say, Fringy, the time it would take to get to a jump point, even with light speed, right? Like
Well, you got the jump point over Earth, which she could get to pretty quickly, but the thing is that the number of jump points varies depending on where you're going. It's not like you just go through one and you're good. She might have to go through many.
Did she arrive at Tarnax, whatever, via jump points?
That's the only explanation that can work. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for her to make it in time. Because it would have taken her like several hours to get out of the like past the Oort cloud. That would have taken her like a while, let alone traveling between stars.
Same
And
problem
that
as the
would
first
be
movie.
If Tarnax was coincidentally very nearby, which why would it be?
What I want to know is how does she navigate? It's like, how does she?
She looks at the
magic.
stars. She's like a sailor. She looks at the stars.
Yeah,
And,
she's
you know,
familiar.
and-
She knows.
And even when she's on a different planet and all of the stars are in different places, she knows. She knows how to use
In the
them to
entire
guide.
universe, she's like searching for a ship.
Yeah,
somewhere.
well, Avengers Endgame is a great movie, though. You know, that's a great movie. We don't need to reopen up that conversation.
Those
We're
old
not even a
wounds.
third of the way through yet.
Bum, 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 bum.
Oh yeah, and then this is pretty funny. So Carol and Monica just jump out of the ship and fly after Darth Ben, and just leave Kamala there on the ship.
With enemies.
Yeah. Now, here's the
Responsible.
thing. Carol doesn't know what her abilities are. Maybe she thinks she can fly, but Monica knows. Monica absolutely knows she can't
But it's
fly.
bad
and
enough
she
when you
just
don't
left her there.
know. It's like you got to confirm.
Just double check. I mean, like,
And then, of
but yeah, they
course,
just leave her there.
they both use their powers at the same time and nothing happens.
And they don't switch. Yeah.
So a little question about Kamala's powers, because obviously these rules are exclusive to the MCU, so I have no reference. So she can create those platforms, right? So can she control them going up and down? And if so, could she not just fly by stepping on a platform she creates and then controlling the platform as it moves, or is
I
that
think
just
she
not
can
a thing?
control them somewhat.
Oh, okay.
I
so-
don't know
Well,
if we've ever
uh,
seen her move the She's thrown
Yeah, at the end
things
of
at
the
people,
movie.
right?
At the end of the
Mm.
movie, she moved a bunch of platforms towards Darth Ben in the final battle, but never like in the way that you're talking about of just a controlled descent by standing on it like a platform.
Okay.
But-
She could still make a slide down.
But the
Yeah.
thing is I don't really see why she wouldn't be able to do that when she does the big, you know, because when she does the punches, like that extends and retracts.
Yeah.
Oh, and then of course there's the fact that in the show she can do the thing embiggen where she just encases herself in armor. I don't know why she doesn't do that all the time, honestly. Like it just seemed like a straight.
Yeah, it's like
buff.
Monica's like translucent, like invincibility. Essentially, I can only assume it's what it is, where things just pass through her.
Yeah,
Have
she's
that
like
one just like
encased-
ready all the time.
She's encased in armor and she's basically super duper strong. She can jump really high. Like, yeah, I don't know why she doesn't just use that power all the time. Honestly, but she doesn't. She doesn't use it at any point in this film, actually.
Nope.
But nope. Oh well. Carol comes back and then picks her up and then takes her back down to the surface. So she eventually remembers after a little comedic bit that was really funny. And then once I get down
You
to
don't
the
have to lie.
surface, yeah. Well, hey, look, all right. It was really funny. And then what was funny was the big speech that Darth Ben gives. and she's on the ground. Her delivery is really embarrassing, and she's just like,
Yeah.
you have betrayed the Kree, and because of that, I shall destroy you. Like, that's how she sounds.
I'm the bad guy of
I
this
will
film.
destroy you.
Yes, but
I'm going to suck your air.
she's not Chad. She's not Chad Aries. This is
Mhm.
Virgin Cuck Darth Ben. But yeah, this is the part where Doge looks at Carol and is like, "You fucked everything up. What did you do? There's a peace treaty." And then yeah, she creates like an unstable jump point in the atmosphere that begins sucking up the air. It just starts sucking it into a thing that directs it over to Hala.
So Spaceballs?
Yes.
Yeah,
Big
yeah,
Hoover.
I guess so. And
It's
then
so
yeah,
stupid.
like, and then she just leaves, and then they order an evacuation. And you mentioned it before, I think, Waller. He's like, "We have nowhere to go," and it's like, "But you can't stay here. The air's getting sucked out, so like you have to leave."
You don't have to go home, but you can't stay here.
And then something that we see is that they start getting on like these escape pods and transport ships, and one of the ships gets sucked into Hala, which I guess means all the Skrulls on there would have been dragged out and killed on Hala, but
Nice.
like I guess we don't care about them. But I guess that means that the force that is being generated by the atmosphere being sucked into Hala is sufficiently strong that it can stop ships that have the capacity to achieve escape velocity.
Which is
That-
funny
yeah.
because that's happening, and Captain Marvel and Kamala are just talking while that's
Yeah.
happening in the background.
Yeah.
Like
If
they
that
might be able
was
to use your
possible-
help there, Captain Marvel. And she's like, "Hang on,
Yeah, exactly.
I'm just trying to
But I
figure out
guess-
what's going on."
What I'm heading towards is, if that's the case, shouldn't they all be getting sucked in
Yes.
there? Like, how can anything survive that if ships that are capable of getting into space, with the energy you need to get into space, that they can't escape the force
All
of
of the
this?
people should be
Everybody's
sucked
dead.
up. It's all done. Yeah.
Yep, it's all over.
Well, and
It's all Jova.
Why is there sucking happening anyway? Hala has an
That was something
atmosphere.
I
It's
was
not a
thinking.
vacuum.
Yeah, exactly. But
Well, I believe
yeah.
when we were first watching this in the theater together, Rags, you said, "Oh yeah, opening a portal into space that would like have a damaging effect." It's like, well, it's not space; it's a Hala. Like it's
yeah,
Yeah,
supposed to
guys,
just be
you
poison
could throw
land. That's
squirrel
all.
Things like you could, if you wanted to fuck up a planet, you could just like suck out their atmosphere into the vacuum of space.
If
but, like,
the way they treat it is, you know in Civil War when they throw all those gas canisters at the beginning to clear out the room, and then Doctor Strange, if you opened a portal to that gas room, it would like suck all of the air out of his room. It's like, no.
no, it would just be like opening a place between two places on Earth.
Yeah,
It would just be
the
like
air
a
would start to
portal.
mix a little.
Yeah.
Sure.
Yeah.
But like,
I guess we have to presume that the unstable jump points are creating a big suck. We just have to accept that they're creating that, even though the jump points don't do that.
well, yeah, because of course it
So-
sucks up the water, and it's just like, why is it sucking up the
Yeah.
water?
Yeah, we have to assume that it's.
But like, I
doing
think
that,
the air
even
one
though-
is even still like, how do you suck into?
How do you suck the air into the? How do you like? What does it mean to suck the atmosphere completely of an entire planet into another planet?
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
It would just
I
add
guess-
more and more and more
And I
atmosphere
guess
to the
I
other
guess
planet.
that means that Hala and Tarnax and presumably Earth all have the same general composition of the atmosphere of a substantial amount of nitrogen, substantial amount of, you know what I mean? Like that they have the same general atmospheric composition. I guess they do.
because everyone can breathe the same air. So
Yeah.
Yeah,
is,
so
you know-
it couldn't be a
Okay.
crazy like
Yeah.
the only thing that could cause it would be like a crazy, and I mean crazy, like atmospheric pressure differential or something. But
But I
I
mean,
don't
it looks
see
like
that
they're just the
happening.
same. It looks like they're basically they're just Earth. Because the cosmic MCU is so boring. Everywhere's just like Earth. Everywhere's got people, and such that you don't even get as much of what you get in Star Trek, where like, yeah, sure, they're all humanoid for the most part, but like they're kind of like all different looking. Like here,
Yes.
they're mostly all humans, or they're humans, but they're blue or green. And very, very, very occasionally, do you see an alien, like
One
a
other-
real
And-
alien?
and
Other
even when you
sci-fi
do,
will
there are
work.
cat.
Harder on cultural differences as well. Like this doesn't bother. It's just like whatever.
No. Well, yeah, exactly. You know, the best
I
we
mean,
got was
why
Veb.
science fiction is famous for not doing anything interesting or neat.
What with
or-
aliens or different,
Yeah,
worlds or
yeah.
civilizations? Yeah.
And the
What were
thing
you
is,
saying,
Star Trek is on a TV budget, so
Yes,
they
exactly.
have they have to resort to forehead lumps and stuff because that's going to be like your easy way to do it. Like
Yeah.
occasionally, very occasionally, you'll get like something like Species 8472, which is just a tripod CGI thing that they can show for like 3 minutes, maybe an episode. But besides,
But if you do the
that-
forehead bumps and they act different and they sound different,
Exactly.
then you're
And a
like,
different-
okay.
Yes.
And if you
different
treat it
culture.
seriously, I'm game.
Yep. Well,
and you can say they're different on
ideally
the
you wanna-
inside.
Yeah, but like ideally, what you want to see is like in Mass Effect, where you got people who, even though they're humanoid, like Turians have a very different kind of like body structure to like human beings, right? And it's and then of course you have like the Hanar and the oh, damn, what are the short guys? You
Oh,
remember, Rag?
the
Help us out.
oh.
What are they called? The guys with the gas mask thing that they wear. What are they? What were they?
yeah.
in
After the first Mass Effect, like 3 of the species just disappeared from the fucking
Volus.
galaxy.
The
The
Volus?
Hanar. No, you got no the Hanar. You said
everybody's saying Volus. They're saying Volus.
Volus?
The short
yes,
guys.
the Volus and the Elcor. Yeah.
Yes, there was Elcor as well. Yeah.
But yeah, they just disappeared from the galaxy. We stopped seeing. I think we stopped seeing Hanar, Elcor, and Volus.
I guess
in
the
Mass
point
Effect
I'm
2 and
making
3.
is that Mass Effect is what I like to see, where you've got really different looking aliens. Like Solarians, yeah, they're humanoid, but they don't look like people at all.
They're
Like
clearly
Turians don't
not,
look
yeah.
like people. The closest you got is the Asari, but like the Asari have like meaningful differences in terms of like the way that
Yeah.
they are and operate and like
Their
their psychic abilities.
physiology and
Yeah. Meanwhile, here it's just like, oh yeah, it's people, and the best that you get is Skrulls. Well, Veb. The best you got is Veb. The best character.
Yeah,
of
Veb
He should have been in this movie to
Phase
save
4.
it. He could have. He
Yeah,
could have told
should've
everybody
been,
what to
yeah.
do.
They should have had a movie called The Vebs, which was Veb and another Veb, and they go on an adventure together.
Yeah.
And they get up to shenanigans.
Billion-dollar
all kinds of
idea right there.
The MCU.
stuff. They
They
try
get into a
escape
sci-fi
the Marvel
franchise that'll
Cinematic
respect
Universe.
them.
Veb, the quest for
And then,
holes.
and then it has a horror ending because they end up in the Star Wars universe, the Disney
Oh,
Star
no.
Wars
Finally,
universe.
a new universe. What are we in, Star Trek or
No, you're a Disney Star
no?
Wars. You're in a
Star
Ahsoka.
Wars.
And then they,
Yeah.
or like, yeah, the post-credit scene, they find Thrawn and the zombie stormtroopers, and it's just like, no, as it pans out.
It'll be great.
Anyway, yeah, so they need to start helping people, but Carol orders Kamala, don't use your powers, get on the ship. Kamala wants to help, but you know, Carol doesn't give a shit. This is, I would say that this is like the first of, so this film is so thin thematically, it's unbelievable. The only one that I feel is like actually there in any real way is teamwork makes the dream work. Like teamwork is good, you know? It's good to work as a team, and this is like the first of that. You know, of like, Carol she don't really work well with a team, you know? Yeah. But then, you know, as Carol's flying around trying to save like these escape pods, Kamala sees some debris that's about to fall on some fucking Skrulls, and she runs over and she puts up like a big shield, and then switches with Carol, and then Kamala's falling down to the earth again, and then gets switched.
Where is
and then she's
Monica
just
during
like-
this?
She's just on the escape pod saying, "Come on, guys! Come on, run! Come on over
Okay,
here!"
yeah, that's fair. All right, yeah, good stuff.
Which
She's
is
not
like,
really-
which
yeah.
is not helping. If you do that, you're not helping.
Oh,
If
you
you're
ought to
standing
run up
on
to him and be
the-
like,
you just-
you're only saying this to look like you're doing something to be safe. That's why you're doing that.
You are safe yourself, and you want to make sure that you are on that ship when it takes off. But you don't want to look too, selfish.
No,
and, like
well,
you
she's on the plane, you know.
yeah, she's there. Like you're good. Like you don't have to pretend like you're trying to help other people.
Yeah.
Like no, we got it. We're not going to get into it faster because you're sort of like move like you're trying to direct me to round third and go home. Like I got it. We're good.
And she doesn't even need to be on the ship because she can breathe space.
Yeah, and she can just
can
fly
breathe
up.
space, yeah.
She should probably help people, but no.
Or
you know,
make some
she-
room for someone else who doesn't need the.
Because I don't know if because Kamal actually wants to help people, like actively, which is it's nice when a hero actually wants to try and save people.
And I
There's
like
not a lot of
like
that.
split focus in terms of we got to save what we can, not lose a whole bunch more trying to save more. I like the clash of perspectives, but what I just said is all you get. It's just
Yes,
it's just
it
that.
doesn't last. It doesn't last at all. It gets resolved the next scene. Because there's a part where Carol flies back down. It's like, where's Monica? Not Monica. She says that to Monica. Where's Kamala? and Kamala's off like creating a ramp to help some Skrulls escape. And then Carol deliberately switches to get Kamala back on the ship, and yeah, she tells him like, "We got to save who we can." And then as they fly off, we see many Skrulls getting crushed under the falling debris. It's
Nice.
kind of like weirdly.
It was really
totally
cathartic.
dark. Wow. It's
Finally,
Secret
a comedy
Invasion-
beat works in this movie.
Secret Invasion dealt so much damage. Secret Invasion was so bad for the Skrulls.
Oh yeah, so
The
for anybody who
vast
doesn't
majority-
know and listen casually and hasn't seen the Secret Invasion episode, there's currently as much as 1 million Skrulls subverting all of our political and social systems on Earth right now.
Well, that's mean.
Yeah, it's
Yeah,
not
They're
great.
going
that-
to cause
that
the
grand-
apocalypse because someone
Yes.
lied to a 9-year-old.
Their grand plan was to nuke Earth, and seemingly the vast majority of Skrulls were on board with this.
Yes.
If not all of them.
So, I'm sure that this is why we were highlighting, like, yeah, this movie definitely totally took that forward. Totally remembered that aspect of the fucking story.
And so now they're up in space. and
Why
it's
did
real
everything
bad.
collapse if you're just sucking out air?
I don't know.
It's so
shaking
sucky,
and-
it's sucking
yeah.
concrete up too.
But it
Okay.
but it fell down. When everything got sucked up, it
fell
down.
down. Yeah.
Yeah, it did.
It's-
So
it's
Because
like
they
a
don't know
tube
which
of
way
just-
up is.
It makes so much sense. It's just hurting my brain, like in a good way, I guess. That's probably what that is.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it's
you
like-
know, yeah.
that's right. No
it's
pain,
working.
no gain. You're gaining
I-
brain
Um,
matter.
I brought it up on I think it was FNT, but it's such a sad and shitty opportunity a good opportunity to do something, and they did something shitty, which is that there's a choice to be made when Kamala's created that bridge. She's got to maintain it by being there and using her power, but all the fucking debris is coming to get her, and Captain Marvel can see that, and she's like, I want to get her out. Obviously, if I move her, then the bridge will fail, and that'll kill all the Skrulls. But if I use any of my powers to even get to her, I'll switch her out, and then, you know what I mean? Like, there's stakes, there's issues, there's risks, returns, there's all kinds of things happening. But they just, like, immediately have her use her power, Kamala gets switched back, and then she grabs, like, 2 Skrulls and they leave. And it's like, oh, you didn't even acknowledge that by switching her, you cancelled out her bridge, which killed all the Skrulls. Like, oh well, that would have been interesting. It's like a choice or something.
Well, I think I don't want to show Carol doing something that probably killed a few people.
Yeah, like
They don't want to
genociding Hala or something, you know.
Yeah,
He wouldn't want to
you
show
know,
that. That's
we
in the
wouldn't,
movie between the movies.
Yeah.
A lot of women doing genocides in media these past few years, you know? It's
It's
just
interesting. It's something to think
They're
about.
playing
It's something to think
catch up.
about.
yeah,
They're playing catch up.
trying to level the
Yeah,
playing
with
field.
Hitler and yeah. Girls get it done.
So they're up in space, and Doge is like, Carol, you fucked everything up, you know? But he's not that angry, and it's basically dropped as soon as Carol says, oh, I caught a friend. Like, there's so many instances in this film where drama gets raised and instantly, resolved, you know? Or just forgotten about, where it's just like, you messed everything up. Oh, I caught a friend. Okay, and that's it. That's all you get for that. And then you see the Bifrost opening up, and it's a Valkyrie.
Woohoo, Valkyrie!
Yo,
Valkyrie! Everyone's favorite
Is the
character.
Bifrost something she's meant to be able to
Who is it?
summon, by the way? I've heard.
Who's
I got
that?
really confused because she's wearing her Men in Black costume, and I'm like, what?
She wore
Universe.
I think she wore the suit in Thor: Love and Thunder at a certain point, right?
Yeah, for when she was doing
That's
official
what
shit,
my
yeah.
memory.
Where she was Thor, Love and Thunder. Oh, that was
Yeah,
nice.
she's here, and she's gonna take these scrolls to Earth.
Specifically New Asgard, I assume.
Yeah, which I don't know. Do they have sovereignty in New Asgard?
Why not?
I guess
Why
they
not?
probably have some amount of sovereignty, but
Why
considering that
not?
right now on Earth, since this takes place after Secret Invasion, America is like very openly declared war
There
on
was-
the Skrulls.
There was a presidential address where he basically said, it's us versus them, we're gonna fucking crush them.
And do you
True,
remember
base. He has
Fury's
my vote.
reason? Fury's reason for not bringing any superpowered people in is because the worst thing that could happen is they turned into superpowered people, and now they're all Asgardians.
And now they're in Asgard. And remember, Asgard doesn't just have Asgardians; it has aliens there. It has like people from
Yep.
different like planets and stuff. So that just gives them a free gateway to like go
Remember-
all across the galaxy.
Remember when Fury said the president's speech was hateful?
Right after they tried to
like,
do
You
the
fucking
family.
bet it was hateful.
Okay.
You're hateful.
And so, yeah, now we get another bit for the theme of teamwork. This is like the second of maybe 4 or 5 instances of this theme having anything. Where Valkyrie tells Carol, "You can stand tall without standing alone." That's it. And then she leaves.
Yay.
With the scrolls.
I was
As
hoping
if there was any doubt or conflict about this theme to begin with.
Well, the teamwork is good.
Well, yeah, like there's never like I have to do this alone or I can't work with people or no, but from like the beginning, they're all just like they sort of say, well, they like give lip service to it and say, "No, we're not a team." But they they are.
Well,
but that's like it. You know,
if you can dig in from what we've seen so far, if Kamala had been told to stay home and not use her powers, a lot of things would have been done better and faster by now.
Yes, that's true. Kamala in particular she's inexperienced.
She shouldn't be here.
Like, she shouldn't be here. But we'll get to that part in a second. Yeah, so they've all left, but there's a little part where Kamala's like, "Oh, you know, Captain Marvel's gonna fix this." And it looks like Carol's kind of like, it's like she's kind of a little bit like annoyed, but also like kind of not, because this doesn't carry forward. Like, this is resolved in the next scene. Spoiler for that. But you know, that scene's done. Now we're going over to Hala, which we get to see like properly for the first time. It's desolate, it's dark, but the atmosphere's getting filled in, and Darth Ben's giving a speech in front of a crowd, tells him like, "Oh yeah, you can breathe some fresh air." And then we get the flashback of the good old story with Carol.
But wait,
where
those civilians, the citizens, whatever have you, of Hala,
this is what
they. Well, I might be talking about something else. I'm not even sure, but they would have seen, presumably, unless she opened it at some other area of the planet. Like, they would have seen what she did, right? I assume. And not only would they have gotten some new air to breathe, sure, would they not have seen like many people, ships, architecture, soil, all coming in under the soundtrack of screaming? Would they not think like,
getting sucked in and landing and splatting on the ground?
Yeah, like they just see Skrulls being like, and they're just like, well, that's interesting.
Like, what do the civilians? Where do they think these resources are coming from? Do they know that they're being stolen from inhabited planets, and are they cool with that? Because if they are, that's real awkward, man. Like, because they're definitely meant to be. They're definitely framing the civilians as sympathetic, of like, they're suffering, you know, this plight, and it's unfortunate, and you know, but like, I don't know if they know what's going on. Like, if they know where all of these resources are coming from. But, you know, this is where we get the flashback as well. So we see that Darth Ben, she saw Carol, the Annihilator, just indiscriminately, like, killing all of these crews. She's working her way towards the Supreme Intelligence, and then she blasts, like, the roof above Darth Ben and drops all of the debris on her. And then something that Darth Ben says is that Carol said that, you know, it's like, heard her lies, claiming she was there to set us free. But when she destroyed the Supreme Intelligence, she destroyed the Kree. And it's just like, oh, so did Carol stick around for a while?
No, she left.
I think we have to conclude that she left, which I think it's safe to say this is basically character assassination, which I didn't think was possible with Carol, but they managed it.
Yeah, it's nuts. It doesn't make any fucking sense. She caused a civil war / destroyed everything, abandoned them, and then it's like, wait, but wasn't she already criticized for abandoning Earth? And it's like, yeah, like, she just abandons people and things.
Well, it's just, what an idiot. I'm going to destroy the central foundation of this civilization and then just leave. But I'm going to tell them, like, yeah, but the Supreme Intelligence was evil. Okay, you're on your own, bye! And just wasn't involved in anything at all. Like, what an idiot.
Imagine someone said, like, your government is evil, wipes them all out and leaves. You're like,
But I voted for that. What?
It's just crazy that she couldn't consider at all the ramifications of destroying the governing entity of the civilization and just leaving.
That's hard.
And it's like,
for
yeah. Well,
She's just a terrible person.
She's a coward.
It's commentary on foreign policy, okay? This movie's very political.
Yes, I see. Yeah, of course.
And they do it by the person everyone respects the most, Brie Larson. I mean, at least have it by someone who you think, okay, maybe they know what they're doing. She just goes around the galaxy blowing stuff up at random.
I do that sometimes.
She's
when I'm bored.
like
Every
Crumbopulous
time I
Michael.
can.
She just loves killing. She
You
loves
do
going
wonder.
around and, like,
She must
killing
love
people.
killing.
I mean,
Yeah.
remember when she killed all the Kree before and she was wooing? It's like, yeah,
Yeah,
this is
that's
the same
right.
thing.
Woo!
I mean, she has Goose as a pet.
Yeah.
So
Ooh, it's all
Lovecraftian
coming
monster.
together. Yeah, yeah.
Every
Yeah.
time she gets teleported into a new room, she punches somebody in the face. She doesn't even know the situation she's in. She just starts punching people.
Yep. I like how you replay the fight as well, because as I was glancing over, it's like, oh yeah, remember how like the guy on the moon, she like threw him 50 miles, but the guy that she threw into the wall didn't throw him very far or hard at all. It's like, yeah, of course. We're past that, but whatever. It's just
Her stamina bar was low, Fringy. Her
the
stamina bar was low.
the scientist is like, we need more power than the band can provide to reignite our sun. That's what he
We need
says.
2 bands worth of
Yeah,
power.
they need, which is funny because consider what happens when she uses 2 of them. And like they're not trying to like reignite their star with the bands. Like they're gonna create a portal. That's what they're gonna do. So I find this line very confusing. Was their plan to get the 2 bands so that they could like restart the star? Was that their plan? Is that possible? Is that something that it can do? Can just like restart a star? And what does that mean? If the star is diminished all of it, diminished, fuck's sake, diminished and replenished is what I. If it's diminished and used up all of its hydrogen, what does it do? Does it just like restore a bunch of hydrogen to the core so that it can continue fusion?
All I know is whatever Monica says is true is true.
It's
If
true.
she says
Yeah,
it's
Monica
possible,
says
it's possible.
Yeah, whenever she says science stuff, sure. That's
yeah,
that's how it works in Marvelville.
Because to help out with
Cool.
the visual, like their star is like it's way dimmer. I presume it doesn't
Their
look
people
like
are way dimmer too.
it hasn't expanded. It's not like in a red giant phase. It's like the same size, but it's like dimmer and slower. And something that like I don't understand what exactly I'm meant to believe about what's happening with the star, because unless I've got it totally wrong, as I understood it, stars die when they have exhausted like their fusion process, that they fuse hydrogen, and then once that's done, they have to fuse heavier elements like helium, and that the more that it goes up, the more that it like accelerates towards its death. So if this star is like dying, doesn't that just mean it's like used up all of the resources it can use for fusion? So, like, how do you fix that? Unless I've
You
got
have
it
to pump it
completely
full
and
of
utterly
hydrogen,
wrong.
right?
I guess so.
Again, though, the stars don't tend to go cold when they die, or at least not until like billions and billions of years
Yeah,
pass
so-
and they've
oh, yeah, of
completely
course.
cooled down.
So that's the other thing to add on as well. Stars live for billions of years. The really big stars, like your really, really big, like blue and white stars, they die really quickly. But remember, really quickly on a cosmic scale, it's still millions of years, thousands of years at the absolute least. But a main sequence like our star looks like the same one as Hala. Ours is like a yellow star, main sequence yellow star. That's going to last 10 billion years. The red giant phase lasts for like, what, 2 billion years? So, like, how did it die in 30 years?
Well,
How's it even
they killed the
possible?
Supreme Intelligence.
Right, and the Supreme Intelligence was what? Tapped into...
There was a big
like,
Ethernet cable that went from the Supreme Intelligence
Yeah.
into the sun, and they
Is it
blew it up.
solar
Ethernet or
powered.
Ethernet?
Hmm?
Is it Ethernet or Ethernet?
I thought it was Ethernet.
I think you're allowed
I
to
say
do both.
Ethernet.
Okay, that's fair.
I'll allow
But-
you to
but
do
yeah,
both because
so
I'm nice.
I guess
Nice.
against all logic, we have to accept that this is the state of the star. It's slowing down its process, but it's got plenty of hydrogen left to fuse. It just needs, I don't know, some sufficient amount of energy. But to jump ahead, Darben's plan is to extract the mass of our star, our sun, and I guess just deposit it into that star. Which I don't know, man. Do you know how big stars are? Like, do you know how big they are? How
That
their
sounds like
mass?
a supernova waiting to happen. It's just-
And,
What,
and
so-
this one's particularly malicious because you'd be like, oxygen, okay, it's quite likely that planets with oxygen may have life on. Water, okay, the same. You can get any star. You don't need
Exactly.
next to a
Well,
planet that's got life on it.
the thing is that we're not at the because you see that's the motivation of the villain. You see,
What?
she's a spiteful evil, but we'll get to that.
Oh boy, I'm excited to learn the
yeah.
motivation of our villain.
Basically,
It's probably gonna be really good.
Darth Ben's like,
Woohoo,
we don't
said
need the
Captain
other
Marvel.
band. We don't have enough time. You know, Hull is fucked. We gotta get moving. And then that's that. And so now we're back on the ship with Carol and Monica. They're having a little chat as they're making repairs. And Monica basically expresses that, like, why did you never come back? You never came back. You said you'd be back before we knew it. And Carol's response, which, be forewarned, this is just not true, okay? This is not true what she says. She says she didn't know what she was getting into. She didn't know how to explain her obligations to Monica, that she was going to come back, but other people needed her. This is not true, but this is what she says. Like, Carol doesn't believe this. It's a lie. She's lying to her and herself. She's lying to Monica and or herself, basically. And then Monica's like, yeah, but we needed you. And then that's the end of the conversation. And we're not getting much more on that until the second act low point. That's when we get continued development of this dynamic. So, like, for reference, all we had was, like, one throwaway line in WandaVision, a couple of their intro conversations, and a bit of their, they're like, oh, you know, we're not really, like, getting along. And then it's resolved in the second act low point. And that is the extent of the relationship between Carol and Monica in terms of, like, meaningful, direct development of this friction. Isn't that incredible?
I mean, I would use another word, but yeah, yeah.
You've done it. You did it. It's finished.
Yeah. On the other hand, those parts are also the worst parts of the movie.
They are. Well, yeah. I guess it's just I find it insane how little character there is in this film. Like, I find it remarkable. It's not like the plot is so riveting and detailed that you need to dedicate. I don't know how they did it. Like, I know it's 1.5 hours, but, like, you can achieve, like, a lot of the Disney Renaissance animated films are less than an hour and a half. And think about everything they accomplished in that time compared to how much.
And they had better songs as well, but maybe I'm getting ahead of myself.
They had better everything. Oh, yeah. And so Carol's like, oh, I'm sorry how I spoke to you, Kamala. And it's like, oh, it's all good. So that conflict is resolved as well. Like, it's already done. It's all good. You know? Yeah, no, I'm sorry. That's okay. And it's resolved, like, what, 4 minutes after it happened?
That's good. Well, I mean, check that off the list of things that you have to do for film.
I mean, yeah, that's right. You need conflict, and then you need to resolve it. Ah, yes, good. Got it.
We
Nailed
need characters and a plot. Okay.
Swiftly moving along, and then you just have a bit where, like, Kamala's just like, oh, yeah, Captain Marvel, you're so cool. Oh, what should we have our superhero names? Oh, we're the Marvels. Haha, yeah, we don't need to talk about this, right? It's just boring and not funny and fucking lame.
I agree.
Or does anybody have any particular observations about spending, like, all that time just trying to figure out superhero names for Monica right after a bunch of Skrulls just died, who these guys like what, mere hours after that happened, it's all back to jokes and funny times and haha, because you can never sit with a sad moment, even though, you know, you can never sit with a sad moment for more than a couple of minutes. You got to get moving. You got to keep going.
In hindsight, it makes it bizarre that they ended Infinity War like that and then left us for however long, couple years, just with that as the state of things, kind of.
Yeah. Also, like, was that jump rope CGI? Because Brie Larson did not look like she was jumping rope in
that's
sequence. We're not there yet. No,
we're not quite there yet.
We're not to jump rope. We're not to jump.
Because now we got some big old exposition. So Kamala shows Carol the bangle, explains how it works. It was glowing when the portal got opened on Tarnax. And she explains how it once sent her back in time, which we already covered, and she thinks that's related. Carol says, "Oh, that's a quantum band," and that it's a myth, but I guess it's not, and it's an ancient artifact.
It's a myth, but I guess it's not.
Yeah, but I guess it's not. And then Monica at this point is like, "Oh, what are the odds that, like, Kamala and Darth Ben would ever encounter each other in all of, like, the cosmos about it?" And then Kamala says, "Oh, what's seeking you? What you seek is seeking you," and it's like, oh, okay, cool movie. Do you think that's a sufficient explanation?
Hey, a djinn cast a spell on a magical bangle during partition or whatever, so fuck you.
Was he drinking gin while he cast his gin magic?
I don't know about that, but maybe.
Yeah.
So, this is... Oh, yep.
Just because, as you said, it's just nothing happens of it, but... I think any normal person would have expected, like, oh, Kamala's going to learn that Captain Marvel's not the hero she thought she was.
Wow, that could be interesting.
Doesn't happen.
Who knows what will happen to her character because of that,
If some Marvel suit said, we can't do that because we need Kamala to feel inspired by her anyway, and I'd be like, you can still do that. You can have
why did you write her to be such a terrible human being?
Yeah, because in a better world it would be, you got flaws, but, like, you still go out there and do
That's the arc.
Things,
You have her lose complete faith in it, and then she realizes that a superhero is a lot more than some paragon who's impossible to have a failure of any kind.
It was, in Far From Home, right? It's like, you can't live up to Tony. Tony couldn't live up to Tony. Like, the perfect ideal doesn't exist. He was a flawed individual just like you, but he tried his best, so that's what you need to do. Because
They did this in Coco.
Well, this is what I meant by... When she had that moment of watching Captain Marvel say, like, we're fucking leaving, go, and it was like, I see, we're going to be doing that. And then the film's like, no.
No, she's just like, oh, I'm sorry, it's okay, and that's it.
You say that as if, like, it's as though the film didn't even acknowledge that that's what they were... You know, if she had said, like, I thought maybe you were a bit different, then she's like, oh, yeah, I'm not, but sorry about that. We don't even, like, pretend that's the arc. It was more... She said she was sorry for yelling at her.
Which it would be, I don't know, it feels like people yell at each other in battles, okay? I don't think that's the kind of thing that you would really hold against each other. I yelled at you in a battle to try and get you to do things the way that I wanted to, compared to, I'm sorry that you had to experience leaving many, as far as you're aware, innocent people to be crushed to death.
Yeah.
You know, like, it's just Kamala, you know, like, I think that she's of the three characters, I basically think that Monica is a static character in this film. I don't think she has an arc. I don't think she goes anywhere. Because
I barely know what we start with.
Well, it's just her grievance is normal.
You left me.
Of like, you abandoned us, and she's not wrong for holding that. And Carol basically admits, like, yeah, I fucked up. So Monica doesn't have an arc. She is just the way she is the whole time, and she's totally static. Which is, by the way, like, that's what, if she was a great character but static, that'd be one thing. But she's boring, is basically what I'm getting at. She's got nothing going on.
Yeah, like if I have a diamond in my house and it just stays that way, that's all right.
Yeah.
But if I have a turd that I haven't flushed,
I would
like it to go. I'd like it to change or
You should
develop.
Move house instead.
Yeah.
But so this
Bree with this.
Oh, sorry.
The lesson that Bree should be learning is that these decisions are too big for me to decide. That I shouldn't have done that decision in the first place, and you kind of get like what is it in Star Trek? The prime directive that I can't predict all of the consequences of this on somebody else's culture that I don't know anything about, and so I shouldn't do it. But the lesson she seemed to take from it was, I'm sorry I couldn't fix the problems afterwards. But I don't think she ever even considers maybe I should have left it that way.
Maybe
Like,
if I
maybe
don't know what to
intervene.
do, I could just not do do something. I could like think and work things out. Ooh, they could do the thing where she becomes overly cautious, and instead, maybe Carol, like, she needs to do something, but she's kind of frozen by fear after what happened on Hala and what she did. So
well, yeah. One way is it's like hyper intervention, or just like, no, everybody's problems are their problems. It's not my place to get involved, and then there's some like
And to
healthy
maybe
middle
fear
ground.
her own power. Because she's just a girl from Earth. She did not expect to be the most powerful entity in the universe. But no.
Well, that's Gia now.
Yep. Oh yeah, that's right. I'm sure we'll see her again. So what is explained is that according to Kree legend, the quantum bands were used to create the jump point network. Kamala says this explains their entanglement, which I think it kind of does and kind of doesn't. Because I don't really understand. So the bands created the jump point network, but they also unlocked Kamala's mutation, which allows her to manifest Nor from the Nor dimension into physical constructs. And it also absorbs, like, the light powers, the binary blasts of Captain Marvel. And also it gives you, like, it can help you travel back in time, and it can also give you, like, visions. You know what I mean? Like, why does it have all of these abilities?
that's just
what is
fucking handy.
Quantum.
I would say all of them are intuitively
Just 'cause.
connected.
Oh, well, you know, when you, I guess so,
And none of
yeah.
you disagreed, so... was gonna say,
Quantum solves this. The word quantum does
I would say
solve
there's
this.
one gap. and then
Quantumania.
It's filled by the one you didn't explain, Frank. There's one extra power. You can inscribe writings through wishing it hard enough onto the bangle that will travel
That's
through
right.
time and stuff like
That's
that.
right.
So, yeah.
Yes. So really it all makes sense. The universal weapon is what the hammer's called, but I wrote down
The
that it's
universal
the gravity hammer.
weapon?
Yeah, that's what
Yeah.
it's called.
It's called
Wait,
the
it has a
universal
name?
weapon.
Yes.
Yeah.
That's it?
Yeah.
Wow.
I feel like
that
hammer is a better
profoundly
name.
shitty.
I prefer
Space
gravity
hammer would be better.
But is that because it
Universal
can
weapon.
destroy universes, or just that it can be used on anything?
I don't know.
It can only be used on universe.
Well, that's what I mean. Does it have the power to destroy the universe, or are they like, well, this can just hit anything? Like, it can be used universally on all objects.
This will slam into anything in the universe, much like a normal hammer, but it's big.
Yeah, but this hammer is made out of atoms.
And
Uh-huh.
whoa,
Can it see light?
Universe
Quantum
atoms.
atom.
Quantum
Okay.
atoms.
was
Oh my
someone in
God.
chat just mentioned? It's like,
Stuff
wait,
with
do you think
hammers.
they didn't remember to switch the name? That was the placeholder name. Or like, fuck it,
That's
we'll
Well,
go
the
with it.
universal weapon. Yeah, we'll just call it
I
that.
forgot.
So lame. Well, anyway, so Kamala says that Darth Ben had some star charts on the ship, and then Carol's like, "Oh, we can use the scroll, torture device to get those memories to find out what was on the star chart."
Mm-hmm.
And then she clarifies she's been trying to use them to unlock the memories, and Monica points out like, "Wait, you're still trying it? It's been like 30 years," and it's just like, "Oh yeah, yeah." And I guess we just have to accept that in 30 years she's not been able to.
It's another
not been able
thread
to tap into much. Yeah.
where I
Yeah,
thought
like I don't believe her because she learned how to fly in like 12 seconds.
I thought that the payoff for that was going to be another arc of like Carol choosing to stop trying to dig up the past and instead move on with her future, but no, we don't
But
do
no.
that.
Okay, and so this is an important thing to clarify when they use this machine. They find the star chart, and it shows the Magellanic Galaxy. It doesn't show the planet that the Kree are going to specifically. Reminder: galaxies are huge. The Milky Way has over 100 billion stars.
Yeah, says you.
Just well, yeah, that's true. I mean, I've not gone and counted them myself individually, so
Wait,
I
wait,
could
just
be
a
talking
second.
about
Just to be clear, Magellan circumnavigates the globe. I mean, he didn't even make it all the way, and he gets a galaxy named after him.
Neat.
yeah, no,
That
I know.
doesn't. I don't know about that. That seems a little. They should have just named
But
the
yeah.
planet after him.
Just a
That would make more
reminder,
sense.
all they have going forward for relevant plot stuff is they know what galaxy they're going to.
That does.
all
I mean,
you
that
need.
narrows it down by a lot, but in a meaningless way.
Mm-hmm.
They should use Carol's magical navigation thing
I agree.
she has.
Which
I
one?
was confused about this as well. Oh, what?
Which magical navigation thing? She has a couple.
Yeah. What? Do you...
The
The way
power
she-
of love.
What? Really?
Flies around the galaxy, finds random.
Oh
shit.
yeah. Yeah. She could just
Yeah.
do that.
I felt some way, yeah. While they're going through these memories, a memory starts playing when Carol returned to Earth during the snap to visit Maria, Monica's mom, who was dying of cancer. And she says, like, "Oh, you should have been Captain Marvel. It was that stupid race that we did to the hangar. You should have been Captain Marvel." And then Maria's like, "Oh, I want you to take Goose, but only until Monica comes back." And yeah, Monica doesn't want to relive these memories, but Carol just wants to keep doing it. And we don't really get anything like
she doesn't
more than
stop.
that.
She just keeps it going.
No. Yeah. She's like, "Sorry, I need to still see this," even though Monica is obviously and understandably upset about these.
Like, oh, my
these
dead
memories.
mum. Memories of her talking about us. It's like, that's fun.
Yeah. When you visited during the snap, but you weren't there when I came back. Thanks, bro. Appreciate it.
You know what's funny as well,
And
her
yeah,
saying,
Monica-
like, you should have been Captain Marvel. It's like, yeah, well, even if she did go in the training exercise or whatever instead of you, she wouldn't have been dumb enough, hopefully, to shoot the engine all over herself.
Well, no, but as I mean, it might be that in multiple universes, Maria is Captain Marvel because of some weird obsession with the producers, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
But that's just a thought. That's
Oh, that's
just
definitely
theory,
a nod
game
to that.
theory.
That's the what
yeah.
if she had won the race, haha.
Yes, that's right. Oh, yeah. And then, Monica just explains, like, yeah, nobody was there for her when she came back. And then Kamala gives her a hug and reassures her, like, "Oh, I'm sorry about that." Because, again, Kamala's just, like, more socially astute than Carol. Like, Carol's just oblivious.
Carol is allergic to emotions.
A little bit, yeah.
Quantum
But that's the end of that as well. It's just like, oh, yeah, no, I'm sorry. Anyway, moving on with the plot.
Yeah.
Carry on.
We're just back to the plot as if nothing happened there.
Like I said, I'm willing
and so,
to bet
yeah.
they cut a lot of the actual, like... I refuse to
Character?
believe that there's these pieces, these tiny bits of residue of what looks like writing. It's like, was this writing at some point? And it's like, no, it was all sludge. And you're like, okay.
So this is so I want to run through all of this information to be very clear about it all. So the explanation of the jump points is that they, quote, stretch and reconfigure space without rupturing the space-time continuum But the more jump points that are installed, the more unstable the network becomes, like fracking. And then it basically, if Darth Ben, if she keeps creating jump points, it's going to cause problems. Now, I find this confusing because it's like, oh, the more that you add in, stable or not, makes it unstable.
Yeah,
that how it
that
works?
line's only there so they can tell you back fracking is bad. And the fracking line is not, like, that's dubbed over. Nobody says that line in the movie.
I wouldn't be surprised if that was ADR. Yeah, because you can't see her.
Yeah.
Oh, right.
Also, I don't even understand what the comparison is, like, to fracking versus creating holes in space-time. Like, that don't seem
Fracking is
analogous to
bad
me at
for me.
all. But so this is how they start deducing where they need to go. So I'm just going to run through it in order. So Tarnax was formerly occupied by the Kree. Maybe the attack was a warning. Therefore, they're going to attack another colony. But the Magellanic Galaxy was 25% like controlled by the Kree at one point. So that's so many planets. It's unbelievable. But then, oh well, if Darth Ben wanted to destroy Tarnax, why wouldn't she just blow it up? You know, jump points aren't weapons, but means of transportation. Jump points have two sides. So the atmosphere of Tarnax probably went to Hala, as you know, Carol figures out. Given that Hala had a shit atmosphere and is suffering from a drought, maybe the next place has to do with water. And then the planet that they're going to go to is Alanda is in the Magellanic Galaxy, and oceans cover 99.63% of the planet. This is a correct guess. This is where she is going.
In the entire galaxy?
In the entire galaxy. Man. Wow.
Pretty smart.
Wow.
Nice.
And what's better when you add on top, this is before Carol figures out that Darth Ben is specifically targeting places that she cares about. So for all she knows, she's just going to random places to extract their resources. And based on where you are now, wouldn't it make more sense that she would go to a planet that is uninhabited? There's got to be water worlds that have nobody on them elsewhere. So if anything,
Marvel universe, absolutely.
the reality is you have no means of actually guessing where they're going to go. When we're talking about a galaxy with over 100, you know, I don't know how big this galaxy is supposed to be, but I mean, if our galaxy is any indication, at the very least tens of billions of stars, there's no way that you can't even begin to guess. You can't even begin to guess. Like, you know what I mean? Like, it wouldn't even be worthwhile to guess. It's like, what's the point of that? You just have no idea. But yes,
And
they
you'd
deduce
want-
it. Yep.
You'd want uninhabited planets, because if you go for inhabited planet, you're going to piss them off. They're going to try and stop
Exactly.
Yeah, a
you.
little bit.
And
Exactly.
this is the fate of your home world. You're not going to want to risk it. If you want to destroy something, you do it afterwards once you've already fixed your own home world.
Mm-hmm.
Plus,
Yeah,
I mean,
like-
the lives of Kree soldiers that you're sending, you know,
Exactly.
you want to avoid that.
But that's kind of what I'm getting at, is that even though guessing is pointless, even if you wanted to, your guess doesn't make sense. Why wouldn't they go to a place that has no people on it for just those reasons? Because I don't want to get into a fight. I'm tired of science fiction stories not understanding how big the universe is. Like, these types of, like, shitty Marvel movies that, like, just think that the universe is tiny. It's really fucking annoying.
But
You
it's
know,
like
it's
these
like,
Crack
oh,
open a nice moon.
they open the portal next to a city rather than anywhere else on the entire planet. It's just like, well, we built a set here, everything must happen.
there's
Like, if you
one
guys want to have a
serial
fight, then just show up and say, "Hey, you want to fight?"
novel- I just
Basically,
like,
John Wick.
Like,
John
every
Wick doesn't
planet
wanna
has
fight.
one. Every planet has one city. They all speak the same language. They
all look like
have
humans.
sort of like yeah, they all look like humans. Everywhere's really close together. Everywhere's inhabited. Unlike in, you know, as far as we can tell, most planets are empty. Or like, not empty, but you know, most planets don't seem to have life. At least, you know, our solar system is any indication. I don't know. I just find this all really annoying, and the fact that they guessed it correctly. Like, the whole movie ends if they got it wrong, and the odds of them getting it wrong are, like, astronomically high.
Not
Like, it's
possible
so
to
high.
comprehend. Yeah.
Yeah, like, we're talking, like, the chance of getting it right are, like, 0.0000. Like, there is no educated guess when we're talking about billions of potential locations. But whatever, you know, they got it right.
Here's a question. Why didn't Darth Ben just open one portal on Earth in the ocean or above it and suck up the air and the water at the same time? Or
Well,
Because
yeah.
fuck you.
Well, because
Yeah, you can do it right on the water level. Yeah, get them both. The old 1-2 punch.
And
Earth is
it
only
would piss off
70% water.
Carol.
That's right. 2 birds with 1 stone.
And then, when you're done and sucked it all up, just flip it around and get the sun too.
Mm-hmm. But I guess the logic would be, yeah, but this one's 99% water. Which, by the way, you talk about the evolution of a humanoid species on a planet that has like no fucking land. You know what I mean? Do we even want to think about like what is the evolutionary?
They moved there from a different planet.
Then again, the Celestials might have planted a seed in Atlanta or Alanda, and then they guided them, and then the deviants were there, but they stopped them, and so like humans flourished there, and then the Celestials are gonna emerge out of the planet and blow it up.
Maybe it
Marvel
had really
Cinematic
big ice
Universe.
caps at one point and it melted.
Yeah, it's weird that like human, like great apes would,
Emerge on a planet that's full of
Everywhere.
water. Yeah. Well, yeah.
Yeah, I
mean,
guess everywhere, but doubly so.
I mean,
on
I know
a-
that it's called convergent evolution, right? When 2 independent species develop like similar traits. Is that what it's
Yes.
called? Is that the term? So,
Yeah,
like, for
convergent
instance,
evolution.
Sounds
Yeah.
right.
because raccoons and tanukis, they're not related at all, but they're both adorable little critters with their
Yeah, they're great.
little yeah.
Yeah, crabs keep evolving is the big joke of convergent evolution, where all these independent species just turn into crabs.
Anyway, yeah,
Crabs
Carol's
like
acting. It's interesting because I keep saying Aladna.
Say
Uh,
Aladdin
Carol-
and,
Yeah,
just accept it.
Carol's acting weird about it all, which Kamala and Monica both noticed. But it's whatever. Now we're at like Fury's taking. So Fury, because Kamala's family insisted, he's bringing them up to Saber. Why?
Because they insisted.
Yes,
Insisted.
he has no power to just say nah, bye. But he's bringing them up. And then they're having a call, and Kamala's mother, who, by the way, after watching Miss Marvel, she's one of the better characters that's been introduced in Phase 4 and 5. Kamala's mother is like, she's actually like kind of an okay character.
Mostly normal, responsible parent who's trying to make the best for her family. It's just like,
Yeah. So she's rightfully anxious about Carol taking a teenage daughter like on a dangerous cosmic mission, and Carol and Monica basically reason like, well, she needs to stay with us because we can't risk intergalactic body swapping. But like, if Kamala just went home, didn't use her powers, and took off the bangle, if we're going to assume that has anything to do with it, there's no risk of switching places. Just don't use your powers. The risk, and like, we're talking 0 risk versus potential risk of death or serious injury. Why is she actually going with them?
I just hate it. They take an underage kid to this very, very,
All
very
kids are
dangerous
underage.
mission.
Well, I don't
And
think they have
then-
much choice because they'll just swap anyway. So it's probably safer that she's with them to
Well,
swap
no,
a small distance.
So
They
that's
can
what I was
control it,
saying
right?
though. She can just, because remember, using the powers is what makes the swap. So Kamala could just like not do that. Just go home, don't use your powers, take off the bangle. Because something that's worth clarifying as well, Kamala doesn't need to wear her bangle to have her powers. I thought that's how it works, but I'm just jumping at it. At the end of the movie, she uses it without the bangle on, so she don't even need it. So like, why are they taking her? Why? Like, why? I think they want you to go like, oh yeah, they can't risk interdimensional, interplanetary like swapping, but just don't use your powers.
I don't
Also-
understand.
Rags is wrong.
Like-
Captain Marvel is an
What?
overage kid.
Oh.
True.
Like in Infinity War, right? Remember when Peter like almost goes to the like outside in the space, and like Tony is freaking out. He sends him back to the Earth, and when he finds out that Peter actually snuck into the ship, he's like freaking out. You're a kid, don't be here. Like, why are you here?
Even the cape is freaking out.
These people are like, okay, we're just gonna take this kid to this very, very dangerous mission, and we promise to protect her. How can you promise that? There's going to be a combat that is gonna endanger her life, and she's 16.
Yeah, but it's
Well,
funny.
It's like the writers can't understand that this is the writers know everything's going to work out in the end, so they write the characters as if they all know the same thing as well. Like they can't actually comprehend danger.
Yeah, pretty much. I just find it fascinating that they didn't have a real conversation about that, or actually taking off the bangle and hiding it. Because if Kamala's going to wear it, and then you're going to go and potentially confront her, as far as they believe, they're heading to the place where they're going to meet her. Like, surely it's a good idea not to deliver the bangle right to her. Just hide it somewhere else, take it back to Earth or take it somewhere and hide
Saber,
it. Maybe
keep it on there. Study it.
Or you could have given it to Valkyrie, so she could have taken it to Asgard, New Asgard, and they could protect.
And I guess now's the time. Where's Doctor Strange? Where's Falcon?
He's in a different galaxy, Doctor Strange, in a different universe, a different reality, a different a different realm.
Or a different timeline. Or maybe he's pulling together all the timelines and turning them the color red and blue and making a big tree.
Red and blue, nice.
Very
Time
true.
is purple.
But no, there's not even usually we get the throwaway line of like, oh, they're busy, but we don't get anything in this film for other Avengers. Not even when the Earth is about to be destroyed. it's fine. Don't worry about it.
And again, this is an important detail. Goose has been brought aboard Saber. This is so important, it's unbelievable. Like, it's so important. But anyway.
If this were a Telltale game, it would be like, the game will really remember this.
Remember that. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, you'd step onto Saber with the cat, and then you get the notification.
The game is saving.
Will remember this, and you're like, wait, what? What'd I do?
Checkpoint.
Did I do something good or bad, or what?
I remember, Meme, you really wanted to, because now we're at the montage of them testing and learning their powers. You really wanted to talk about the jump rope thing,
yeah,
right?
because it looked like she was jumping in front of nothing, and then they added a jump rope. Like, not even like that they CG'd, but there was like footage of a jump rope they added behind her. It was like the fakest jump rope jumping I've ever seen in my life.
Which, by the way, that jump rope thing further confirms that when they switch, they sort of switch to the orientation, because it switches to the character holding the skipping rope, and then the other character obviously not holding it and doing the jumping. There's no way that you could sync. It would be so disorienting that there'd be no way that you could possibly sync in any way that's, you know what I mean? Like, no matter, I don't know how much training you could do to be reoriented to, like, an entirely different sort of, like, place and perspective, and being in perfect sync. But they want to imply, like, see, they're growing better as a team. They're getting, their power level is expanding. I just don't buy it. But,
no.
Nothing of note there. But then this is of note. We're back on Saber Station. The power it's going floopy. Partially because of the there's like pulses emanating from the jump point because of these new unstable ones. It's causing problems. But as they're looking around, they find like a strange alien egg. They don't know that it's an egg, but we might as well just say it's like a strange alien egg, sort of like in aboard the ship. Again, this is really important. This is so important. It's crazy.
We were talking earlier about like phasing in and out of the movie. I think I did do a little bit of that because I remember when they have it in like a tank where they're studying it. I'd just seen RoboCop 1 and 2 back to back. Rewatched 1, watched 2 for the first time, I think, and it's a neat movie. I recommend it. But there's several pieces of imagery of brains in like tanks and stuff, and I actually thought it was a brain for a bit. I was like, why do they have a brain? Like, why is Nick Fury studying a brain? Yeah. What's happening?
A little bit like a brain, but no.
I would, like I said, phasing it out of the movie, that I was just like, where's this going? And I just, for a moment, was just entertaining the idea of like, are they going to put the brain in the machine? Is that going to solve a problem or something?
The first time I recognized that was a thing was in the tank as well, and it was so random and like just a complete non sequitur. I thought they were setting up a different movie in the movie. I didn't think it had anything to do with this one.
Yeah, I noticed it right away, but it's still very random. Like, what is that egg doing on the ship?
Such a big payoff.
Why would you just lay eggs? Like, no animal would lay eggs randomly across a huge area where they couldn't protect them.
Oh, and also,
I don't know. I feel like there are animals that would.
There's probably there's animals that eat their own eggs, I guess.
Ready.
So.
Yeah, I'm not ready to make that call.
Something that's worth noting is because we'll just cover because Fury starts examining it in the little thing. There are aliens on Sable. One of the guys says he's like 300 years old. So there's a bunch of aliens here. Nobody recognizes Flurkin eggs.
No, but they do know Flurkins.
They know Flurkins. They know Flurkins enough to rate them as high risk and terrifying critters. But they don't know what a Flurkin egg looks like. Nobody on there.
Nor can the Flurkin egg be analyzed. Basically, just like they got nothing. They're just like,
yeah, you can't put it through like a ultrasound. That would be incredible. You can't just like scan it and clearly see that there's a cat inside.
Well, we have to remember as well, they're so far ahead of us in terms of technology now. Like, it's absurd. They've got like 7 different sources of tech that's centuries ahead and shit. It's just like, Earth should be, fucking utopia at this point.
Those are my fucking tax dollars.
Yeah,
work
get a
right
ultrasound already, losers.
I'm like legitimately upset at how insanely incompetent they are. Like, at least NASA gets to space, you know? And these guys
allegedly.
are like,
through private companies.
Allegedly. So,
Lord.
Which brings us to something I really don't have much to say. So, they travel to Aladdin. Carol says she's famous there because she helped the prince with a legal issue. And then we get a really, really long musical sequence. How did it
really long? It's fucking gratuitous. They're getting their money. Does Disney
I guarantee you
own the
it's
rights
cut
to
down.
Cats?
I guarantee you that's a cut down scene. There was more of it, and someone at fucking Marvel was like, maybe don't have the singing sequence be 10 hours long. Maybe just go for the 10 minutes.
The other singing sequence.
There probably was more than one.
Why?
Well, yeah,
is
we
there a
already
singing
had one.
sequence?
Well, because
Why
the
is it
people on the
there?
planet, they speak in song. That's why.
Why they? Their
Which is
language
not-
song.
It's not as intuitive to me at all as different languages because they just speak normally, but with like a melody to it. That's it.
Well, they still speak English.
Yeah, it's
English.
Then we establish. I mean, I know it's in the future, but like we establish that they can be bilingual. They can actually like learn.
But it's the same language.
normal.
It's a joke.
Yeah,
That's something that that's a comedy thing. It's not like an actual. You're not like. It's not a serious movie joke. That's a comedy movie joke.
It is, yeah, because
But jokes are meant to make sense. That's partly
well,
why they're funny.
teaching any of those fucking song speakers how to, speak the other language would just be, just do it, but don't sing it. Like it's.
This is the same movie that includes genocide.
Oh yeah, they have a lot of those in Marvel these days. A lot of
But if
genocides.
it's against the Skrulls, so that is a comedy. It's not. If it's against the Skrulls, it's not genocide. It's pesticide.
Oh, Rags, you should run for president of Earth in the Marvel universe.
I have a very. I hope
Nick
they're
Fury
one-issue
in that.
voters because damn, I ain't got nothing else. I just really hate Skrulls. Okay.
And that's all you need.
For all you know, your entire family are Skrulls in that universe, Rags, so maybe you'll learn to love them.
Not possible. Skrulls don't know what love is.
See, I'm not offended that there's songs. I'm offended that there are lame songs. This is not going anywhere near my Spotify. They could have given me at least a good song. No, they don't even want to be there. They don't even want this song. They just threw it in because some exec wanted it.
They
Threw it in
can
because
tell.
Cats. Remember Cats? You guys know
Yeah.
Cats, right? This is
This
the
is
song
what
for
I'm saying.
Cats.
This whole sequence is, again, it sort of is exemplifying why I really hate Marvel's interpretation of like space and science fiction. Look at how wacky they are, except they're all people and they all speak English, and it's all pretty legible.
And everything's normal, except the singing.
Society, like all of the structures feel like they're reminiscent of like Mediterranean. Like all of the everything's really clear and understandable and comprehensible. But look, zany wacky, they sing and they talk in song. I just think it's so lame. And of course, the fact that the music and the lyrics aren't interesting either. It's just like, oh yeah, it's pretty boring music.
And the three
And when you can
sort of modes we're on. For Kamala's just like, oh, this is kind of neat and fun. Captain Marvel is just like, this is so awkward. And then Monica is like old woman mode, where she's like, oh, this is neat. Ooh, and she's walking around like really badly dancing, like, eh. And then when she gets there, she's like, seems tired. I was like, how old are you, man?
You're in your 30s.
All you did
you're
was
a
walk.
superpowered.
Like, yeah.
The whole thing is awkward and lame, and I got nothing to say about it.
Well,
really,
I'd also say it's cringe. You know, get that in there as well.
It's very cringe. Yeah, definitely.
The only basically this sequence lasts for longer than it's too long.
How long does it in the file? Like seriously, how long does it?
I don't know how long it lasted in the theater. I don't know.
In the theater, it was
my guess was
probably
10
longer.
minutes, but it's probably a lot shorter than that. It just felt longer than that.
It probably
Oh,
felt
it feels
longer
long.
than that, yeah.
Ooh, it feels long.
And yeah, so basically the only takeaway is that you know, Carol meets it's Prince Yan, and she's princess of this place, and she basically says, "Oh yeah, like Darben's coming, and we need new battle-worthy suits because I don't have them." But that's not true. Captain Marvel has her suit, Monica doesn't, and well, no, wait, Monica had her saber suit, which I guess is not a superhero suit. Kamala doesn't have hers, but Carol does. But you know, we really need these new battle-worthy suits. It's not for merchandise.
What does
no
that
way.
mean?
We really don't, though.
What does it
We really
mean?
don't.
What do they do?
Indestructible.
They don't do anything. If anything,
Except one of them has a super scarf.
Yeah, well, but I mean, it's basically just for merchandise.
And remember, also the whole bilingual thing. Like they have shit they need to be doing. We don't need to be dancing and singing and doing all that stuff. We've got like to.
Oh
do
yeah,
that
that's probably
and
worth
try and save
mentioning, right?
lives.
They assume that war is on the way, and they're like, "Let's sing." Haha.
Yeah, they're.
Now here's something to consider. This is jumping. Well, we already covered the. So the Armada, the Kree Armada comes from Hala through a jump point that directly takes them to Aladna. Meanwhile,
all these names so close to each other.
Meanwhile, you know, the Marvels, this little team, they had to go through multiple jump points to get to Aladna. Was there really any reason to think that they would make it before them? Really?
No. They knew a shortcut.
Well, it wasn't a shortcut. It took more jump points to get there. Well,
but it was those jump points were much shorter.
Oh, maybe, Frank. Maybe they're still sucking the air out of that other planet.
Even though they had left.
They just and they came back to finish the job or something. There you go. Makes sense.
Well, yeah, because we have to accept that there was enough time for Darth Ben to leave Tarnax, go to Hala and give her a speech, and then get the Armada ready to go. You know, okay, whatever. But I mean, the timing is still just as they get ready with their new battle-worthy suits that look truly terrible.
They look.
I don't know how
awful.
everybody else feels, but these costumes are pretty bad.
They are shit tier costumes. Just put on a t-shirt and jeans.
Which is kind of lame because I think that Captain Marvel's costume that she'd been wearing up until that point in this movie is like kind of good. I think it's like a good one.
Yeah.
It's whereas the new one's like really washed
Between the
out.
three
It's
of them,
very,
you got tacky, dull, and over-designed, which is impressive.
Yeah.
Kind of, yeah. It's
all
kind of
the
an
flavors.
They were just, they don't look very good. But the timing is so convenient because just as they have their conversation to explain to Prince Yan their plan, that's when the Armada shows up. Just then. What perfect timing. And basically, this is their plan. Their plan is to ambush Darth Ben when she, like, comes to meet with Prince Yan, which is already a big assumption. Like, why would she do that? Why wouldn't she just take the resources? Why would she go down?
Imagine they picked the wrong planet and they were waiting and setting an ambush. They were just waiting and waiting and waiting.
Pretty funny.
Their army is just waiting.
Their alarm system, by the way, is just singing "Afraid."
Yeah. Yes, that's right. They sing. They're just like, oh, they're coming.
It's so stupid.
It really is.
It reminds me of the fucking Black Panther water drums. It's like, what the fuck? There are times where I want to see alien cultures that are very different from ours, but usually when it's pragmatic and war-related, I want to see some fucking pragmatism. I don't want to see...
Yeah,
we gotta
like with
sing.
war, man, we got actual lives at stake. We gotta... Yeah, we can't be flowery and, sing battle command. No, we ought to fucking get shit done.
But no, that's, this is something that's also said. Carol says that they want to keep their, unintentional switching to a minimum. And that the plan is going to be that Carol and Monica are going to try and get the bangle off of Darth Ben, and I guess Kamala's just going to hang back, sort of, and
why not?
And yeah, like I guess that's their plan, which again relies on Darth Ben going down to, like, I guess feign diplomacy before stealing all of their resources and dooming them to death. But she actually does go down with her Kree soldiers. to meet with him, and I find this particularly funny. She tells Prince Yan to kneel. He says no, and she immediately tries to kill him with the hammer. And then
The negotiations were short.
Monica jumps in the way and tanks the blast and absorbs it all just in time.
What
Obviously.
a hero!
I guess that's something she can do.
Also, just to paint everyone a little bit of a picture. So, I fucking hate anything like military related in this world, and kind of in Star Wars too. Disney just can't do it. They need to hire a consultant, or just anyone who gives a shit. But the warriors of these two nations, this isn't a science fiction race. This isn't like they don't have guns or anything. It's just the king in front with his not armor and a bunch of people behind him in like ball masks, and they all have spears.
Yeah.
And then you have the bad guy, and she's up front, the leader, with her hammer, and then she has like 2 rows of people behind her, and they have their spears, and that's it. That's the invasion of they're gonna be fighting. No one has a gun. No one has armor.
They do the thing of
Weapons
like a
on the
bunch of
spaceship.
people standing in a vague, what looks like maybe formation, and move apart when like the leader comes through, and that's as far as they'll go at pretending these are militaries. So like, that looks kind of like one, yeah, sure. Also, someone in chat just said the guy who
fighting
plays
is a hobby for these science fiction, these like entire
Yeah.
cultures and civilizations. Like, man, Nova Corps had their shit together.
Yes,
God
they did.
damn.
Yeah.
They like I could. That was in Guardians of the Galaxy when it was good.
Someone said Prince Yan's actor spent 2 months filming this, so they must have cut down the musical planet by a lot.
It's obvious that they cut it down dramatically because
Wonder how
again,
that feels.
to spend 2 months working on a film to
The
find out
part that would
very
get me
little
is if you cared and you put loads of work in, and then you know that's going to be lost to the annals of time. That's gone.
I mean, I guess it's the I guess it's the same, but not as pronounced as like the fucking Warner Brothers movies, like the new one, the Wile E. Coyote movie that's now just gonna be locked up forever. It's like, damn, man, everything is gone and nobody gets to see it.
Yeah.
It's gotta suck.
I don't know, because if you know it's going to be awful, you wouldn't want it to be out anyway. You'd be like, that embarrassed.
I thought that one wasn't because of that though, right?
No, it was just again the whole write-off thing. Apparently, it got tested really well. It tested very positively.
Yeah.
So I'm guessing they just thought it wouldn't make money for whatever reason. But I don't know. I kind of like the idea of a Wile E. Coyote movie. He's like he's one of my favorite Looney Tunes characters. So
Yeah, he's great.
oh well.
He's just down on his luck, you know.
The fight happens, and yeah, basically the only reason they came down is so that there were people on the ground to fight, because there's no reason to, because the Kree have air superiority. As far as I can tell, it's like they have
Which means they win, basically.
They
Which
are
means that like
there.
really gnarly AA that you show to us. Yeah, you're gonna not anti-air, not Alcoholics Anonymous. Unless you don't have that and really show it, I'm like, oh shit, yeah, they've got this air power, this air force. They're gonna fuck you up.
It's just bizarre. What the fuck is Darth Ben doing? Like, you just go to the other side of the planet
Just
and
go to the other
open
side
the
and take
portal
it.
up in the ocean. In the ocean.
Yeah. Why with the pretense? You're gonna kill them all anyway by destroying this planet. Like, why not just take it
Yeah.
without anybody knowing, or go to a planet that
They're
has
not gonna-
no people on it?
I just love the idea. It's like, submit
Oh,
to
wait,
me, let me steal your ocean, and then I'll be gone.
Yeah,
It's chill.
and
It's
then-
like,
I know. It's just
No.
she's a clown character because, of course, you know, motivation is she's trying to target all the places that, which is funny that she's surprised that
It's
Carol
funny,
would
yeah.
try to intervene in her plans when she's
and she can,
specifically
with
targeting
ease,
places.
defeat her at any moment. We do discover that's the case. It's only at the end that they allow Captain Marvel to defeat her in a fight.
Of course, but yeah, well, yeah, because in this fight you have a 2v, like Carol and Monica 2v1 her and lose.
Yeah.
You know, she slams the
Don't-
gravity
yeah.
hammer down and blasts him away. And it's like, dude, Carol nearly beat Thanos when he had all 6 Infinity
Oh,
Stones.
don't
are
remind
you?
me.
But
Yeah, I know.
this is the universal hammer.
That's true, and the Quantum Band, and this is Darth Ben.
Yeah, Ronan didn't
Sorry.
know what he was holding,
is
man.
This is Darth Ben with the quantum
Yes.
band and the universe.
And the universal weapon. So really, you know, there's no contest. Oh, and
Not
this
really,
part,
though.
this part's really weird. So Prince Yad tells Kamala to use her scarf as a weapon, and then she dispatches of several enemies with the scarf.
This happens all the time in these movies where we say this to chat, and I'm like, I know how it sounds. Maybe you're only half listening from over there. Someone's listening to this while crossing the street, or
No,
just
it's worth
sitting in a
repeating just so
chair.
it sinks in.
Yeah, this is one of those ones where
as
it's
a
like
reminder,
you have to go like really slowly because it's just
Yes,
so
I'll
hard
do it
to
slower.
believe.
So Prince Yan tells Kamala to use the scarf that's with her costume, and she grabs it and she starts swinging it around and dispatching of several Kree soldiers with the scarf.
Yeah.
And it's not like a simple thing.
why?
She doesn't use it as a mace, or she does it first.
She
But
doesn't
then
get
wraps
up
it
behind
around
him and like
someone's
choke
head.
him with it.
Yeah,
Yeah, she wraps around someone's head and forcefully pulls him off balance as if she's got super strength because she's like at least a foot shorter than him.
And
It's like
we're not making fun of
the
it by
cape.
saying it's a scarf. It's called a scarf. It is a scarf.
Yeah,
It's
he
just
says
a
use the scarf.
It's a
Yeah.
long,
Yes.
thin piece of cloth designed typically to
it's-
wrap around
it's-
one's neck to insulate.
It
them
must be
better.
magic.
That's
It has to be magic.
It has to be magic. Yeah. Or like
'Cause
it's like the cape in Doctor Strange. It just like wants to kill. That's why it's red.
Yeah, it loves blood.
It just wants to
This movie
fucking
does not
kill.
care
I'm
about
honestly
It was
kids.
blue
still
when it was created.
convinced there's something I missed because I just don't get it. I remember seeing
This
it.
is
and
what
I
I
was
think
like,
it
no.
was. This is why I think that this is an instance. This is what further baffles you because it's like, well, we need to find a reason for Kamala not to use her powers for some time because we don't want to deliver her to Darth Ben just yet in terms of a plot revelation. So how can we have her participate in the fight without using her powers? Oh, magic scarf. There we go. Problem
Give
solved.
her
We got
a
it.
sword.
Give her,
Magic
Well, he
scarf.
had a sword.
brick.
Have
did.
her helping civilians get to safety.
or you could have her
exactly.
spotting for Captain Marvel and
Yeah.
Monica, telling them where to
No,
go.
she has to fight. She has to punch and jump around. And then she just starts using her powers anyway.
Yeah, she does.
Well,
She just decides
Which,
to
by the
use
way,
them anyway.
incredibly irresponsible and unethical. You don't know if you're about to kill yourself or prevent Captain Marvel from saving someone.
Exactly. What if Carol was like helping somebody who was falling into the ocean and you switched and like why would you do this? Though to be fair, this is jumping ahead a little bit because after Darth Ben uses her gravity hammer to shoot Monica and Carol away, she like walks back to her ship,
Yeah.
which must have taken a couple of minutes.
Yeah,
right?
she's walking
Where
pretty
are
slow.
Carol and Monica?
She's-
Yeah, Carol and Monica are just nowhere to be found, and she's slowly walking back to her ship. Where are you?
This is the worst plot device ever. The switching back and forth thing.
Oh, it's a terrible
just
idea.
it's so bad. So bad.
It was a terrible idea. I don't know what the conceptually it sounds stupid. I don't see it as like an interesting pitch at all. It just seems dumb, and then of course the way that it's employed is incredibly stupid.
Well, I think
this
they
was-
probably
yeah.
went from the end backwards. So I think somebody thought about the fight scene at the end and thought this would be really cool for a fight scene. Well, let's
Like they're
make a movie
switching all
about
over the place while also all attacking.
You know
That'd be
what?
also
I think
awesome.
you might be right. Maybe somebody did the previs and they were like, "Yeah, can we like make the movie this?" It's like, "Ah, yeah, sure, we'll figure it out." And then they didn't, and now they're gonna lose.
They
money.
never do.
So this is, by the way, this is when we really start to see them not listen to their own rules. So like, Monica is flying over to Darth Ben and begins fighting her by using her powers. And while this is happening, Carol is flying around blowing up Kree ships. They should be switching, but they don't.
Oh.
Nope. And then they eventually.
Oh, sorry.
swap, like-
Worth mentioning too that Captain Marvel should have won this in a minute at maximum.
Oh, of course, yes. In a minute, she can fly at light speed. She's indestructible. It should have been over. But they swap. Like she's like, "Oh, tag me in," and then they swap in, and then Carol starts fighting Darth Ben, and she's using her powers, and then Monica, who would have been switched up into the sky where Carol was, flies in and like kicks Darth Ben. They're both using their powers. They should be switching, but they don't. Again.
They keep
I-
breaking
like,
their
they
own
d-
rules.
Yep, they do. And then yeah, they keep fighting, and then yeah, Kamala decides to use her powers and gets teleported onto the ship, and this is when Darth Ben sees that Kamala's got the bangle. It's like, oh no, this is really bad. And then yeah, like Kamala runs away onto her little like platforms. And then it switches again because Carol is flying. It should have switched instantly, but it switches a little bit later. And then Carol flies in, and it tags perfectly. It doesn't reorient it to where, you know, it looks like Kamala would be flying and then I guess plummeting again to her death. Shouldn't she? She should be plummeting to her death, right? She would have been teleported into space.
As
or I
far
guess
as I know,
into the
yes,
sky.
she should be.
Or wow.
And
Well, no,
Captain
she
Marvel
figured it out.
Captain Marvel never cares. She's a
No,
she
she never
should.
there's no acknowledgement. It's not even like she does it by accident, which like I can I can forgive them like using the powers just out of instinct, like, oh shit, you know, and then they use it, but then there's that acknowledgement, and then they have to go like, we gotta go find Kamala, or where was I, like that scene, that's a scene they never had, that you'd think they do, where they switch and they need to get there, and it's like, oh shit, where am I from here, and she has to find out where she is and then how to get there. Like maybe in the city you could have done that, where they swap and like, oh shit, I was in I was at the town rec center, and I need to go to the bowling alley, and where was like that, and she has to ask for directions or something.
Like she tackles Darth Ben, and she doesn't at all think, wherever I just was, that kid is there now. Oh well.
Nope. Hopefully she's okay.
Yeah. And by the way, that's the other thing. She seems so ready, as though she is being tagged in by Miss Marvel.
That wasn't a planned one. That wasn't planned.
No, it wasn't.
Because Monica told her to get out of here. And so she started creating the platforms, and then Carol tagged in, and it wasn't tagged. It was just that they were using. But again, if Carol was flying around somewhere, then it should have instantly happened. As soon as she created the first platform, they should have switched. But it takes a little bit. There's a delay for some reason.
So it's funny how slow she's traveling as well when we know she has access to hyperspeeds. I'm not even saying, like, I understand not using light speed in combat necessarily, but why are you using, like, super slow speed?
Yeah, why is she going so slow? She can travel real fast, but nope. Like, because what happens if Carol flies into Darth Ben at light speed? Darth Ben's dead.
Well, there's moments where Darth Ben's avoiding her attacks by, like, doing normal avoiding. You know what I mean? Like, she goes to punch her and she moves.
Possible.
Like, you can't dodge someone who moves faster than you can react.
She can travel at light speed. But no, because when she tackles her, like, Carol grabs the bangle, and Darth Ben's like, haha, I'm absorbing your powers. And then she blasts Carol away. And then she creates a new jump point to steal all the water. It's like, good job, guys. This should have been an easy KO, game over, you win, mission accomplished, good work. But, no. Nope.
No.
They lose inexplicably. The power levels are so out of whack in this movie.
We've gotten this before a lot. It happens mostly during combat. You just have no idea. You can't imagine what's going to happen. Everything is to the whim of the writer, the whim of the plot, what needs to happen. What you actually see doesn't matter. You know, it's like the plot armor or stormtroopers not being able to shoot, or military showing up. You're like, I have no idea what this means. Because it's not going to be logical, which makes me wonder why am I watching it at all? Just tell me how it ends.
Real difficult to have stakes when anything can happen.
Pretty much, yeah. Like, this is the most stakeless movie ever.
And also when your characters are overpowered as fuck.
Oh yeah, like the problem. It's one of the problems of writing Captain Marvel is she's not too strong, but she is so strong that it makes it really
basically has
difficult.
no limits.
Nope. Because even Superman is vulnerable to kryptonite.
That's the comparison everyone makes, but like, I was about to say, but he has character. There's no acknowledgement. The film doesn't even know who she is. Like, it doesn't seem to acknowledge anything about who she actually is. Because a lot of people would say that she's blank, which I think is certainly, as of this movie, we've got plenty of sort of patterns we can devise a character out of her, I guess. But it's just like there's so little I don't know, to care about, I guess, because she's kind of, like we said about the assassination, she's kind of a monster.
I mean, she is responsible for, like, uncountable lives. It's insane.
But, like, she's not aware, nobody else is aware, so
nope, no one cares.
She doesn't care.
Except
that's
Darth
a key
Ben.
part of Superman, in that he holds back his power because he doesn't want to kill the person, and so if he gets beaten up a lot at the start of fights because he's holding back because he doesn't know what you can take. And then over time, he'd be like, okay, I can release myself a bit more until I eventually beat you. Whereas because she doesn't care about killing them, she should just, like, splat everything the first time.
Yep. There's really no reason to hold back with Darth Ben. Her plans entail the deaths of many, many, many people. I mean, she doesn't hold back on random Kree soldiers, but, like, the actual person orchestrating. One of the another annoying tropes in these MCU films is when they kill all of the goons, but then let the villain live. When the villain was the one who was ultimately and principally responsible for all of the bad stuff that's happening. I don't get it. And I mean, and again, to reiterate in terms of the power levels, Quantum Band does not make you stronger. That's something that's like, at the very least, in terms of like Kamala's she has one of them. and she has her light powers, and it's explicitly said in that show, no super strength. So she doesn't have super strength. She's a regular Kree lady, and apparently is able to take on Captain Marvel, who nearly beat Thanos with all 6 Infinity Stones. Yeah, okay. And then, as this is happening, because of this new jump point, there's like a big old pulse in the Earth jump point that disables the Saber space elevator and half of its escape pods. So very rapidly, the situation on this space station has deteriorated to the point of impending catastrophe.
Why don't they have enough escape pods for the people? That sounds like a really bad idea.
I don't buy this. Why wouldn't they have ships that are on Earth that could help them?
No, the only people who work for SWORD are the people on the
Remember
station.
the ship in Captain Marvel where they just leave the hangar in the 90s and go up to space?
Mm-hmm.
Don't Earth now have a bazillion of those?
They probably
Why
should.
not contact Wong or Doctor Strange with their
Oh
portal?
my god, what a...
Oh my god, yeah.
We don't.
We
we don't.
you don't even need
scroll
Wong
might
or
turn
Doctor
Because they have
Strange.
portals. Because they have portal
No,
technology.
Yeah, well, the thing is,
Right,
you don't
magic,
even need to
yeah.
call because the Kamatage has a bunch of trainee. You can send one of them.
They have
it's
some
like a trainee
idiot
sort of
janitor over there that probably could save them all with a portal.
thing. But no,
America
they're in a lot of
Chavez.
trouble. They're in so much trouble, all right?
It's so ridiculous at this point. That's what I mean. The world's completely unraveled.
We're not up to the cats yet, though. We still got drama back on Aladna. So because Kamala and Monica get back on the ship, and then they start flying off, and Monica nearly crashes the ship into the ocean because she doesn't know how to fly. And while this is happening, Carol's just casually destroying all of these Kree ships. She just keeps flying through them. She's into. How did she lose? Can Darth Ben fly through a ship and survive that?
I don't know. Well, when we were watching, when Mahler and I were watching this in the theater together, I had said if she wants to kill him, she can just destroy the ship. She can just fly through the spaceship and blow it up. She doesn't
We've
even
seen
have
her
to,
do
it doesn't have
countless
to be a
times
fight.
in both this film and other films, so I just don't get
Yeah,
it.
there's no reason to have a confrontation of any sort. Fly through the
Destroy
ship like you did
Thanos'
Thanos' battleship and all the other Kree warships. Just do that and be done with it.
Why does she fly into the... You know what? I'm getting ahead of Oh Captain, My Captain. That's possibly the most cringe.
Oh,
sorry. Yeah, we always
Dead Marble
yeah.
Society.
Yeah, so
I think
just
I
for reference,
repressed
guys,
that.
basically, Kamala looks out the window and sees Carol killing all of these people. And yeah, she says, "Oh, Captain, my Captain."
And it's horrible.
It's so embarrassing. It's just like, okay, yeah, Captain Marvel, she's so cool. She was with the Avengers. Remember that trailer?
Doesn't that...
Tony, Steve,
That's right.
Carol.
They showed the Avengers, some of them, and then they showed her. So
doesn't that illustrate
that's it.
what Kamala actually, like, why she found her inspiring? Is just because she's powerful and can kill people?
I mean, yeah, it's a little bit awkward, right?
Yeah, what hero work have you done?
This is what I mean. I don't mean to be, like, sappy or even soy, but imagine she had said that in response to Captain Marvel, like, negotiating some kind of, treaty, or taking care of one little girl who didn't quite make it to, like, the ship. She goes out and gets her. And that's what when she uses a word like that, or a appreciation like that, instead of blowing up several ships with soldiers in it. It's like, yeah, I guess that's
interesting to think about, considering that in a lot of ways. Now I can't really speak for the comics, but as the way she's presented in this film, I mean, one of the like general rules for like a lot of the writing for Marvel characters, as Stan Lee's talked about, is the idea of like, they're just regular people in these extraordinary circumstances, and they got like normal, relatable kind of problems, and that like a lot of what it means to identify with them is to identify with their flaws. Meanwhile, fucking Carol is basically, she's indestructible, she's super duper powerful,
Purported to be perfect morally and physically.
Yeah. And it's just like, oh yeah, no, she's so cool, but she's pretty antithetical to
oh my god, I was just thinking about,
I mean?
like, imagine Kamala had said it when Captain Marvel had a chance to, like, take her revenge on this evil villain or save, like, a group of people who were stuck in something. And then I was thinking, like, oh, you mean like Walker in Falcon the Winter Soldier? Chad Walker, yeah.
He dropped the shield to save the people, and
oh
then
my
fucking
god,
Molly Morgenthau jumped on him to stop him from saving them.
Oh,
John Walker. They even
An
played
actual
the music.
hero.
One of the last
hero.
heroes of the MCU, John Walker.
But yeah, unfortunately, Our captain, my captain, but not said for Captain America, John Walker. No, it's for Captain Marvel. Oh, wow.
Fucking hell.
But that, yeah, so she gets into the ship, I guess, to help them fly it around because they don't know how to do it, and they're being pursued by several Kree ships. And I don't know what they're going for with this beat, but like Carol's like, "Oh, I can lose them. We can't leave. You know, we can't leave." And Monica's like, "Well, no, we gotta get the jump point. We gotta spawn a jump point here in atmosphere because I guess you can do that to get out of here." And then a bunch of missiles get launched,
Well, I
and it's like,
assume
"No,
that's not a
we're not
problem because the bad guys have been doing it.
No,
But
but
yeah, but those are
they've been doing it.
unstable jump.
Yeah, not only is
Yeah,
it
that's
unstable, but they're doing it with the
correct.
band. Is Miss
That's
Marvel has to
right.
press a bunch of buttons to open it?
Exactly, which doesn't. Make sense
That's
to me at all.
unprecedented. We've never seen that.
Yeah,
They've
we've
made
never
it
seen
clear
that.
jump points are located in places. You
Yes,
can't make
but
your own
remember,
jump
in
points.
Guardians 2, it was
Okay,
it was
all right.
difficult. They had to fly through a quantum asteroid field to get to the jump point, which they couldn't just spawn a jump point in front of the ship. They had to fly there, but they just spawned one.
Yeah,
in
they
front
made
of them.
that up.
Hell, yeah, that's made up. But yes, they spawn that, and then they get spawned into like a wheat field on I guess
Well,
some other planet.
Just to slow it down, right? You're Captain Marvel. Your motive is I gotta protect this. This planet's important to me, very important to me. And failing here is like failing Hala. And she's very personally, emotionally, and everything invested in being here and fighting back the Kree. It's like, okay. However, Miss Marvel and Monica have both decided we have to get out of here because if she gets her hands on that bangle from Miss Marvel, we're doomed. Like she's
I
just
think I
gonna.
know where you're going with this.
Maybe, I don't know. I'm sort of thinking out loud while I'm explaining this because people have asked us before, how do you do this? It's like find out what everyone's motivated for. It's like, okay, so Miss Marvel overrules Captain Marvel's choice and activates the jump point in front of them, and so they're going through. It's like Captain Marvel can avoid traveling through this. She can go back, but she can also get out of the ship herself and go back.
Exactly. Yep. Just leave. It's like, okay, you two leave. I'll stay.
Yeah, there's really nothing. And to be honest with you, that sounds like the thing that she would want. You guys get out of here. Don't use
I'm
your
on my own.
powers. I
Right.
will take care of this.
Yes, because I can do it all by myself. I don't need teamwork. Does not
And
make
you know
the
what?
dream work.
That's true.
Yeah.
She doesn't
She would've
need
been
you
better off
guys.
without
You
it.
guys will
Yeah.
make it worse if you keep switching with
Exactly.
her.
So really, teamwork isn't good. Teamwork is
Teamwork
bad.
is
It only causes
bad.
problems.
Literally, in this movie, it's just an inconvenience for her.
Yeah.
She's more powerful than these two combined. So switching back and forth is just standing in her way, basically. If she wanted to help anybody, really.
Yeah, you know what? It's kind of the fucking anti-Avengers, where in Avengers 2012, them teaming up is the reason they win.
Yeah, in this case, them teaming up is the reason why they lose.
It's so fucking
Avengers.
lame. You can't write. Stop.
I mean, one of the challenges that they have is that all of the characters in the Avengers have unique skill sets that aren't replicated by other characters.
Imagine if someone...
Yep.
Yeah, no, finish it.
No, go for it.
I mean, imagine if someone switched with Tony mid-snap.
It just
not
like,
losing at all.
it teleports fucking Ned into the suit. He's just like,
Oh no! Oh my goodness, no! I kind of thought about this when we were watching the movie. I didn't say anything because my brain was fried, but I was like, man. Oh, well, it's a good thing that the whole the spacey transition and just the whole mechanics of it.
No, just imagining Ned getting transformed.
Iron Ned.
The CEO.
But now we're in the wheat field, and this is our big dramatic second act low point where the characters are going to resolve their problems, and really Kamala is like very much a third wheel in this situation. She's just sort of standing off to the side while Carol and Monica air their grievances. And so Carol explains Supreme Intelligence ruled the Kree for a millennia. The Supreme Intelligence, led them into the war with the Skrulls, and Carol thought the only way to stop it was to destroy it. But all it did was make everything worse.
Because she's a dumb fuck.
Because she's a fucking idiot. She believes herself responsible for causing the Kree Civil War. It's how she got the name the Annihilator. And Carol never wanted Monica to see that version of herself. She thought she could only come home after she fixed the problem. And this is why she never came back to Earth. And that's fucking crap.
It's also a lie.
That's bullshit. And it's not true. So But isn't that incredible? It's like, see, that's why she wasn't there for 30 years. You guys were wondering, like you were wondering with the Eternals why they didn't do anything about Thanos. See, we got a good explanation ourselves. She didn't want to be perceived badly by her adoptive niece. That's why she didn't come back to Earth.
You know that when she was in
Gee,
Tony's
thanks.
funeral, Fury was like, you gonna go see Monica? And she was like,
Nah.
I don't want to be perceived badly by
Yeah,
her.
I don't want to. Because obviously Monica would know about that thing that I did in a different galaxy. It's like, what? I don't. It's absolutely baffling, and I want to have just a slight sliver of sympathy that I think the writer of this was saddled with solving that problem. I don't think they made it up. I think that this was generated across the other Marvel projects where Captain Marvel had abandoned Monica, and you have to make a reason for that. It's like, but why? It reminds me of like, why did Black Widow never acknowledge or do anything with her family? And it's like, well, why have you made me solve that problem? What the fuck? Why have you made this the case?
It's the same with the Skrulls, right? That Carol abandoned the Skrulls, and it's now just a problem that you inherited. But at the same time, while I don't think that there were really any good explanations for her absence, this is a really bad one.
Yeah. Was a
in much
lie.
the same way that, well, it was, yeah. Like the earlier explanation
If
I
you're
was
gonna
mentioning.
lie, make a better one.
Well, the better one was I was too busy. You know, I had to deal with things
at
all
least
across the
it was.
galaxy.
Well, I just had to, you know, when you were there, like I had to stop civil wars and incursions or excursions and attacks and whatnot, and Thanos' army remnants. Like if you were there, you would understand. You know, if you had to see the suffering, but I had to stop it.
And the point is, that's still not good enough for her not being there for like Ultron or Thanos or anything like. Well, you know, for Thanos, Infinity War, but it's something.
You start to pick at it in terms of like trying to redraft, and you're like, okay, if she was to say to him, "Be brutally honest," I kind of like. I don't think you can say she forgot about it because it wouldn't really make 100% sense. But if she did say like, you just. You get the back and forth that's simple at first, like I was busy, or I was doing this, or I was fighting that, and it's like, oh, this solving this problem, and then she can throw back at her like, oh, busy singing and dancing, and getting married, busy, and quoting other things she knows from this adventure, and then her just, Captain Marvel being like, you're not my world, you're not everything to me, you don't matter like that much. And then in the background you can have, Miss Marvel, who Captain Marvel is her world, she's inspired entirely by her, like almost exclusively. She can just be like seeing this unfold and be like, oh shit. And then Monica can be like, my mum was my world and you left her. You left me. Like you're the reason you're even where you are. You've always like, it's to do with our family. And it's like, you can't say we don't, even like, are you not human anymore? Like that sort of argument that goes back and forth and back and forth. And this was the time in the timeline where the conversation ends badly. That's what's supposed to happen. That's how stories go. It's supposed to end badly.
Like, this is not a satisfactory answer. Like like you're just shit. Like because sometimes the terminus of a conversation is just confirmation that the other person is shit.
But instead, the conflict is resolved in about 10 seconds. Monica says,
you have it end with Captain Marvel saying, "I don't need you to." Like you both fucking suck. Don't use your powers. Let me solve this. Fuck you, basically. And she leaves. That's how that scene's supposed to end. And then you have like, Fury is probably the one to do it, right? To give Monica like what she needs, and then to also give Captain Marvel what she needs, or someone else, whatever. It's just, and then they team back up, and then the third act happens. That's what happens in Avengers.
Yeah, it's what happens here, where Monica's just like, oh, you think I cared about that? I just wanted to see my aunt, not Captain Marvel, and then that's it. They're resolved. That's it. They're done.
When Brie Larson starts to smile, I was like, no, seriously?
Yeah,
we've resolved it?
Really? You've resolved it? You've only brought it up like twice, and now it's resolved. This is not how you write
ridiculous.
stories.
It's happened so fucking because people will be like, yeah, stories happen faster than real people. It's like, not in seconds.
But it's so like you're at your second act low point. This is when, if you want to go like the most conventional way you play it, where they do break up and they don't like each other.
It's like a second act stumble, but you don't fall from it.
Look, it's like Shrek, right? When the team splits apart, the second act low point after.
Yeah, we get a Rufus Wainwright song, and everyone's sad, and what's going to happen next.
Shrek, by the way, a blueprint for good stories.
It is a blueprint for good stories. That's like a normal second act low point of things go badly and they're split up, and then at the climax they come back together. Whereas here it's like, oh, you know, I felt bad. No, I didn't even care about that. I just wanted to see you. Well, I'm glad you're here now. The end of the drama, the end of the conflict, right then and there.
Yeah, and they're like more unified than ever when we have no reason to think that would be the case. It sucks. You know, there's been a lot of appreciation for a particular scene in Avengers 2012. It's been sharing around on Twitter recently. It was kind of strange. I've been sending some of them to Fringy, being like, I don't know what's going on here exactly. A lot of people have been talking about the scene and
like
thinking
Morpheus,
about it.
They're beginning to remember.
It's maybe it makes sense because it's that is the scene I'm talking about is with all the Avengers break apart gradually, and you have a heavy, extreme amount of reasons and layers for why all of them kind of distrust and hate each other. A lot of it based on their own perception rather than what actually happens, which has benefited from us all getting their own movies so that we know why things happen, but we understand why other people might see it differently. Of course, you know, just stuff like Cap thinking that Iron Man only does everything he does to have money and fame. Hulk not trusting anybody because he's been brought in to be released. Nobody really respects him as a scientist, sort of thing. And then all of them being on edge with Hulk because they don't know when he's going to pop off, including, like, you know, unbuttoning the safety on some of their guns, like, during the scene. And then Thor, because he's affected by the spear, letting out part of his prior, you know, experiences in Thor 1 being, just being like, you're all so fucking small, like, or petty. All this stuff is going on. And the camera's like spinning around, we're dealing with all of it, and then, you know, everything falls apart, they try to work together, but they're bound back by the fact that Coulson dies, and Loki's trying to prove that they're all pathetic and a shitty team, and then a lot of them prove what they were saying about, you know, the opposite of the criticisms that were given in that scene. There's loads of stuff that's, like, written in there, and it's supposed to be sad and drag you back down, so then they push you all the way back up. They even have it in the third act fight. We have the second act of the fight low point, where all the characters are losing.
Because the highs and the lows are a part of the storytelling equation.
Yeah, they define each other.
Whereas here, the lows are like, it's like a dip in the road. It's not like a valley, you know, of like the mountain, you know, soaring to the mountaintops into the deepest, like, trench and valley. It's just like, oh, it's like a little bump in the road. And then as soon as you notice that it's gone, it's done. We're back to everything being totally fine and normal. Everybody's chill with each other. Sure, they had problems, but they resolved them pretty swiftly. And remember, this is like the third scene that actually deals with this as a conflict for these characters, and we're done. I can't believe it. I kind of can't fathom how shallow and thin the character writing is in this film.
It's like it's the checklist. Like, well, we talked about it. Like, we kind of addressed it, so it's done. It's finished. You see this across really all the Disney stuff, whether it's Star Wars and...
Dude, I feel like
it's like the Ahsoka thing.
Multiverse of Madness is absolutely fucking awful in terms of its character work, but its bigger problem was that it had too many threads for, like, the characters in terms of arcs that it thought they were going on.
Yeah.
But, like, I don't know, man. Even with that said, it felt like there's a greater quantity of character there. It's perhaps more contradictory, but there's a greater quantity. Here it's just like, it's nothing. It's nothing. It's so little. It's so limited and lacking.
Well, someone said no, they were just paranoid from the staff. It's like, no, that's what's so good about the scene. The staff just accentuates all the thoughts they're having about each other anyway.
Yeah, these are all still true thoughts that they're having.
Like, none of them trust S.H.I.E.L.D. at that point because they've been revealed to have been using the Tesseract.
Cap doesn't like Tony. He thinks that he's arrogant. He does believe that he wouldn't make the sacrifice play.
And then we know that Tony is jealous of Steve from the relationship he had with his father.
Exactly. And Bruce is absolutely upset about being there.
Yeah, he makes that explicit from the moment we met him, that he's like, you're going to drag me from... He says in the scene, it's like, I was happy, I was peaceful, and you fucking ruined everything.
Yeah. Yep. It's a great scene.
Meanwhile, you get like the conflict. I was ready for it to be critical of how they execute it. It didn't even happen. I was like,
no, it didn't happen. There was no conflict. It's just like, yep, no, we're all good. Yeah, all right. Anyway, moving on. We still got plot to do.
Woohoo!
Like,
I don't think it's just that though. I'd like you have to remember it from Disney's perspective and from the writing perspective. They don't. This movie wasn't created purely for entertainment. There's a whole like set of ideas within Disney of how this stuff can be written. So they're kind of handcuffed in the stories they can do. And if you see these people as like literally meant to represent people in real life, there comes a limit on how offensive to the audience you can be. Because the people that like this stuff now see themselves as those characters. So you can't really have a hero become evil because you're essentially calling an entire group of people evil.
What? So it's like kind of like the nature of like you're moderating. You have to moderate the content down. So even though you know there needs to be conflict, it can't be too bad.
Yeah, like Brie Larson said a lot about Captain Marvel, that it was mainly for so young girls could see what they could turn into, and then Miss Marvel is essentially the living personification of that. So she's now the little girls watching Captain Marvel. And now you're actually representing real life people with your characters. So anything you do to those characters, from their perception, you are doing to the audience.
The easy way to get around that is
catering
not...
to narcissistic.
Yeah, we already said little girls.
You know, the easy way to get around it is if that's actually part of it. Don't have a big plot point be that she caused a civil war that ended millions of lives.
I was going to say, they didn't do a very good job.
Just lie and say she was
that as her fault. As far as they're concerned, what she did was right. Like, killing the machine was right. It was their fault for the power imbalance that did it. And she's just upset that she couldn't convince them in somehow to be good guys. They don't see her as responsible for that.
I think that their perception is, but she restarted the star, so any culpability is gone.
Yeah. I was about to say, they do portray her with like a sense of guilt and failure over that. It's like, but I actually think they probably think she's in the clear after restarting the star. So
you fixed the star, so all the people who were dead, it's kind of like the same problem with Endgame. Yeah, you brought everybody back. Never mind all the people who died in the interim. Never mind all the families that were destroyed, the nations that were destroyed. So good, you brought them back.
Their ashes can be bathed in sunlight now. So there you go.
Mm-hmm. Okay, well, yeah. Yeah, there you go. Like, this movie, man. So now this is when they realize, she's targeting all the places that I call home, because this is all you've got for motivation for Darth Ben is she wants to save the Kree. She's incredibly indifferent to the suffering that it causes, and she really hates Carol.
Yeah.
That's her. That's all she has. And so now they realize they got to go back to Earth to warn Nick Fury about what's going on. And then we cut back and we see that another blast of energy has emanated from the jump point, and only 15 escape pods on Saber are functional, so not everybody on board can fit. And then Fury's like, well, start loading as many as you can, and then I guess we'll figure it out from there, which is not a great plan, but I guess what are you gonna do?
You know the space elevator? There was like, I want to say, I don't know, 30 chairs in there.
Yeah.
Can we just at least immediately start loading that?
Yeah, can we try a little harder?
It's disabled.
It's disabled by the pulse?
Yeah, the pulse has disabled the space elevator and half of the shuttles, the escape pods.
So why hasn't it done anything to their like systems?
Oh, well, it has. It's all
one of those. It's one of those.
On flumpy flump.
No, but like everything's working. I remember Monica's like using the computer and shit. Like why?
That's true, but there's a little bit of flump. There's a little flump, all right?
No, it's true. Yeah.
Well, gee whiz, I guess they're real lucky it didn't wipe out their systems entirely, huh?
Well, they're lucky to wipe out the life support systems. Could you imagine if they came back and got on board and everybody was just dead on the ground? Including,
Exploded it.
And like the Flurkins got desperate, and so they just started swallowing the space station.
Yep. But whoa, so now we're here. Now we're finally there. Fury, he opens up like a chamber to get like a fire extinguisher, and he sees Goose. She's inside. And there's a bunch of alien eggs that begin to hatch, and then you've got the little baby Flurkin cat aliens.
Oh, it's so cute.
There's a
Look
lot
at
of them.
Cat.
There's a lot. No. There's at least a dozen of them. At least a dozen. No, more. Sorry, dozens. There might be 100. Like, there are so many of these alien cats.
Oh my goodness.
Dozens, hundreds. Oh no.
Dozens, hundreds.
You just can't stop.
And so now you know the Marvels are back on, and basically Fury tells Carol that his plan is to have the Flurkins eat all of the Saber personnel, herd the cats onto an escape pod, and then release everybody down on Earth.
Herding cats is literally what they have to do.
Well, they make the joke. They make the joke, but then they successfully do it when it's impossible. But you know, to just lay out the coincidences, just for total clarity. If Goose weren't brought aboard Saber, but had instead remained on Carol's ship, hundreds die. If Goose wasn't pregnant, hundreds die. If Goose only had one baby cat, hundreds die. If the eggs hatched an hour later, hundreds die.
So you're saying they were a little bit lucky?
Doesn't one literally hatch in his hand? Like, as he picks one up and it just hatches?
Well, so he opens the container and then it hatches. It's like right when he needs to find out, they start hatching, yeah. So you stack all that on top and it's like, all right, so that's just a good old break in continuity and logic right there. That's too many coincidences.
This is one of the things I think was severely cut. I reckon the space station had a lot more plot on it that they just... Because this comes out of nowhere.
I think you're right. It's we get like maybe 30 seconds of total screen time like dedicated to this, establishing this as a plot point, and then it happens. I could totally believe a lot of stuff was cut here.
Well, so for clarity, it isn't the eggs that's causing the space station to
No, it's the pulse.
No. It's the pulses from the jump point network being flumed.
Oh, okay. So this is even worse than I thought, because I thought, oh, the alien egg. Oh, look, the bad guy left something behind. Why is it hatching into a cat? Wait, what?
Yeah, there's a lot. It's a lot.
This movie.
Yeah, and then yeah, we get to the part that we've already talked about at length of the alien cats running around eating everybody.
This is my
while,
favorite scene.
You know, I mean, it's so like.
Where do you even begin? Like,
it's the most. This is the MCU. Welcome. This is what it's become.
Yeah.
We used to have we had Avengers and we had Guardians of the Galaxy and
we had Iron Man 1.
Yeah, and now
Civil War.
We had Spider-Man Homecoming.
Civil War.
Man.
Look, all I want to do is re-edit that entire scene with horror music, and then it just be like, oh, the Flurkins don't actually have a portal. We've made a horrible mistake.
Well, no, yeah, it's like we said. Imagine if one of them buffed up a skeleton. It's just like, oh shit, uh-oh, whoops.
Well, so the question, of course, is they do have to eat at some point, right? They don't just because there's people in the chat being like, wait, how do people get in this? Like, we have to kind of ignore that. We have to just be like TARDIS logic, fantasy.
Well, I think what that says, well, in Captain Marvel, buffed up the Tesseract. It's like, yeah, but it didn't buff up the Kree soldiers it ate.
The Tesseract is like indestructible.
Yeah, I wouldn't expect to be able to digest the Tesseract.
Yeah, how can it metabolize? But yeah, we just have to assume that I guess the Flurkins are like some Lovecraftian monsters that teleport them to like some different dimension where they hang out and then get buffed up eventually.
What if it's the Nor dimension and like Miss Marvel is pulling the energy from these people?
Oh my god!
What, extracting their life force to create these constructs?
She doesn't know where her power is coming from. It could be horrific.
She's never been to the Nor dimension. Maybe it's filled with Flurkins Flurkin bellies. Like
By the way,
universe is comprised of where it sends them.
These people, some of them are like screaming and being trapped by Miss Marvel with her powers. I want to be the person that just fucking jumps on her and be like, "Yeah, eat me now." Like. Got you, bitch. Like, you're the one who's been trying to fucking, like, corner everybody. Like, and then she'd be like, no. And it's like, yeah, how does it fucking feel? Because this is the thing. There's no consent. I know that sounds a little silly right now, but, like, it's just that a lot of characters get to continue planning things and being the ones that'll go on the functioning
family. They get to not be eaten, even though they're not Saber personnel. They can't operate any of the equipment.
They're asking you to be eaten by a newborn Lovecraftian creature in the hopes they can save your life. When you could be like, I'd rather just take my chances. I'm not interested in this. I don't know what this is. But you don't get a choice.
Yeah, they're screaming and it's meant to be funny, obviously, of like, oh, look, they're screaming. But the thing is, like, they want it to be like, oh, it's the juxtaposition of them being cute cats. It's like, yeah, but they're not, though. They're, like, crazy. Like, they're not, because they're crazy alien Lovecraftian monsters. So, like, there is a fundamental disconnect of, like, yeah, you can say they look like cats, but they're not. And then I guess they'd be like, yeah, but that's what we're going for. It's like, I don't know what you were going for, but it didn't work.
And
no character... Go ahead.
From her perspective, she's just, like... letting kittens swallow up people, but where does she get the guarantee from that they're gonna be like, oh, fine there?
I guess
like,
her
these
logic
are
would be
hatched...
that the Kree that got buffed up, and she's like, yeah, well, there's no difference between them being a baby Flurkin versus a fully adult, Flurkin. There's no difference,
Well, that's the thing, right? Seeing them buff up anything does not confirm safety. It just confirms that guy got buffed up. That's all.
Well, what if the Kree guy gets buffed up and it's like, oh, you have cancer, Like,
you're covered in the digestive juices of a fucking alien creature. Like, who knows what that fucking does to you? It's insane.
Like, that it infects you with some crazy illness or something. Yeah, like that you're getting all these people and getting them. And I guess it's like, oh, well, yeah, but would you rather die? It's like, I don't know, maybe.
Maybe, yeah. I have no idea. Like,
I don't know. Like, what if it's like a Sarlacc pit in there?
Well, yeah, if someone said, like, what would you rather, fall and be killed by the Thing, the Sarlacc, the Rancor, or, like, drown? I'd be like, fuck me. I guess the Thing is the least likely one.
We're talking about Lovecraft. What happens when you get swallowed? You get bombarded in your brain with things that destroy your conception of reality. Yeah, and then when they get buffed up, they're all, like, floopy.
And then your boss is just like, don't worry, I've decided this is what's best for you.
And it's like, are you gonna get eaten? Nah, I'm the boss.
I'm too good for that.
That's why this was so funny. Because they had Miss Marvel, who's the happy-go-lucky character, and she's walling people off. She's picking up cats and pointing them at people. She takes the most glee in all of this, and she just comes across as like a serial killer.
This is why you shouldn't take 16-year-olds on these types of missions. They don't have fucking brain capacity to decide this.
Yeah.
You imagine the trailer? You remember what makes her a hero? If they had that trailer and it cut to like Captain Marvel getting all these cats and getting them eating people with the screaming, you know, like that in the trailer.
Inspiring.
What makes her a hero? Like,
it's like maybe just
right here
And also,
in my sack.
What I'm wondering about is like, how do they manage to catch all these little kittens?
If they're anything like cats, you know, if they're anything like real cats, they're not going to do what you say.
I mean, right after this, I went home and I was trying to catch my own cat, and she was running away, and I hit my head on the table. I'm pretty sure I have a concussion even now. So
this might be the movie.
Yeah. I mean,
the movie wasn't real.
I have never been the same since, but still, there's so many kittens.
Yeah, it's like I think it might actually be 100. Like it's dozens, very least. And you can herd them, and they. Yep.
Yeah.
Well, because the implication is they're using
right after it.
Oh my god.
It's a weird coincidence.
Yeah, and they're using the world's smallest cat toys to herd them as well. Like that, a kitten might go after it for a little bit, but you're gonna want to get like the big boy stuff out if you want to get like 100 kittens to chase it. Like, you know.
They could have made the scene more horrific by like, well, we've got to lure the cats into the pods, so why don't we stuff it full of food? And they're just like shoving the people into the pods to get the cats to eat them all. The people are terrified inside the pods because they think they're going to escape, and then they just get eaten.
Oh yeah, use a laser pointer. Why didn't they use a laser pointer? That's a good point.
Oh yeah, maybe like you can get Monica to do that with her little laser powers.
That'd be a meme to do, yeah.
That would be a meme of her like flying overhead and just directing a laser, like, and they're not listening or whatever. That's okay.
But hey, there's only like 20 minutes left of film.
There is. We're getting real close.
Yeah,
again.
that's right. Every second that goes by is a second closer.
Yeah, so
now,
I gotta. So this is about the point in the theater because my alarm went off because I have an alarm that goes off at 10, and I saw a late night showing, and I was like, oh, 10, wait, this is meant to end at like 10:20, but this feels like we're only like at the second, wait, the film's about to end? And suddenly I was like, wait, we are firmly in the third act. What the hell happened? This was the point where I was like, did they hit the skip button? Am I missing something? What's going on? I feel like we've got about we've got like another hour's worth of film to get through before we're supposed to be here. So there's a bit of a pacing problem here. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Amongst other things.
Way too quick. Because now we're at the point. Yep.
And the fact that we get over emotional beats, like the important emotional beats so fast, it just makes it even more, like, just feels unfinished. It just feels incomplete.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Well, yeah, because there's a Kamala like says goodbye to her family, and it's kind of like a heartfelt moment where Mom's like, you know, you were chosen for a greater purpose, so you have to go, but I'll never let you go. Do you understand that? And it's like, oh yeah, that's kind of alright, but it's only like 20 seconds long because I gotta get moving. You still got plot to do, you know, so I gotta get going. So because at this point, Darth Ben opens up a jump point next to the sun, which immediately begins consuming its mass, which, as was mentioned earlier, this means that the gravitational pull of the jump point has to be considerably greater
than the sun.
then the sun.
I don't
which
know, man.
I don't know about
I feel
that.
like everything on your side is gonna get
Yeah,
sucked
it's gonna get
into
sucked
the
through into the
sun.
sun. But
It's
fortunately,
just she's gonna be like, wait.
oh, and
what?
also,
Oh,
yeah,
that's how it works.
fortunately, but I guess that's what's happening. And so, you know, now Fury, as this is all happening, it's like, do you think it's a good idea to, you know, take that second bangle to Darth Ben? And Kamala says we need both of them to close it, which is like, do you?
Do you?
Because she used one to open it. But I guess maybe you need two.
You'd use one to close it. I would assume,
and
right?
of course, this is funny because she doesn't use the two to close it at the end of the movie.
Wait, so how does Darth Ben close them?
She uses so I don't know that she does close them. I think she just leaves them there
into perpetuity. They're just open forever now.
Seemingly, there's not much said on that part. They're not going. Do they even have a throwaway line like, "Oh, we went back and closed all the other ones" or something?
I mean, I don't even know. But if she closed them, then that would fix the problem of the instability of the jump point system.
Right.
So they have to stay open. Man, that seems like a big problem of having a giant hole over your own planet, right next to the planet whose resources you plundered.
Picture being the Kree on Hala. It's like the portal that gave us the air is still just open. They're still screaming and scroll bodies splatting into the, like your world. Then there's another portal over the other side with a big waterfall coming out of it, and you're like, I guess that's good. We're getting our water. And then she's like, don't you worry, I'm about to open one that's gonna bring through a sun. You'd be like, what? Oh God, what does this mean? What's gonna happen?
Man,
what a hero.
You know, if she'd enacted this plan a little bit earlier, then the Eternals and the Celestials might have had something to say about it, taking away the star. You know,
where is Doctor Strange? Where is Doctor Strange?
Where is everybody? I just find it funny that she doesn't even use the bangles to close the jump point at the end of the movie. Like, she doesn't use them to do that. She uses them for something else. So, I don't know. I just find that amusing.
Yeah.
But then, as was pointed out in terms of the gravity, Fury's ship actually, as they're leaving, him and the Kamala's family and all of the cats, it does get dragged to the jump point. But then a pulse just happens to go off right as they're about to get sucked through, and it blasts them down to Earth.
And just
it's a crash landing.
There's no call from Fury to Captain Marvel being like, whoa, help us, where we're getting sucked in. There's nothing. He's just like, you know the vibe? It's the vibe of those family traveling movies where they're in a big truck with all of their luggage and like several kids and some of the aunties and uncles, and the camera's slotted so that, you know, everyone's all over and the driver's just getting annoyed, you know, like, are we there? Yeah, what's going on? He's like, oh geez, come on, everyone. Yeah, that's the vibe. And it's Fury as the dad on his fun little family vacation. It's like, how is that what's happening when you're all about to die? How?
You and all of your staff that are in the Flurkins. You know, this is hundreds of lives at stake, and it's just kind of a fun, goofy meme. But fortunately, a pulse saved them. Just a pulse that comes.
Good pulse. Yeah, it's one of those good ones.
That's very good.
And then they crash land, in New York, because the only city that exists on Earth in the MCU is New York.
New York's real big.
They were right above New York. That's where they land, right in New York.
New York is the center of the. And not only, it's not like they land in some random place in Brooklyn. It's like they land in Battery Park or something. They
like fly right past the Statue of Liberty.
I was about to say, they may as well have just landed on the Statue of Liberty. Fuck it.
Exactly.
Weren't they renovating that thing, by the way, or did they?
Oh yeah, the Captain America one.
Yeah. I guess they changed their mind on that for some reason.
That poor statue.
But yeah, they crash land and they're okay, and then the Flurkins just start vomiting up the Saber guys. But this is what I find really interesting, and I don't know what they were thinking. Like, Fury looks up at the sky and the sun like visibly dims. It's over. It's Jova. It's Biden. You finished.
And wow, how insanely powerful must that portal be? Just so quickly through such a time, like the scale of the planet compared to the little opening is like it is.
And remember,
infinitesimal.
The sun is 1,000,000 times the size of Earth, and then you've got this tiny little portal that's probably no bigger than like a Honda Civic.
It's what the size of a Dacia Sandero.
And meanwhile, it's like absorbing enough of the mass of the sun to make it visibly dimmer on Earth. In which case, it's already Jova. It's over. It's Biden.
Yeah, and I'll say if someone's going after your son, as in like our son, I feel like that's a call to all Avengers at that point. That's kind of like a emergency, you might say.
That's an Avengers level threat for sure.
Yeah, we need our
that's
sun.
what the sun.
Oh, and as people have pointed out, because fucking light speed isn't that's 8 minutes
Yep.
delay. So if it's getting
Yeah, it's
dimmer from Earth, there's 8 minutes of extra sun extraction. That's already
Yeah, dude, imagine
Logically, 8
the
minutes
Kree
is
homeworld
nothing.
right now. They're just seeing like pieces of light just flooping in. Like what?
Turn it off. It's like there's a sun.
They're all
right
just
there.
incinerating. Like
It's incinerating. There's a hex
Yeah,
shaped
like,
burn mark.
Because I guess we're going to presume
They would disintegrate,
got put
like-
next to the star, but maybe she accidentally put it over
So,
the city. Just
it's
tell-
No.
Sarah Connor and T2 when she's out with that vision. That's all the
Yeah.
Kree.
Get out of the death hex.
Oh man, fucking hell! I just find it funny. Why would you show the sun visibly dimming? At that point, you're already done.
It's setting the
I mean, it's
stakes,
not like if you
bro.
close the portal, it's gonna get brighter again.
Well, yeah, it's not gonna return the mass. But okay, and then yeah, Carol flies up.
At least
to
all the
planet's
scrolls will
spinning off.
die.
Wow, on Earth, but
gravity's
all the
changed.
humans too.
My
That's
eyes,
right.
the
Yeah, if
goggles
you're
to announce
changing the
it.
mass. That's a good meme. So yeah, Carol flies onto Darth Ben's ship, and she says to Darth Ben that that you essentially what she's doing will entail the end of the Kree and the end of the everything, I guess, presumably by destroying the jump point system. To which Darth Ben says, "You took from me, I'm simply returning the favor." What is that response to what she
What
said?
does that mean? You took from me, so I'm gonna take from you.
Oh, it's the
In
stupid,
response
stupid
to-
logic.
In response to her saying, what you're going to do is destroy the Kree and the universe anyway, so stop. And it's like,
Yeah, but I'm
you know,
crazy and mad.
yeah, she is just crazy. It's so stupid. And then Monica sneaks up on her, punches her, and then Kamala switches with her, because I guess they synced that one, they communicated, timed that one. And then Monica phases through the floor, and yeah, now we're ready for our big final showdown, which is pretty poorly choreographed again.
Oh, so
They definitely
like
use their powers at the same
as an
time.
audience member at this point, you're just like, you should have beaten her 10 times over. Why is this happening? Like, this is dumb.
You like that the money shot for this whole film of all three of them attacking her has Monica and Kamala using their powers at the exact same time and not switching?
Yep.
Isn't that just so funny?
Come on, you
Whatever.
can't expect them
don't
to
know.
remember these things. It's ridiculous.
I just find the power levels absurd. It's a 3-on-1. Captain Marvel alone instantly vaporizes Darth Ben, but all three of them together.
Very few creatures in the universe can even like put up a fight against her. I would imagine.
Thanos almost lost, and he had all 6
And
Infinity
he had all
Stones.
stones.
Thanos,
yeah. If he just had
without-
a couple stones,
Without
he
the
would've
Infinity Stones, can
destroyed.
1v3 Cap, Iron Man, and Thor.
He beat Hulk pretty easily.
It was absolutely nuts in terms of power scaling that she's now, like, Captain Marvel was just the top tier. There's nothing that can stop it. And then it's like, well,
Except for
Gaia. Yeah.
Yeah.
But that, you know,
And I
ignoring
guess
that.
Maybe Monica, because she's impervious to harm as well.
Well, I guess that's more of a stalemate. I don't know.
I guess, yeah. But, well, it's just so that she can match her, I guess. But I just don't see how it's possible. She's just some Kree lady with a hammer and the bangle that doesn't give her strength. And yet she does pretty well, honestly. But then this is where it gets real confusing. Like, she gets blasted, hits the wall, and debris falls on her and stabs her. Captain Marvel wouldn't be stabbed by falling debris.
What?
Yeah,
no,
so
she'd be
just,
killed by it, Friggy.
How does Captain
I'm
Marvel cut her
referencing
hair?
Ab.
Oh, yeah,
Ab.
that's right. In Multiverse of Madness, yeah, that's right. She did get no, but it's because Wanda sucked up the powers.
Yeah,
okay?
she did space
Yeah.
suck, and it got her cosmos or something.
Throw
But
statues
yeah, like
at her.
Darth Ben's been stabbed, which again, Carol can't be stabbed with just like regular metal. So yeah,
And it's so funny.
The power levels are insane.
Because she like goes
Is it random
oof,
debris or
oof,
the
and
hammer
then
that stabbed her?
no, I
No,
thought
it's
it.
not
I
the
thought it was the
hammer.
hammer.
It's
It's
the
not the
debris.
hammer.
It's the
Yeah.
debris.
Oh.
Yeah.
I thought it was
It's
the
the
hammer though
debris.
first time
Because if
around.
it was the hammer, you'd be like, oh well, okay.
That's
it's
sort
some
of like
stupid
logical.
hammer.
Yeah, it's
Like,
special
it's debris.
thing, I guess. You know, it's purpley.
And so this is where we get to some real fucking stupidity. You know, just in case we didn't have any already.
Wow.
You know, Darth Ben is there like, oh, you suck. You know, you're the Annihilator. You're the worst. It's your fault the star's dying.
Of course, you
Which
No,
I still
you
don't
suck.
understand
You're sucking the
what-
sun.
I still don't understand what it means that it's her fault the star's dying. But then, you know how it was mentioned that whenever Monica just says something science, it's just true? So
Yeah.
this is what she says. The reaction in your sun's core has slowed. It needs an incredible amount of energy to jumpstart it. And that's what you have, Carol. You can use your powers to save Hala. What the...
It's so funny too, because if Carol had said, would that kind of exchange kill me? Monica probably would have been like, no.
No, you can
Just
tank
like,
a million.
okay.
No, not even close. No, go for it.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but the temperature at the core of the sun is like 1,000,000 degrees, without exaggeration, right? It's about
it's
1,000,000
very
degrees.
hot.
10 million.
It's a
10 million.
it's a car.
Oh wow! So I was lowballing it then.
Yeah, it's a
Yep.
cartoony amount of degrees.
It's absurd. It's probably not real. The sun is probably
They probably
a
made it
hologram.
up.
I don't believe them. They went too far this time. I don't believe them.
And then of
anymore.
course, when you move past, yeah. So people are saying,
Oh no, I'm
27
sorry.
million
20
degrees Fahrenheit.
27
Fahrenheit,
27
which
million, sorry.
which is about 15 million degrees Celsius. And of
Yep.
course, when you stack on top of that, the gravitational pressure is the center of a star is sufficient to fuse hydrogen. So basically, Monica comes to the conclusion that yes, you, Carol, can tank 15 million degrees and the gravity at the center of a star and supply it with sufficient energy to restart its fusion process such that it
Can't
won't
you,
die.
pussy?
Yeah.
This is
Man,
if this is true, because this hasn't happened yet, if this is true, Carol is actually indestructible.
Yeah,
I don't know
I feel like she
what
is more
force
powerful
could
than Gaia at that point, but Gaia has her powers, so...
So
what force
exactly.
in the universe could possibly stop the Captain Marvel?
What could stop it if she can tank 15 million degrees Celsius and
Well, she can tank a
the gravity
sun.
at the core
If
of
she
a
was to
sun.
clash with a
Yeah.
sun, she wins.
And at this point, we still haven't established in the lore that they've stopped switching places, because nothing has happened that would cause them to stop switching places.
At this point, no.
No.
So you would have to hope. You just be like, okay, Monica, Kamala, I'm fucking serious. Don't use your powers while
If
I'm
you do,
restarting the
unless
star.
you can tank a star, you should
Yeah.
not use your powers.
By the way, I was just gonna say, Free, imagine when they was sucking up, the sucking first started to happen for the sun. Imagine fucking Icarus got sucked out of there. That's an
Well,
Eternals
well,
reference right there.
In
Well,
the
for
Eternals,
all we
Icarus
know-
flew too close to the sun.
He goes,
Oh
he goes,
my
whoa, 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 and like gets pulled out. And he's like, whoa, what's going on? He ends up on fucking Hala. Like, okay, I'm confused. Like,
Mola, you joke, but that might actually be what they do to get him back in the next. If they probably aren't going to, but if they did, they probably would use that little
don't have the
little
money.
loophole there.
yeah, why not?
But so this plan gets floated, and I get the impression as well that this was a reshoot. I don't know. It feels like it wasn't leading to the idea of you can restart the star. You can. So I get the impression that it was actually going to be something different from this. But whatever. It's They basically agree to do this, and it's like, oh yeah, Fahala, woohoo! I'm gonna help you up, Darth Ben, and then she immediately
Betrays them.
grabs the hammer, and
Well-
Kamala and Carol use their powers and switch so that Darth Ben can basically trap Kamala, and basically it's like, oh, you if you move on me, I'll kill her, which doesn't even mean anything because Captain Marvel can move at light speed.
Yeah, and if they both use powers, she's already out.
That's what
Switch.
can.
But
Yeah.
what I was gonna say as well, just setting it up, like when they defeat her, she hits the wall, lands, and goes, like Peter Griffin
Yeah.
style. They all immediately switch from battle mode to, aww. Like,
Yeah.
"Aw." And it's just like, what the fuck's going on? Like, what?
Like the Puss in Boots eyes or something.
Yeah.
It's
It's,
like,
a little bit.
they even have these faces of like I think Kamala is like almost shocked, like, oh, what have we done? It's like,
I think you meant to feel kind of sorry for her, and it's like, dude, she just tried to steal the sun.
her motive was
Yes.
clear. She's just an asshole. That's it.
Yeah,
And
like,
it's
because
not
of the
even like a
scrolls.
deep
That's the
cut.
thing to
It's
add on
just like a
top.
little
Oh, it's a little
stabby
dinky.
stab.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I
guess
mean.
they're
She's
almost
like, oof. Oh,
To
jeez.
emphasize
I was pinching
again,
myself.
if you're like, oh, but Darth Ben's trying to save Hala, it's like, no, she's trying to kill Earth. She could just get some star that nobody lives around. But no, she just sucks, and it's like, oh, it's so sad you who decided to do all this. Like, I don't get the angle.
That makes Captain Marvel care more about Darth Ben than she did about the scrolls that she left on that planet.
Yes.
That's a little bit, yeah. And then, of course, this is really awkward when this is all a ruse, and she immediately threatens to kill Kamala. And then it's like, oh, well, what I find so funny about this is like, oh yeah, I'll kill her before you can move. And then she takes the bangle, removes the hammer from Kamala's head, where like she was pinning her down with it. And then it takes like a good, like maybe like 5-10 seconds for her to put it on. Why didn't Carol stop her? Like, just light speed and stop her straight away.
Do you wonder? Do you wonder if it matches the thing that's gonna happen a little bit later? Maybe she wanted this to happen.
Interesting.
You gotta wonder about this Captain Marvel character. Because I was thinking as well. Like she's so conflicted and angry and trying to, Darth Ben now. And then if someone could just be like, so either you destroy our universe or you kill this little girl. Do you ever wonder if you're the bad guy? Sometimes, maybe. Just
interesting.
It's like
Something to think about.
I don't know.
Mm-hmm.
What a great selection of characters on all ends.
This next sequence is like edited and plays out. Yeah.
By the way, Captain Marvel does it and Darth Ben does it, but in Miss Marvel, I think it's like episode 1, like, oh damn it, I can't get the bangle on. It just won't go on. Oh, it unclips and then you clip it on. I see. That's like they made a deal out of that in Miss Marvel.
Yeah, and then in this film they often just slide it on.
They just slide it on.
You just put your hand, you put your hand, you clamp it together and then just put it on like that. When it definitely was like you had to unlock it and lock it on.
Yeah, the implication, of course, was that it was kind of mystical to some extent and whatever. But it's like, nah. You're like, okay.
Nah, you just kind of do it like this. It's all good. Which is, I find this next thing, it's just so weirdly edited and cut together. It's like, Darth Ben, despite having already opened up a hole that was already extracting the mass of the sun, she wants to use it again. Why?
Because.
She wanted to make it maybe a bigger hole or something?
Can you be sure she didn't just want to die?
Well, because yes, as was mentioned before, the trailers spoil it. Like, Carol tackles her, tries to stop her from, doing the Wakanda Forever thing to make it activate. And she fails, and she activates it, and then she explodes.
I mean, to be fair, that's still a good reference, but it's more like the Wonder Woman thing, isn't it?
Oh, yeah. Because it's the braces. Yeah, it's Wonder Woman. She Wonder Woman's, and then she explodes.
She just dies. And I think, I think many audiences were confused with this. It's like, oh no, the villain's got exactly what she wants. She's doing exactly. She's dead.
It says specifically in the movie that the braces allow you to control more energy, and that if you had to, you could control more energy. So doing it with one is what would kill you. So she should have like more of a buffer for energy, not less.
Maybe she still doesn't have enough, and it just I don't know. Maybe it wasn't meant to be.
That is a good point, because the implication of the jump points and the way it's working is that her way is like a makeshift workaround that's unstable, and that the two of them together is the way that you cleanly create new jump points. But I guess all we have to conclude is that she's just not allowed to. Kamala can. She has some unique connection to it that enables her to use it safely. Though they don't know that when they give them to her, which we're jumping ahead a bit.
No,
but when she uses it, kills her. No, well, yeah. It is pretty funny, right? It's like, oh yeah, the two of them are meant to be together, but if you try to use it, it'll kill you. Like, okay, and then it does, and she explodes, and it creates the jump point. It goes real flumpy, and it gets real big and violent, and then it connects to like a different realm, a different universe on the other side.
Incursion.
Yeah,
incursion time.
Basically, they regroup. They regroup on the ship, now looking at this, and Monica says, yeah, she tore a hole in space-time. A different reality is what she says, but I guess it's a universe, is bleeding into theirs now. And Monica, again, in keeping with her, she just theorizes correct things with no information whatsoever, believes that Carol and Kamala can generate the same amount of energy that created the hole, direct it into Monica, and she can repair the tear.
Yeah, why not? That makes sense.
And I thought they were being clever at this point, because at first, you have Captain Marvel brings back the braces, but she only gives Miss Marvel one of them. And I'm like, oh, okay, because she's just seen someone put 2 on, and she doesn't want her to explode. And then without saying anything else, like maybe like 2 minutes later, gives her the other armband, and they just decide to do this plan. And there's been no conversation about whether you can handle 2, whether they're supposed to be split up. And definitely something was cut there, because otherwise you just give them a both right at the start.
I genuinely, like, I want that one character to be here. Make it Jar Jar Binks if you want. The one character who's down to earth and sees her hand the bangle over and she pops it on, then just him go, "You just tried to kill you." You're like, what do you mean? It's like, we just saw that kill. She wants you to be dead. Like, what's going on?
No, it only works on Kree.
Oh, okay.
Part of the prophecy.
Yeah, because she's connected to the Nord dimension, so it's okay.
Yeah,
I think we have to just accept that that's
the
why it works.
the film goes that far. It just says, "I'm the chosen one." It's like, cool.
Yeah.
Yeah, but if they knew that's how it worked, why only give her 1 bracelet to start?
Oh, well,
There's about 2 minutes before they give her the other one.
We don't know why they were separated.
Well, no, he means why did they just hand her one and then hold on to the other one? Why didn't they just give them both to her straight away? They
have the conversation before they give her the second one, as if it's meant to mean something. Because I thought that was deliberate, but then they never mention it.
No. I also found it funny, it's like, you know, if 2 of them created the tear, then presumably all you need is the quantum bands to fix it. Why don't they try that? Just like use the quantum bands and fix it. Why would you need to have the quantum bands and all of Carol's energy redirected into Monica so that she can fix it? Like, that
think about Monica's ego, right? You've just seen somebody with this amount of energy explode, and you're like, yeah, but I can take it. She had these armbands, but I can just take it naturally.
And she's totally right, because she absorbs it and she gets all of this super energy, and then she says higher, further, faster. Which, by the way, that's a lame. I don't find that a very interesting catchphrase. Mainly because there's not alliteration carried through. Higher, okay. Oh, further, faster. Oh, okay. You know what I mean? It's just like, what? Okay, I don't know. It's just like, all right.
It was
I just realized
farther, further, faster.
They missed out on some fun by saying, like, you know, don't give that to Kamala. She'll explode. And it's like, no, Kamala can handle it. And then that person will be like, no, Kamala can't. Get it?
Oh,
Oh my god.
Kamala can't.
But they didn't.
That would have been the best line in the film.
From us. Never forget.
Then, so they give her the power, and then Monica can now survive the vacuum, I guess. She flies across space, goes onto the other side of the tear, and starts shooting lasers at the hexes that are appearing, like, in the fabric of reality to make them, like, repair.
Pull it. Yeah, she, like, tries to go on the other side and pull.
She's pushing on the other side when you wonder if she could pull from. I guess not.
It's bullshit, is what it is.
Yeah. And yeah, so she's doing that, and then Carol's like, "Yeah, it's working. All right, come on back." And then Monica's like, no, I can't actually." And then she said something really stupid. She said, "I always knew I wasn't coming back," and it's like, I didn't need that. That's what she said. She said she always knew that this was like a one-way trip. And then at this point, Carol jumps out and tries to fly towards her. Clearly not moving at light speed, because she doesn't make it in time.
Pretty slow.
She doesn't make it. Like, she doesn't get there, and it's like, oh no, I missed you. Oh, I think you were saying, Mauler, it's like, it's as if she was pretending that she was actually trying to reach her.
Yeah, when she comes back, she'll be like, gosh darn, I tried so hard, didn't I, Kamala? I really tried. You'll tell people that, won't you?
Oh no, I tried. If only I could have gone fast.
And Kamala's like, yeah, you weren't going that fast. She's like, nope, maximum speed, that was, yeah.
Maximum speed, 80 kilometers per hour. Maximum speed.
Gosh.
Yeah, now,
I guess Monica ain't coming back. Oh, damn it.
No, Monica's in a different universe. She saved the world. The terror has been fixed.
What do you think's gonna happen to her stuff? Oh,
my hero.
Goodness, I hope that.
Monica is trapped in another universe, and Carol's
gonna cause an incursion.
Yes, that's right.
Condemned the cosmos to destruction.
Oh, but maybe Loki, in becoming the god of time with his tree of green,
he'll protect it.
Loki became the god of time.
Yep.
Yes, he did. He became the god of time and weaved the fabric of reality into like a giant tree that's now the multiverse. It's a big tree, and all of the
shut up. It makes sense.
No, they're not gonna know what the fuck you mean. They're gonna be so confused.
That is funny. There's people in chat who are like, "Sorry," and it's like, "Yeah, we've referenced this a couple times this stream. Loki became a tree. What?"
Loki became
So-
a time tree.
Yggdrasil,
so
sure,
you're
yeah.
telling me-
Yeah, let's pretend it makes sense with Norse mythology. Why not? Let's do it. Yggdrasil.
green guys.
So wait, you're telling me that the god of mischief became the god of time? That
Why
explains
not?
so
Something that we-
fucking
something
much.
that we mentioned, by the way, that was so depressing. I think I mentioned it when we were watching the episode. Is wouldn't it have been kind of awesome if, when they had their final shot of Loki sitting there, he smiled menacingly? It was all part of some grand plan. Acquire all of these
Play the
abilities
long game.
to become the master of time. But no, he's a good man. He sacrificed himself and killed many past versions of himself by traveling back in time and supplanting their consciousness to Groundhog Day his way through trying to solve all of these problems before becoming the new He Who Remains, the
Freaking
god
people-
of stories,
People
which is
barely
pretty fire and
understood
based and
the
cooked.
Marvels.
Promise you all this
Don't
will
drop
make
all this
sense
on them
someday.
now.
No. We're nearly done, by the way. We're so close to the end. We're so close.
Help me,
so this-
God.
I can taste freedom.
By the way, I'd say
Help me,
this is
Loki.
This is the
Good man,
clearest
help.
evidence to me of reshoots. On Saber, Fury walks in and one of the staff says, the planets are expected to make a full recovery and a team of scientists have been sent to Hala to try and help the people. It's like, oh, full recovery with no atmosphere and no ocean left. Okay. Are they just going to magically generate water and air? How can they recover?
Scientists.
Maybe
Scientists
the
solve
AI
all-
came back, and so the sun works again.
Because like even if we lost 1% of the water on like Earth in the oceans, that would be like cataclysmic, right? Because
Well, it
we have
alters
lower
everything.
Ocean levels.
well, no.
If they had
I mean 1% less water. Not that the oceans are not just that they've like that there is 1% less water on Earth now.
Oh, like for every 100
just
molecules
removed.
of water.
Well,
on
it's
the,
just no matter whether the water
cataclysmic.
is,
I don't know, but it would definitely
Maybe.
hurt.
it would be.
I need
It's
to
going to
run the
have
simulation
extreme
to be
knock-on
sure.
effects, of course. But it's a
Yeah,
lot
yeah,
more
it's
than
a
1%,
expand.
obviously.
It's more than 1%.
Yeah.
If Hala's oceans are being regenerated, it's more than 1%.
Oh
It'd
yeah.
probably exaggerate anything like any current issues. So if you're
So-
near a
Yeah,
desert, you-
exactly. It would probably mess up like ocean currents. It would fuck. It's got to because the amount of water that is on Earth is consistent. Like whether it's ice or unless I'm totally wrong, right?
I
The amount of
believe
water
it is slowly evaporating. I think every
Okay,
planet loses
okay.
some.
but very slowly. We're talking like slowly to a degree that's like barely possible to count over the course of years.
Slowly compared to a big sucky tube going... with all your water.
Yeah.
I agree. Big suck.
sucky tube.
Very, very
Big
tube.
sucky
Yes.
tube.
But
Big
yeah,
to
they're gonna
suck
make
it
a full
too, but-
recovery because remember we just left Aladna and that was it. We never went back there. We never double checked. It's just over. We're gone.
Are we supposed to
We got
assume
no-
that Aladna, Tarnax, and Hala are all just fine?
Yes, they're gonna make a full
Everyone
recovery.
acts like they're fine, so I guess.
That is what
The other funny thing-
The guys, yeah, that's what he says.
The funny thing about the way this works is that you've got 3 planets that's presumably equal size and need for resource. I don't know. They're never going to tell us. And it's like, how do you get a full planet's worth of water and air when you have 2 between 3? And then you have to wonder, like, well, yeah, but where did Hala's go? And it's like, nobody knows. It's just gone. They lost all their water and air.
Nobody knows.
Nobody knows.
Fuck, sorry. I accidentally skipped, we skipped past Carol reigniting the star. She did that. She flew over to Hala and reignited the star. She
Why not?
flies over Hala, goes to the sun, flies through it, and the sun just becomes brighter. It's regenerated. All of the people on Hala are like, yes, sun, woohoo. And Carol was looking over her good work, just like, yeah, I did it. And then she flies away. She fucking restarted a star by
That's
flying
the power
into
of
it.
Pine Sol, baby.
Even
She's
if
the
you want to
most
say that
powerful
she'd
person
survive,
in
her suit wouldn't, right?
No, well, of course not. But,
Well, now she's got super like
same problem with
invincible clothing.
Superman. Same problem with Superman sometimes, but yeah, like Carol is the strongest person in the MCU other than Gaia. She can tank a sun, and she's just totally fine. She restarted it, and now it's all good. And Hala's saved. Everybody's happy. No lasting ramifications, except there were because the Civil War did happen, and many people did die. And many Skrulls died, and people on Atladna would have died, but it's all good. Happy ending. All sorted.
Yay!
And she learned nothing from that. Because as far as she's concerned,
What's
it's like
to learn?
reset her morality back to before it was done.
Yes.
So
I'm a good guy
next
again.
time, she'll
The
just blow
film
it up
believes
again.
she is back to being good because she undid the problem, even though you can't undo all the dead people over 30 years. But you know,
No.
whatever. It's all
Loki
good.
could.
Well, they could with the
I do
time
like-
machine.
I do like the idea that Gaia could do this. She could just fly into
Yeah.
a star and restart it. That's something she can do.
At this
Oh,
point, I just
can't
assumed she
you?
pretended not to be able to beat Thanos. Like, what the?
yeah.
Yeah, she could have flown him
Yeah.
into a
Start the
sun.
sun?
Oh, there's so many things she could have done.
But oh well. Yeah, but I guess yeah, they're gonna make a full recovery, and that's that. And you know, Fury's real sad. Oh, Monica, she was pretty cool. I interacted with her over the course of this movie and nothing else. And oh man, I'm so
we can
sad.
assume that they had a
A
long,
long and illustrious sort
history
of
with each
work
other.
professional
Yeah.
relationship.
She had
And
black
then,
Yeah,
girl magic.
I thought it was funny
Yeah.
that like he asks what happened to Monica, and Miss Marvel's explanation is pretty vague, and there's way
Yeah.
more questions to ask. That he's just like, okay, so where's Captain Marvel? And it's just like,
It's
what?
like, oh, yeah, exactly. It's like she didn't make it. It's like she's dead. Well, no, she got trapped in an alternate universe.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that follows. Though.
Sure.
Yeah. Because the way they act is like
happens.
she's dead when, I mean, it seems like she's probably alive. If she, like, there's no reason to believe that she couldn't continue to live in the vacuum or that she, you know, unless they believe that she got stranded in, like, interstellar space and is just going to starve to death. Sans any planets to go to, but, you know. But, you know, we're going to find out her fate soon enough. We now find out that Carol is moving into Maria's house in Louisiana.
Yay.
Kamala and her family are helping. Kamala's only wearing the one bangle, so I guess Carol must have the other one. And they just have a chat about, oh yeah, no, you know, it's Monica, she was pretty cool, and you know, we made a really good team. And then we cut to New York, where Kate Bishop from Hawkeye is she's coming back to her house. And Kamala's in there, and they're trying to do the Iron Man post-credit scene, but now it's self-referential and lame.
They even try to like copy the dialogue, and
Word for word.
and it's horrible. Like,
Mm-hmm.
and it's just
Why?
a
Someone has no idea
reminder.
that
Yeah.
happened.
Well, yeah, she doesn't know what exact lines. So it's an astounding coincidence that she chose the exact same words that Fury did when she doesn't know what he said. And yes, this is meant to be a setup for the Young Avengers movie that's probably never going to happen now. She mentions, oh, do you know that Ant-Man has a daughter? So they're gonna recruit all your favorite characters: Kamala Khan, Kate Bishop,
Nepotism
and
the movie.
Cassia Lang. What a
They're really gonna save the
dynamic
world or set up the
team!
Spice Girls.
Like,
What a
that
mess.
movie's never gonna happen, I don't think. And then that brings us to finally the last scene in the film where Monica wakes up.
I guess they'd
in
throw
a
an
facility.
Ironheart, wouldn't they, as well?
Where the audience wakes
Oh
up.
yeah, I guess so. And maybe America Chavez as well would be part of that
Oh
team.
my god.
What a great team we got there. But yeah, Monica wakes up in a facility and Maria's there, but she's in a different universe. And it's kind of awkward because like the actress for Monica is like really, really, really trying, but this is like a post-credit scene that's setting up like other movies and stuff. So it
Yeah.
almost feels like it's kind of misplaced. She's like really trying to act like a woman who has finally, like, her mother is alive after she thought she died. She's like very emotional, but it's in this, it's a post-credit scene to set up X-Men. So like it kind of feels like her effort to like almost mismatch with the objectives of the scene. But then we see CG Beast, played by Kelsey
Oh my
Grammer,
god.
and it's not her mum because it's a different universe. So this is her name, I believe, is Binary. That's Maria. That she found her
Yeah.
in space, brought her to the X-Men facility. She's in a different universe. It's not her own. Her presence here ensures an incursion will happen. But you know, whatever. And then
But
Beast,
don't think about that because no one remembers that.
Beast mentions Charles and then leaves, and then we have a long shot of Maria in a pretty lame-looking suit, and then Monica's like, "Oh shit, this is not what I thought." And then it's finally over. It's done. That's the end of the movie.
Mm-hmm.
How we feeling?
Pretty good.
Feeling pretty good. I liked it. It's hover-
Not,
I
I,
just- I
don't
can't
like to
decide
give
if it's
10
a
out of
6 or a
10s
7.
wildly. So
Yeah.
yeah. A lot of people go in 10 out of 10. I understand that, but I don't like to give them out too much. So 9, I think.
I mean,
40 out of
it is a
3.
pretty good movie. There's a lot of riveting character work. It's got some great action. It's a triumph.
It was short.
It really is. It's a little bit short. You know, could have used a little bit more runtime, but it's a fun movie and it's got great characters and a great villain, and it teaches you lessons about life and the universe and everything.
And teamwork.
So this
I
is
got a lobotomy.
absolutely one of the worst Marvel films. This is
At
absolutely
least
one of the
it's
worst.
short.
Oh no, Fringy's glitching and he's saying something from the other 5 films we covered recently from Marvel.
I know.
I just want them to do a director's cut
Oh, God.
and just
I'm
show
get-
us the extra hour.
Dude, I'm getting so tired of saying that, but like, they just keep making awful films and shows.
Yeah, but we don't have to. There's no like sense of needing to compensate for this in terms of like explanation. The box office is fucking showing it. They're crashing. It's fucking painful
It's
to like
Jover.
for them
It
to.
is absolutely and utterly Jover for them.
But you know what they'll learn for this? It won't be that the film was bad. It's that the strike hurt it, and the actors couldn't go out and market it, and that's why.
I think that's the forward cope. Something that I kind of wonder is if what they'll think is, female-led superhero films, they can't succeed. I wonder if that's like.
There's such monkey brains that are in charge of a lot of that stuff. It's like Wonder Woman goes out, oh, women can make money. Marvel goes out, no, they can't. You're like, what? Maybe it's a little more complicated than that. Like,
what does that say about them, right?
Maybe they just made a really, really bad movie, which they did, and everybody. I think it's just there's only so many times that you can go to the theater and see absolute like shit before all of like you're coming into it with the absolute best faith of, oh well, yeah, this is Marvel, they're generally entertaining. How many times can that happen before it's like, dude, I kind of expect, like, I'm not expecting anything, you know, like I'm not expecting this to be good, and then it's like, oh wow, lo and behold, it was terrible. Yeah, I'm not going anymore. I don't want to keep going to the theater and being annoyed and disappointed.
Yeah, I'll just stay home and do something else.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Might as
I
well.
wouldn't have seen this if I wasn't invited onto the stream. That was like
Yeah, same.
I thought I'd escaped.
Yeah.
Kind of friends we are.
Well, so I guess it's what are we thinking? What's everybody at in terms of a number score for our?
All right, so let's just cut to
I
the
don't
chase.
know.
Does it violate space and time?
yes.
Yes.
Okay,
Yeah.
well then
yeah.
I guess it's a 1 because basically
Oh.
nothing works about. Well, what works? Well, let's talk about what works.
I
in the movie.
know. Yeah.
It was short, and I was out of the theater quickly. There we go.
Ooh.
Which I'm
Yep.
only saying because it's awful.
Rude.
For
I'd have to
me,
give it a couple of points just for like the cat eating scene. I mean, what I found funny, the thing is, I see that the same like as Robin Hood and everything else. It's like, yeah, I enjoyed it for a reason that wasn't intended, but I still got entertainment from that scene. So
I will say, it almost feels like
definitely
it deserves a point for being so much shorter. We need to encourage them to do this in future, you know?
Yes.
Well, so what I would say is that when I watched the film for the first time, my takeaway was this can't be better than a 2. But I mean, like,
Oh, there's no way, right?
yeah.
Oh, I would
like,
I would happily cap it at 2, yeah.
It's
2 is the cap. It's the upper cap.
Which is,
That's-
good for you, Marvel. A whole 2 if you can manage to get there
But whether or
ultimately.
not it sinks to a 1, though, you know, that's a prestigious club. The 1 out of 10s.
I mean, pretty much every character's
Good
super
company.
retarded. Everything they tell us is not how anything works. You know, they assassinate the hell out of their main character, and then
And the
all
other
of physics
characters
is
have
falling
nothing
apart.
going for them.
And
There's barely any
thematically, there is
theme.
one clear idea thematically that's completely abolished by the film. It's just like, no, not good to work as a team, but you should work as a team.
Yeah, and then there was the fact that they do actually. There are multiple instances of really messing with time and space.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And so when you factor all that in, it's like, damn, man, did you do it again against all like? Because I wasn't expecting Ant-Man to end up at a good old 1 out of 10 territory, but my God, they did it, and I think they might have done it again.
I think this is worse than Ant-Man.
Do you say you don't think or do you think?
Ant-Man does have MODOK.
If I had to watch one of them again, it would be Ant-Man over this.
Ant-Man has MODOK, who is like an actual good character.
Ant-Man has MODOK, which pretty
No,
Never
and it
forget
has
they gave us
Zeb.
MODOK.
and it has Zeb.
It does have Zeb.
I guess the question is always, because the absolute worst of the worst is Multiverse of Madness. It's how does it stack up to Multiverse of Madness?
I don't think I stand by what we said at the time. I don't care if people are surprised by this every time. But there's not going to be a movie that's worse than MOM for writing. That film, it was just a billion contradictions per second. It was fucking insane.
Yes, it was pretty remarkable. It's almost like this film benefits from being less dense.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Multiverse of Madness is exceedingly dense in terms of what's the contents of the story in terms of what's being delivered and how much stuff is breaking all the time. Whereas this one, it is really concentrated. I mean, we talked about it for 5 hours, but like it is a thinner story overall.
Yeah.
What about Thor? What about Thor 4? That's the interesting one because I think we settled on the one for Thor: Love and Thunder.
Like
I
one
haven't
thing
seen
this
it.
movie one thing this movie has going for it for me personally from a very subjective standpoint is that it's like differently from Thor and like Ant-Man and stuff. Like I did not expect anything from Captain Marvel movie, you know? So there was no like disappointment or like, you know, expectations. You know, when I went into this, I was like, the worst this could be is boring. And it was not boring. It was Cats meets like Despicable Me. And it's absurd, and I did not expect much from it. So it was not like heart-wrenchingly like bad, you know? I didn't feel much for it. It didn't make me feel shitty, you know? Differently from the things that I expect the most from.
I kind of agree. Like, Multiverse was pretty miserable. That was a pretty miserable experience. Thor: Love and Thunder was pretty miserable. This one was well, no, this was pretty sad to watch.
I tend to agree with
get the
Drinker
point
at this point. One of his big points in the opening of his video was that this is moved on to another stage again. Instead of like being when you went from angry or all these different ones, he was like now it's sort of like you pity them a little bit.
It's just
Yeah.
embarrassing.
It's embarrassing.
Sad.
It's like a big fat old man trying to bend over to tie his shoe and he just falls and you're like, oh.
Well, it's just, you know, Marvel's not the cool kid anymore. You know, it's kind of everything that's kind of happened in terms of the last couple of weeks with all the reporting and everything is that there is now blood in the water. For Marvel,
It's okay to like be
it's okay to shit
doubtful.
on
Yeah.
very publicly and loudly.
Yes.
And to proclaim them as a scourge on the entertainment industry.
Speaking of which, welcome new fans. We've been doing this for a while.
Hi there.
So, in the wake of that, I mean, Marvel is in a lot of trouble. You know,
Yeah.
they just are. This looks like it's going to be the first failure, and I don't see this as being the kind of. This is not like a case where it's like, oh, but the film might be appreciated, you know, 5 years from now. Oh, it wasn't so bad. Nah,
No
no.
way.
What's to appreciate? What's to appreciate here?
No, that's the thing, that it's so lacking in substance that I just don't think that this is the kind of film that could ever sort of recover a reputation. I think it's just kind of doomed to be like pointed to as the really bad, accepted bad Marvel film because, you know, Multiverse of Madness is still contentious, unfortunately. But this one will probably go down as just an accepted bad, cynical film. But more relevantly, the first categorical, undeniable Marvel failure. Which, yeah.
It's worth mentioning this film has a cinema score of a B, which is catastrophic, and to know, which is funny, right? Which puts it in the company of Catwoman, Green Lantern, Batman vs Superman, and the Eternals, and Quantumania.
Wow! Wow!
Nice.
Okay, because yeah, the Metacritic score is 50, which for a Marvel movie that's low. It's obviously way too high. The film is not a 5 out of 10.
No.
In terms of an aggregate.
Now the only people going to the cinema to see any of this stuff like this kind of movie, so it boosts the reviews.
And for reference, by the way, Call of Duty Modern Warfare 3 has a higher Metacritic score than Marvel's.
Oh dear. Oh dear.
Nobody likes Call of Duty.
It's so
Modern
funny because
Warfare.
we've been tracking it so, dare I say, intimately, and yet the reaction to this for a lot of people is, what happened? It's like, well, it's kind of...
It's a logical cause and effect story of 2 years of consistent bad movie, except for Spider-Man No Way Home. Consistent bad Marvel movies. There's a deluge of the quantity mixed with the terrible quality all together, as well as a general dislike for kind of what Disney and Marvel represent in the entertainment landscape anyway. As well as broader declines in interest in superhero films, all sort of culminating in one movie.
Fittingly on a project called The Marvels.
Well, and also fittingly on the 100th anniversary of Disney. I feel like it's kind of an ode to what Disney is as a company right now. That this year has been pretty bad for them. and that a lot of the normal ways of making money of just kick out a Marvel project, just kick out a live action remake, you know, just fucking get it out there. That's not working anymore. It's not working.
No.
It's Jova,
Um,
and so is
And
this
what is-
movie.
It's all
And what is
ogre
going on
now.
over there at Rotten Tomatoes? What's going on there with this movie?
Oh,
I
what do you
mean,
mean?
I don't really like Rotten Tomatoes at all.
Yeah.
But how is this fresh?
okay,
It's
wait,
just
yeah.
more than 50% over
So
there.
it's-
And then
60%, I think, for
Yeah.
Oh, is it?
I know that this could be like, oh, you're just being a dick, but I'm just like, when I saw the score, I was like, okay, 62 on critics. That's like what 85 for the audience. That's bullshit. There's
Yeah.
no fucking
it's
way.
It's a lie. It's a lie.
That
It's
is
I don't
another
believe
lie.
that
It's
for a
another lie.
goddamn second.
It's another lie.
I'm betting if you look through the comments,
85.
half of them look fake.
There's no fucking way. That's
What a
impossible.
triumph.
I just
a lot of fun and nice references to other films without
lot of
needing to
fun.
explain them. The leads are great, and I hope to see them more in the future. Oh my god, it was so good. I loved everything about it. I already seen it twice and plan on seeing it a lot more times. Absolutely loved it.
Now we are just showing
There
here
was
a
Just a lot of
verified
fun.
audience.
There's some great
Oh yeah,
character
definitely
interactions.
verified. All audience is 73, which is still too high.
Yeah.
Is there? I don't use or Rotten Tomatoes at all. Like, what is the nature of being a verified user?
I think you have to. Like you know how Steam has this person has bought this game kind of thing.
Oh,
That is, you
right,
bought the
okay.
ticket through a certain, like, you can prove you've bought the ticket essentially.
Oh, okay.
But it means that Rotten Tomatoes could essentially choose who gets into that and who doesn't.
Bro, worst MCU movie to date. They still give it 1.5 stars out of 5.
That's
and-
generous.
They also, we know they shadow ban people.
Oh, they actually
So.
explained themselves. They said 1.5 because of the cats and the end credits scene. The end credits were good.
I was wetting myself as all these heroes are going around making cats eat people. Like, that was entertainment to 1.5 for me.
And I guess we would have to accept on that reference to the post-credit scene that basically admitting before the movie was out that it's about X-Men, it didn't work.
No.
It has not mustered significant enthusiasm to go watch the film. The
It is
strategy.
not mustard enthusiasm, so it must catch up.
Oh my god.
Beautiful.
Oh my god.
Yeah,
Incredible.
definitely not the scores that they relish.
Oh,
Oh, delightful, fun, steady pace, and the characters were well fleshed out. Enjoyed it immensely. 4.5 stars out of
You know,
5.
The X-Men thing, it's not like it didn't give them some of a... Like, some of these reviews explicitly mention the fact that X-Men is even in it at all. It's like, oh, that's why the film is cool. It's like, you fucking...
The film was
Goddamn.
cool because Beast showed up for 30 seconds at the end after you had to sit through the whole movie that had nothing to do
You know
with
what the
that.
funny part is? We were talking about some Friday Night Tights. They were talking about Binary and what character she is. And I was like, you guys do realize most people's conclusion is that Storm in an outfit I don't recognize. And I don't even blame them. Like, how is... Like, has anyone heard of Binary from the comics?
Well, it's just what
No.
people would be like, oh, it's just Captain Marvel in a different universe, but with the X-Men. If it's with the X-Men, you just be like, oh, this is an X-Men.
Yeah.
I
But
mean,
no.
I've always considered myself normie and all this kind of stuff, and I literally thought that woman turned up from Men in Black for at least like 20 seconds before I realized who she
Oh,
was.
Valkyrie, yeah. I mean,
Yeah,
it's
don't
a
wear the
mess.
same costume from another movie on the same actor. It doesn't work.
It was hard enough to keep track of this stuff when people cared about it. Before the
And
TV
nobody
shows
cares
came
anymore.
out.
Yeah, that's right. And nobody cares anymore. It's like, yeah, now the greatest strength of the MCU, well, the purported greatest strength of the interconnectivity is its curse. It only makes things more confusing. It creates more damage that gets carried over to subsequent stories, and people just don't want to deal with it anymore.
Dude, this is a 5 out of 5, and it says, people will hate whatever they want to hate regardless. The movie is fun, funny, entertaining. The time of the OG Avengers is over, and people need to move on. Tell the trailers that.
Mhm.
oh my god.
Right?
Trailers you cannot afford to let you forget.
You
That's
don't
right.
get to demand what the audience likes and what they don't. You're supposed to give them what they want. So you can keep telling people and trying to deny it all you want. You'll just go broke.
Well, what's going to happen? You're going to convince people to not like Tony and like your new character. You got to make
They've
people
tried
like
that
your new
over and
characters.
over again. It's
Very
been horrible.
disappointing for the whole family.
Like, at the end of the day, you got to make people like these new characters, and if you fail at that, then yeah, because I mean that's like the product of it all. Who watches that? Who watches that scene of like, oh yeah, Young Avengers? That's going to be so exciting with all these riveting characters. Like, who even exists really?
Dude,
that's excited for that.
there's a review here that says it was a fun movie that showed the value of relationships.
Oh, okay.
Oh, all right.
Just
I mean, I
relationships in
back,
general.
baby.
Relationships,
Okay.
Nondescript.
having
You know?
interactions with
Back
other
from hell.
agents.
Yes.
Like, what? Like, all right. I mean,
I love this. It was
Good,
super fun. It had everything I liked. That's gotta be real,
really?
right? It has to
all right.
be.
It did. This film did not have full frontal nudity.
Very detailed,
I'll
helpful
say that.
review.
It did not.
Oh, these reviews are so informative. Great fun, awesome movie. All right.
Ooh,
Yeah.
we should see it then, because that sounds
Great
pretty
fun
good.
and awesome. All three.
Ooh, nice.
Well, I have a reviewer here called G who said
G.
entertaining and fun.
Whoa.
See,
They still
just
make those?
G. Yeah.
Nope.
Entertaining and fun. Thanks, G. Marvel is back, baby.
Back from hell.
Marvel is
Back from
always
what?
coming back.
When somebody,
It's never
when somebody writes
here.
a comment like that, I'm curious to hear, like, so what was the low point? Just to be sure, if this is coming back, what do you think the low point is?
All of it.
Oh,
I
God.
need to know.
Let's see. This movie was a blast. The three leads have fantastic chemistry, and you can feel the heart in this film. I'm looking forward to seeing these three ladies in the future. Oh, no.
You might not.
Yeah, I mean, well, so I mean, what do we expect now going forward in
All
terms
right,
of like
here's-
changes to Marvel movies?
So the attitude that I currently have is, as I've said before, no Marvel movie exists until it is in theaters. I don't care if it's in production, if they're shooting, if they're scripting, hiring for it. It doesn't exist until it's in the theater and I could buy a ticket and go to the theater
Until
and
you
see
can
it.
buy it and peel over it. That's when you know.
Absolutely. Until
Actually-
that point, it doesn't exist.
Marvel is going to become more like DC, to where there is a degree of unpredictability to whether an announced project will actually materialize.
Yeah,
Or
all that
Star Wars at
extra
this
credit
point.
stuff,
Or
even the
Star Wars.
X-Men stuff. Who knows when it will come out? Who knows what will become of it? Like, legitimately, who knows? It could be years until we actually see that happening. Maybe it would. Who knows?
Do you guys think that they will move forward or move back Avengers movies?
Oh, move back.
Do you think they might not want to rush it to try and be like, oh shit, you guys like Avengers, right?
Honest-
Avengers, that's like potentially gonna.
I
I'm putting
you
it as
put-
I don't know.
But if you put Avengers, like if you have a trailer for Avengers, who are the Avengers? And if it's all the new shitty characters, then like
Captain Marvel,
Captain Marvel, Captain
Shang-Chi.
Falcon America,
yeah,
Shang-Chi,
Moon
I think they'll at least
maybe.
try that
Moon,
first.
Moon Knight. Well, he won't be an Avenger, right? won't
Well,
be.
he should probably be in a different. Because now I think they're scared shitless of doing other team ups like Midnight Suns and stuff. I get the impression that if that was on the cards, they're like, oh shit. But this failed, and this was like a team up movie. Oh shit, can we actually do that anymore? Are people afraid of watching a film that has multiple characters from different shows and movies like teaming up?
No, I
don't
think they believe in the brand rather than the character. So they'll be like, well, the Avengers is popular. Let's take the Avengers. Because all these companies love taking an IP and then just putting stuff in it. Like, they think it's the IP that matters rather than the content within the IP. And so I don't think they'll grasp that it's the characters that people like.
Yeah, I don't think they actually know what's wrong with their movies.
Or they might get like a token Iron Man and then just fill the rest with all the others.
Maybe what I would do would be, I mean, well, I don't know what I'd do. Here's what I think they might do. What they should do, I suppose, is make that X-Men movie, market it a lot, because a lot of people might not like think X-Men, like Marvel Cinematic Universe. They think they're different. They think it's a side thing. And if they make a really good X-Men movie, I think they've got a shot.
I think they got a chance if they make a few good movies in like rapid succession.
Yeah,
I think
but
that could
all
turn
the
everything
movies
around.
all the movies that are like slated to come out or planned to come out or that they've already kind of started working on, they're all shit.
So to remind everybody who doesn't know, so because of the actor strike and the writer strike, there have been a lot of delays. There is one MCU film coming out next year, and it's Deadpool 3, which is interesting because Deadpool 3 again is a sequel to Fox X-Men films. It's co-produced by Ryan Reynolds and his production company. It is not totally a Marvel Studios production, so it is. And then there are some Sony Marvel movies coming out next year as well, like Venom and Craven and Madam Web. But there's only one MCU film, and no DC films either, because Aquaman's it. That's it, and they're done. And then after that, it'll be Captain America 4, which is getting extensive reshoots. 5 months worth of reshoots, and is now coming out in February of 2015 at 2025.
It's going back in
Fantastic.
time.
Fantastic 4 is out on May in 2025. Thunderbolts is out in July 2025, and then Blade finally Blade, maybe, who knows, on November of 2025. So
these are all gonna be terrible.
I don't really have any hope for any of them except for maybe Deadpool, maybe, and even then I'm pretty scared shitless.
Maybe.
Because of time travel and TVA apparently going to be in it.
Oh,
Yeah.
the TV.
I'm intrigued by Deadpool 3, but yeah, I'm just looking forward to Spider-Verse, I think. I want to see what happens with that. And maybe like
but
Spider-Man
Echo as
properties.
well. That's coming out in January.
Oh
Echo.
right, yeah. I think that's already on the. That's already getting sacrificed. I think.
Yeah, pretty much.
Mulligan or Longbone.
There's your new PFP right there.
It just fits so well, you know. Like you can't unsee the beauty.
Geez. It's all just. I mean, it really. Oh my goodness, there they are. Jeez, there they are.
I don't know if you're supposed to just be like, have a six-pack or just rolls of fat.
That's a six-pack. Yeah, it's a six.
Yeah,
yes, it's
definitely a
rolls of
six-pack.
That's right. Yes.
Definitely. Yeah, definitely.
It's
I mean,
yeah.
Obviously, I would say, right?
Obviously, that's what it is.
Oh my god.
You get to be the genocider. Woo!
How does that feel?
Feels pretty good. Feels pretty good.
Joker's coming out next year. That's right. So that's you got that. Oh my god, look at those evil cats.
That'll hopefully be refreshing, even if it's bad. You know, like,
even if at least you're trying something.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, because
it's gonna be a musical.
Do you think any heads are gonna roll at Marvel? Who's the fall guy?
I don't even know.
I mean,
I think the responsibility for this has to fall on the directors and the writers.
I mean,
all of them.
In that case, it's Kevin Feige. That's the true responsible person. But
no, I don't think it is.
Yeah.
Like people keep talking about his house. Like he didn't write it. He didn't make the movie.
No, I totally agree with that. Like he didn't tell them to make it shit, but at the same time, he chose these people.
He is in charge of hiring. Yeah,
and
he's in charge of hiring all the people, and he consistently
We'll get rid of
seems to
all
be
of them,
hiring
then.
the worst people.
oh, what an clean house. Let's get rid of all.
We have to. I mean, this is like when the communist dictatorship takes over, and just like everyone fucking dies, and we're starting over.
I think
if you wear glasses,
like,
you're dying.
You can't reboot a series while
We're
still
killing the
keeping the people
sparrows,
around that made
too.
the last one.
No, it just doesn't address that. It's kind of the reason why, like, even though I'm a little bit, I'm pretty concerned about like this DC reboot. There is an element of but you got like Oh no, wait, the co-producer of like a whole bunch of the older movies is actually the producer going forward. So that's not even analogous anyway. They still got some of the old regime.
The reality is, the MCU is a juggernaut, but like it only remains a juggernaut for as long as that is benefiting the newer projects. As soon as it isn't. As soon as you put out something that is like, look, it's the next thing in this big set of things, and no one gives a shit, it's like that big set of things becomes worthless. It's what have you got? And it's like, oh shit. And
it becomes worthless, but it costs $200 million to produce, so it's like
that's what I'm saying. Like the benefit, what they have is that history, but as soon as the history isn't giving them anything, it's like, guys, it's bad. We're back at square one almost. And if anything, it's worse than square one because we didn't have so many losses. Like the you know, they're probably the best time for them was probably Avengers 2012, where everyone was looking at them and they were like, "Wow, what are you going to do next?" And they're like, "Yeah, all the investments, all the plans for the future," and the money was pouring in, and the budgets were much lower. What was the budget for Avengers 2012?
I think
Here,
it was.
let me check.
I think it was like 200 million, but that was again bigger movie than this, and 10 years ago.
220
so-
million. Yeah.
Yeah, so it's the same as this movie, but remember
Jesus.
inflation. Remember that it's a longer movie as well. It's 2.5 hours. This is 1.5 hours.
Well,
Well,
it's,
it's 2
Oh,
hours
it's-
originally.
it's so much better.
And it's so much better. Yeah.
And it's
The
about a bunch of
budget
people that
started
people
balloon
care
with
about.
Age of Ultron. I think Age of Ultron cost nearly $400 million.
Right.
So it started to really balloon. But they made like over $1 billion. They made
Yeah.
and of course Endgame made like nearly $3 billion. So yeah, it's just this model is
That ain't happening
unsustainable.
for a long time, if ever again. Probably not. I mean, I
No,
guess
probably
eventually
never
it'll happen
again.
again, but I mean, it'll be many, many years. We'll be old and gray and crotchety sitting on our porch before we
And here's
see
the
What's
thing
that?
as
They
well.
released a good Avengers
It's,
movie? What do you mean?
Avengers. Oh, the 18th was good. Ooh.
It's something I mentioned a few times, but like in an attempt to, I don't think they can cut. There are ways in which the films are perceived as being cheap, even though they're not. And I don't know that you could convince a lot of these actors to keep participating in this series if they're not getting paid a lot of money. Like, why would Brie Larson want to keep doing this unless
Such a
she's
bad
getting
move.
paid like $5-10 million a year, like
doesn't-
each project?
It doesn't assist your career whatsoever. It can fucking
No,
even
it
Robert
just
Downey
makes
Jr.,
money.
who arguably from any of the other actors' perspective got the best journey in the MCU, was worried how it was affecting his career. Imagine how it's affecting your career now.
Yeah,
Badly.
exactly.
Is the point. Also, oh fuck, we were seconds away. I was gonna say Disparu had to go, but conversation, you know how it goes. But even if he's not here, I'll
He's here in
say
spirit.
make sure to check out his work. He's been toiling in those editing caves. He's been covering that Robin Hood show that
And the
everyone.
CGI dungeon
Oh, brilliant!
and the editing dungeon. Yeah.
He's more of a fan, I think, of covering the absolute destruction of the MCU than individual projects. Like I said, it's kind of the cruelty of me that got him to see this film. So now he at least has some more insight into why everything's falling apart for this movie. I
That's
mean,
right. This is good context to have fresh on your brain.
yeah,
This can only help you.
And so, link in the description to his channel, and I'll spam it in the old chat as well. Check it out. Subscrizzle. And I guess that's a good way to prompt wrapping up. So we'll
Yeah.
we'll go with JLongBone first. What are you up to? What's happening? Where should people find you, and why should they subscribe?
Check me out on my YouTube channel, JLongBone. I'm doing some Robin Hood videos as well. This came out the second episode a day ago, and I'll be working on review for The Exorcist Believer sooner or later.
I mean, you sound so enthusiastic about it.
That sounds pretty fun.
Well, yeah. You know what? It's gonna be funny because I really hate that movie. So
Okay.
it killed my soul, but like it's funny.
Aw.
It's gonna be funny.
Power of Christ compels you.
Well, excellent. Yeah, I mean, you've got any? Is the thing happening? The thing that we recorded with you, because
It's still happening.
okay, all
I'm
right.
just-
People have
actually,
asked like, when are we gonna next read a horrible book with you as well?
Yeah, I got a couple comics that I just got lying around.
Yeah, there's plenty of torture on available, naturally. And yes, it's funny as well. As you know, you probably recorded what, like 20 EFAP movies with us that are yet to see the light of day. That's there's plenty of fun things to expect. So you invest in the future when you hit subscribe, everybody. That's
Yeah,
what we do.
they've been beating my ass, everybody.
Oh, we've had so much fun. We watched Five Nights at Freddy's, everybody. Wasn't that great?
Oh,
We did watch Five Nights at Freddy's, and we did. We sure did.
Yeah, I found another Five Nights at Freddy's ripoff called Freddy's Fridays.
That sounds amazing, I guess. I'm sure it's really high budget and it's appreciated by the fans, that sort of thing. Alrighty. Nutsa, what are you up to? What's happening?
Well, I am working on a project that is just it is also killing me, but it's been months and it's still going, you know? I mean, it gets longer and longer, and it's about a movie that is very, very pink and sparkly. And
Oh my
I hate
God.
it.
Venom.
And
Oh,
I hate myself for it, but it's okay because it's gonna be long and it's gonna be torturous for me, but hopefully enjoyable for others. But yeah,
That's the
it's
spirit.
cooking. It's cooking and English is leaving me. I can't pronounce words anymore,
I
so
wish English left the
yeah.
writers of the MCU.
I think it did.
Yeah, I mean, because the last thing you put out recently was just the doomed legacy of Bob Iger, which is just funny
Yeah.
considering the stream that we've just done as well. Just like, yeah, it's just another little aspect of
there's
Disney falling the
more
fuck
fuel for
apart.
that fire.
Oh yeah. I assume you're gonna keep an eye on the other aspects of Disney when it's falling apart,
Mhm.
just here and there.
Of course.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, always a pleasure, and links in
Thank you
Absolutely.
description.
for having me.
Of course.
Yeah, anytime.
Meme
Yeah.
repository. Good sir. What are you up to? What's happening?
Yeah, so I had to take a couple of months off because I had a very unfortunate injury with my elbow. Some hooligans came out of nowhere and were like, "Fuck you," and then I was attacked. But now that I'm on the mend, I'm thinking I'm going to be streaming RoboCop pretty soon, the
Oh.
new one.
Good shit. Yeah.
Yeah. So I'm going to be doing that soon. Hopefully, I want to rewatch the films first, just so I'm all up to date on my references. But then, yeah, gonna hit that metal booty hard. So yeah, look out for that.
You will be rewarded for watching those movies again. That game loves them, which is just what you want.
Oh, that's good to hear.
Yeah, good to hear you are hopefully on the mend, and that all kinds of things will be coming. That sounds like big old fun
Exciting,
on the
yeah.
bun.
Yeah.
Bringy Rags, what about you guys?
I guess I don't really want to say anything yet because I don't know when things will be done. But I got a few things I'm thinking about. I got some stuff. I think I got a new game plan that I'm sort of setting up here that should work well. But I don't want to promise anything because you know how that goes. It's a busy time of my life.
Yes, sir.
so I'm working on Loki. I'm also working on a smaller project, but I also kind of don't want to talk about it until it's actually done and finished. It's not the next big critique thing, but it's a different little thing. I'm just working on it, and yeah, working on Loki. You know the deal. Editing dungeon shenanigans, partially delayed by prep for this, but back to it. Back to the dungeon I go.
Mm-hmm. And then on my end, currently working on sorting out the big long arc for next year, and a couple of other things. Yeah, not much else to announce for now. I'm trying to think of. Yeah, tomorrow we're recording more. There's a thing coming. As soon as we've fully recorded it, I'll tell you about it. All right, but until that, I don't want to say anything because it might not happen for whatever horrible, tragic reason. As soon as it's finished, we'll tell you about it. That's not the War Movie arc. War Movie arc's definitely happened. That's all finished in terms of recordings. Editing is the part that's, yeah, we just gotta get it done. But there is something to tell you guys about. A wonderful new something that we've also been cooking in the background. While I'm showing it, Fringy Rags, either of you able to just spam the link every once in a while so that they can get to it?
Yes. Let me.
Now, a lot of the cool channels out there with streams and stuff do this thing, and we thought we should finally probably set it up in a more official way. We have officially started up, even as much as a month ago, an EFAP highlights channel. Here it is.
Oh my god!
Look at her go.
Look.
She's so beautiful.
Wow.
She's just
Look at
just
that.
starting out, just toddling.
Look at those great thumbnails and those amazing. I mean, I really like. I will say I really like the look of it.
Oh, it's a
very
gorgeous channel.
on point with the UI, and it looks really good. I really like it.
The way it's gonna work, more than likely, is that it's gonna try and do highlights of every episode, the new ones as they're coming out, but also catch up on older ones gradually, and try and hierarchy it. Is that a way to say it? Do it in the way of structure it. That's a better word, in the sense of going for the more popular stuff, or at least the more fan demanded stuff first. So trying to chop out the pieces that you guys want to see on individual sort of videos. It could be segments, could just be a joke, could be a story that's told, could be coverage of a particular topic. It's coming. It's slowly getting out there. It's going to have, for now, it's EFAP highlights as in just like, this part of an episode, or things even sometimes that aren't even from EFAP, like
The EFAP universe.
Yeah, the second chat I had with Star Wars Theory is already on there, which you can't actually find on Moolah. So there are things on here that you'll be like, oh, it'll be fun to check that out again. There'll be things you'll be like, I don't remember that happening. It's like, oh, that was from an episode I didn't watch, but it was something in it that was real fun. And, yeah, and then, like, supercuts will be released, so they're, like, gonna be just, for example, the Jenny Nicholson stream without Jenny Nicholson, which comes to 7 hours and 40 minutes.
That's most of the stream. It's literally the majority of that stream.
Can we just appreciate that thumbnail as well?
That's the joke.
Oh my god. Well done. Well done. Well done.
It's pretty good. And I mean, it's worth mentioning, this channel is run by Wolf. He's going to be the one that's organizing it, and he's going to be interested in, hearing back from you guys in the form of comments on what you're after, what highlights you'd like to see, what things you'd like focused on here and there. He would just, he's going to appreciate that sort of feedback. And it's worth mentioning, we would like you to churn this a little bit, at least for now, because it's not got much activity, which means it's got like a set of restrictions to an extent.
Channel, yep.
Early
on, if a channel doesn't get a certain amount of views or subs or something like that, it has some restrictions on what it can do, whether that's like the upload limit in terms of length and stuff of that nature, its ability to monetize and stuff like that.
Yeah, it's a frequency of uploads, length of uploads, and ability to monetize, of course, and then just other stuff to expand the channel. And of course, if you give them a check out, even if you've seen some of these highlights before, it just helps the channel itself get to different people here and there. Obviously, we're hoping to promote it just continuously now as time goes on, because it's a channel we should have probably created as soon as we created this podcast. But hey, we get there eventually.
Yeah,
that's the whole thing.
A new pillar of the whole EFAP machine.
Yes. And who knows what may or may not end up on there, but you'll see eventually it's going to be populated enormously, is kind of the idea. It's just, it's starting out, it's fledgling to an extent, but let's get it nice and healthy. That's the goal.
Absolutely, please do check it out.
Yeah, if like
I posted the link many times in chat. All right, so
good.
I subscribe. Leave me
of
alone.
course, it is also called EFAP highlights, as you can see there. So
yes.
pretty easy to find.
And yeah, for those listening to this in future, it's top of the description link right there. And obviously, if everyone who was watching right now was to check out even a handful of these videos, it would probably get all the requirements through. So give it a look, see. I imagine I wouldn't need to convince you much, because you probably watch this podcast seeing that you're here right now. People, but yeah, this is we were looking to launch it for a while, and here it is. It's kind of neat how it was a decent amount of people engaging with it before it was even mentioned by us. I guess that's how highlight channels
it was
go.
eventually starting to gain a bit of traction there.
Look at the why Synthetic Man would never be on EFAP. Has got 1.6k already.
Oh my God.
That one got into the old algo.
Interesting.
So, yeah, that's about that, I suppose. Captain Marvel's sequel,
Yeah.
Oh, right, yeah.
Yeah,
I almost forgot that this is what we were talking about.
Sunrise, sunset, sun crash, sun fell off the cliff, sun was sucked to death. I don't know how else you can put it, really. But, hey.
Oh, Lord.
Thank you so much, all of you, for joining us. Thank you very much to our guests, and we shall put out a Super Chat catch-up for all the messages you guys have sent, with several that are already done and looking to come out as well. You have a good rest of your day, night, morning, whatever it may be. But for now, we're going to say goodbye. Toodle pip.
Goodbye, everyone.
Bye.
Thank you.
Cheerio.
See you later. Bye. Oh, my goodness. Oh, God, you make my life
He's a flicking.
Human centipede.